The cave entrance was around the height of 2 people, and within the cave there were 6 or 7 South Sea Demon region martial artists that were gathered together, chatting. "Captain, these past 3 months we've already mined over 1,000 medium-grade true essence stones. In addition, we've also accumulated a ton of military exploit points by killing our enemies. After going back, Captain should be able to be promoted to a 3-star Devil General. When that happens, us brothers will also share in the glory." The martial artist who spoke was around 9 feet tall. In comparison to a normal human, he was much taller and his skin was also slightly blue-toned. Haha, with Captain's talent, being promoted to a starred Devil General was only a matter of time, another South Sea Demon region martial artist said, crazily laughing. Within these people, the one they called Captain was a martial artist with a cultivation at the Middle Xianxia realm. He didn't look any different from a human. He had a handsome, delicate face and his skin was a bit pale, as if he were constantly sick. At first glance, he looked like a human youth. His temperament was a bit similar to Lei Mubai's. He was most likely a descendant of the Netherworld Great Emperor. Hearing the flattery of so many people, the youth chuckled and said, "Strength is the foundation of all. Titles like Starred Devil General or anything else are simply meaningless vanity. In the South Sea War, my greatest harvest isn't my military exploits or the true essence stones I've acquired, but having cultivated my monster-killing law to the 3rd layer. On the endless battlefield where the only true friend was slaughter, it was the best time to master cultivation methods such as the monster-killing law. Since Captain says that strength is most important, we'll have to give our all and kill more during this war." Humph. 3,000 years ago, the humans of the South Horizon region were merciless to my people. Now it's time for them to pay blood with blood, As soon as the youth spoke here, his complexion changed. He expanded his sense and heard 2 light sounds outside of the cave as both of the wolf beasts guarding were immediately killed. The enemy is attacking. The demon region youth's complexion paled. The surrounding 6 martial artists also tensed up. "Let's go." With a cry from the demonic path youth, there was a loud bang as the entire cave suddenly exploded. Rocks were crushed to pieces and a terrifying shockwave cracked all the way through the mountain and created a massive gap. Large chunks of stone came crashing down. The 7 demon region martial artists escaped out of the cave in distress. One of them was covered in blood, his entire arm was turned into bone chips and meat. He didn't have time to react when a blood-red light suddenly flashed past him like a rainbow. The speed was too fast for him to have any response. Puff! A long halberd stabbed through the dantian of that demon region martial artist. The crescent moon blade twisted and the youth's dantian shattered. He died on the spot. As this martial artist fell, an incredible scene took place. The martial artist's body suddenly collapsed in on itself, turning into countless bits of flesh and blood that rained down. And in this endless shower of blood, a red streak of lightning that looked like a small red snake circled around. The blood and flesh gave off a faint blood energy that was completely condensed into the red lightning. That red lightning darted back into a black-clothed youth's hand. This black-clothed youth was Lin Ming, and that red lightning was the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Lin Ming flicked his finger and a red line separated from the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, circling around Lin Ming's fingertip. After a few breaths of time, this red line condensed into a strange crimson seal. On that seal were faint lines that emitted a bloody energy. So this is this blood needed to form the blood-drinking seal described within the Great Desolate Halberd art. Lin Ming bent his finger and the blood-drinking seal sunk into Lin Ming's body. Suddenly, an icy cold energy spread through his body and a wave of killing intent surged through Lin Ming's heart. Along with this, he could feel a slight change in his aura. His aura had become even fiercer and contained a faint murderous intent. The Great Desolate Halberd art followed the slaughtering road. Every time someone was killing, their blood essence would be used to create a blood-drinking seal. The stronger the victim, the stronger the blood-drinking seal. The martial artist that Lin Ming had cut down a moment ago was at the peak Hotian realm. He wasn't even enough to form the weakest kind of blood-drinking seal. This sort of blood-drinking seal, whether it was attack power or defensive power, would be extremely weak. Blood-drinking seals could constantly fuse together. In the midst of carnage, if one killed 1 million people, they could create 1 million blood-drinking seals. fusing them together to create an even stronger blood-drinking seal. As one slaughtered more and more, the power of the great desolate halberd art would also become increasingly strong. If one could create tens of thousands of high-grade blood-drinking seals, then they could travel wherever they wished between the heavens and earth. This was the killing road of the great desolate halberd art. Lin Ming didn't walk the demonic path, so he would naturally have more problems in condensing a blood-drinking seal. However, this problem was solved by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder was able to absorb blood essence. With this ability, it would only take a blink of an eye to fully condense a blood-drinking seal. As the demon region youth stared at the blood seal within Lin Ming's hand, his complexion became extremely ugly. This is a demonic path cultivation method. A human martial artist actually practices a demonic path cultivation method. The demon region youth's face darkened. A mere late Hotian realm human dares to kill their way to my base. You are quite confident in yourself. As the demon region youth spoke, the martial artists around him had all come out of their earlier panic. They had all drawn their weapons. Lin Ming casually glanced over the 6 remaining martial artists. A middle Xiantian realm, an early Xiantian realm, and also 4 peak Hotian realms. The 6 of them should be able to condense 2 blood-drinking seals. Captain, let's kill this boy and make a corpse guard from his body so we can take revenge for old 7. A Xiantian martial artist in the squad pointed his long spear at Lin Ming, his eyes flashing with killing intent. On the demonic path, there were many martial artists who used spears or halberds. Be careful. This boy isn't so simple. The demon region youth reminded everyone. Since this boy dared to rush into their base, he naturally had something he relied on. But he still didn't believe that a boy with a late Hotian realm cultivation could simultaneously deal with the 6 of them. Die! The early Xiantian realm martial artist with a spear rushed at Lin Ming. The demon region youth savagely grinned and also rushed forwards. His weapon was a spear over 10 feet long. The blood-red spear edge gave off a thick bloody energy. Kill! Kill! The 6 individuals rushed towards Lin Ming together. In a war where the only purpose was to kill, they naturally wouldn't care about something idiotic like rules or fairness. As soon as they attacked, every strike they made was an all-out offensive to kill their enemy. For a time, 6 weapons were pointed at Lin Ming. Once these martial artists attacked, their murderous auras billowed. These were elite soldiers that had thrived on the killing fields. 10,000 flames burning world. Oh! Tens of thousands of flames swept up like a tide, directly rushing over the demon region youth. Lin Ming swept out with his halberd, and heard a loud bursting sound as 3 peak Hotian martial artists exploded into a bloody rain. A small red snake twisted around these piles of flesh, and all the blood essence became a faint red line that was completely absorbed by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Old 6. Third brother. A halberd-wielding martial artist's eyes turned red. It was just a single exchange of moves, and yet, even with the 6 of them combined, 3 of them had been instantly killed. Die! The demon region martial artist cut down at Lin Ming with his halberd. But as he did so, the demon region youth's complexion changed. The youth had realized one thing, and that was that this black-clothed youth in front of him was absolutely a god of death. Old second, don't do it. The demon region youth's words had only partially come out, but it was too late. Lin Ming's halberd thrust out, meeting that Xiantian martial artist's attack head-on. Tempering marrow true essence suddenly erupted, and an incomparably peerless strength broke forth. That Xiantian martial artist felt his arm shake, and then the grip of his hand tremble. His weapon was sent flying away. Pooh! A purple light flashed, and in a split second, Lin Ming's halberd had pierced through that Xiantian martial artist's body. With a twist of the halberd, the martial artist's dantian shattered. Old second. As the demon region youth saw this, his eyes widened. These demon region martial artists had been together with him for years. They were no different than his brothers. He grit his teeth, and without a single word, turned around and fled. The only one left was a last peak Hotian martial artist. As he saw this, he also turned and fled. The direction he chose was completely different from the demon region youth. Smart idea, but too bad, it's too late. Lin Ming flicked his finger and a red light and a purple light shot out. The red light was the blood-drinking seal he had just condensed, and the purple light was the divine demon steel needle. Pooh! The red blood-drinking seal instantly overtook the peak Hotian martial artist with an astonishing speed. It was like a serpent as it drilled through his body. The martial artist's body shook, and his eyes glazed over. The blood-drinking seal had already penetrated through his every blood vessel, and had cleanly absorbed every last bit of blood essence. After several breaths, the martial artist's body withered away. The blood-drinking seal burst out from his body, and the seal's red lines were much clearer than before. Lin Ming extended his hand, and the blood-drinking seal submerged back into his body. At the same time, the divine demon steel needle also caught up to the demon region youth. Go die! The demon region youth's hair was in chaos and his eyes were bloodshot. He turned around and struck the divine demon steel needle with his spear. Bang! The spear struck against the divine demon steel needle, and a terrifying compressed power of thunder suddenly burst forth. The demon region youth was struck by the overwhelmingly violent shockwave and sent flying backwards. He tasted a sickly sweet taste in the back of his throat and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! The divine demon steel needle didn't give the demon region youth any chance to recover. It immediately pierced through between his eyebrows. The demon region youth's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness that gave way to despair before going dull. All of his meridians were destroyed by the manic power of thunder, torn into pieces. After a breath of time, the youth's body collapsed and then turned into a shower of bloody rain. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder sucked up the faint traces of blood essence and then returned to Lin Ming's fingertip. In just 10 breaths of time, 6 demon region martial artists, including a middle and early Xianxia realm martial artist, had all been annihilated. If these people had decided to escape at the very start and had taken different directions, then Lin Ming would only have been able to kill 3 or 4 of them at most. But because they sensed that Lin Ming's cultivation was low, they had looked down on him and underestimated him. By the time they had decided to separately escape, it was already too late. It seems like my cultivation is the best disguise for me. Lin Ming looked at the 2 crimson blood-drinking seals in his hands, and the corners of his lips curved up. He only had 2 blood-drinking seals now, but he couldn't imagine what it would look like when he had tens of thousands of these blood-drinking seals. At that time when he put them all together, its power would be extremely horrifying. When many blood-drinking seals formed atop the blood halberd, if this was combined with the halberd laws, it could form a near-perfect offensive and defensive battle system. When the blood-drinking seals were concentrated to a certain level, they could even manifest into a tangible slaughter domain. When a mentally weak person stepped into the slaughter domain, they would be suppressed to the point of collapse. Even someone with a strong will would be affected. As Lin Ming recalled the description of the great desolate halberd art, he couldn't help but sigh. Lei Mubai really did have a great streak of lucky chances. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder, ancient devil tome, and great desolate blood halberd replica all perfectly complemented each other. If he could have practiced the first few layers of the great desolate halberd art, he would have had an enormous chance of being able to break into the level of an emperor powerhouse in the future. Unfortunately, Lei Mubai had encountered Lin Ming along his path. The ancient devil tome was originally a fragmented volume of the great desolate halberd art, and the great desolate blood halberd was also a weapon that the demon emperor once used. As for the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, that was a top-quality thunder soul that was able to extract blood essence. Lei Mubai could be said to have been in the perfect place to cultivate. However, no matter what he had accomplished, he had still ended up with his fate. This was the natural brutality and cruel danger that accompanied those that walked the path of martial arts. There were countless geniuses within the Sky Spill continent that had the qualifying talent to become an emperor-level powerhouse. However, in so many years, there were very few that were able to step into the Divine Sea realm. Lin Ming glanced at the time. It was still the middle of night. On the jade slip there was still a red spot and it was also very near. He could take a short trip to solve the problem there while he was at it. Early next morning, a tall man wearing bright red armor strode into the Fire Axe Squad's small courtyard. As this man walked, he exuded a powerful aura, as if all the surrounding fire origin energy was being sucked into him. "Captain, The big bearded fellow was laughing and chatting with the twins. But as he saw the red armored man walk over, he stood up and greeted him. The red armored mildly nodded. He was the captain of the Fire Axe Squad, Fire Axe. His cultivation was at the middle Xiantian realm, and he was the absolute core of the Fire Axe Squad's strength. Regardless of whether it was combat experience, leading ability, or individual strength, he was number one in the squad, and he also held an absolute standing in the squad. The other squad members all respected Fire Axe from the heart. As Violet Rain heard the commotion, she also opened the door to her own room. She faintly smiled at the red armored man and said, "Captain, what's the battle situation like? We encountered a small squad led by 2 middle Xiantian realm martial artists. We killed 3 peak Hotian martial artists. Besides Cool Foam being injured, we didn't suffer any other damage." The red armored man calmly said. 2 middle Xiantian realm martial artists? Violet Rain was startled. "Haha, captain is captain. He can go 1 against 2. The big bearded fellow laughed. 10 days ago, Fire Axe had picked up a transportation mission. But because the difficulty wasn't too great, he had only brought half the squad with him and was letting the other half rest. He didn't expect that he would encounter a squad led by 2 middle Xiantian realm martial artists. Within South Aurora Island, since there weren't any revolving core martial artists, Xiantian martial artists were the strongest ones. Fire Axe had a cultivation at the middle Xiantian realm and was also considered quite strong for those within his level. He could be considered a top-class master of South Aurora Island. However, it was still troublesome for him to kill martial artists at the same cultivation level. In that battle, he had been able to kill 3 peak Hotian realm martial artists, but the 2 middle Xiantian realm martial artists had escaped. Fire Axe pulled out 3 jade tablets from his spatial ring and casually threw them on the table. These 3 jade tablets were shot through with bloody lines. Hee. The bearded big fellow eagerly picked up the 3 jade tablets. These were the tablets given by the Wartime Alliance for recording military exploits. After killing an enemy, it was possible to stain the jade tablet with the enemy's blood essence before their Dantian's true essence dissipated as a record. One could use this jade tablet to see the enemy's cultivation. We got another 300 military exploit points. Haha, what a great harvest, awesome. Divine Phoenix Island is offering very good fire attribute cultivation methods, and they even have a top high-grade human step flame essence. Captain, if you can accumulate some more military exploits, then you can exchange it for a high-grade human step flame essence. With your strength, even a late Xiantian realm martial artist won't be your match. When that time comes, we will be the unrivaled squad of South Aurora Island. Haha. The Fire Axe, who rarely smiled, revealed a slight grin as he was infected by the bearded big fellow's enthusiasm. He had long been yearning for a high-grade human step flame essence. Don't boast too outrageously. There are some very strong fellows with the South Sea Demon region. For instance, there is still Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare. Even if I manage to absorb a high-grade human step flame essence, I will still be far from their match. As Fire Axe mentioned these 3 people, the bearded big fellow's neck shrank and he didn't speak any further. Obviously, he dreaded even the mention of these 3. For this past half-year, the greatest powerhouses of the South Sea Demon region within South Aurora Island were Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare. Within South Aurora Island, they were called the Big 3 of the Demon region. These 3 were all slaughter-frenzied killing stars. If any squad encountered them, they would probably be annihilated. Fire Axe smiled and said, "Once I absorb a high-grade human step flame essence, the most I'll be able to handle is a late Xiantian realm martial artist. And that is only defeating them. Killing them is another story. When martial artists fought those at the same level and their strength wasn't too different, it was easy to defeat the other. However, it was extremely difficult to kill them. If one of them decided to run with all their might, it would be difficult to stop them." "Good. Let's discuss the plan for the operations 3 days from now. Call in all the members." Oh. The Fire Axe squad had a total of 9 members. The captain was Fire Axe, a middle Xiantian realm martial artist who also served as the core of the squad. There was Vice Captain Violet Rain, whose cultivation was at the early Xiantian realm, and who excelled at controlling the power of thunder. Her combat power couldn't be understated. There were the twins Green Tree and Green Forest, whose primary ability was to cure wounds. There was the bearded big fellow, who didn't have any attribute. He fought with a sledgehammer and his cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm. As the 8 old members sat around a table, Lin Ming sat at the rearmost position. Hee. Is this our newly arrived little brother? Within the 8 old members, there was a woman whose cultivation was at a half-step Xiantian. She was quite attractive and petite. But what drew one's attention was that her hands were white like porcelain, and her nails were sharp and long. Obviously, these 2 beautiful hands of hers were murder weapons. I'm called Wild Halberd. Attribute: Thunder. Lin Ming introduced himself in a simple manner. Wild Halberd? That's a fun nickname. The woman was habitually cleaning her nails. She giggled and said, My name is Enchanting Shadow. My job is an alchemist. Enchanting Shadow pointed to a shyly smiling youth beside her. This is Cool Foam. He has outstanding sense and therefore is responsible for scouting and detection. Lin Ming introduced himself to the several members that he was unfamiliar with, and then individually remembered their names. Alright, let's have a look at how the current enemy forces are distributed. As Fire Axe spoke, he spread a map on the table. On the map there was the locations of South Sea Demon Region martial artists. They were indicated by red circles. Here, here, and here. These 3 places are the core of the South Sea Demon Region martial artists forces, and is also where the big 3 of the Demon Region, Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare gather. We have to make sure that our combat zone avoids them as far as possible. With the strength of those 3, if we meet anyone off them, it's possible that even the combined strength of our entire squad won't be able to resist. Fire Axe was speaking for Lin Ming. The other members were already aware of this. Now, within South Aurora Island, there are actually 2 times the number of Wartime Alliance martial artists than there are South Sea Demon Region martial artists. However, the quality of our forces is inferior. Thus, although there aren't many South Sea Demon Region martial artists, they are dispersed all over the island and are occupying important True Essence Stone Vein locations. As for us, we have many people, but we have to gather together in fear that we'll be wiped out. 3 days from now, the goal of our mission will be here. As Fire Axe spoke, he pointed at a spot on the map. As Lin Ming saw the marked locations, his complexion suddenly became awkward. This was the stronghold that he had just visited last night. The leader inside was the pale-looking Demon Region youth, and Lin Ming had already annihilated every single Demon Region martial artist within. Could there be such a coincidence? Fire Axe certainly didn't know any of this. He continued to say, Our strength is slightly higher than theirs and it shouldn't be a problem to defeat them. The key is just how many can we kill? The enemy would flee in separate direction if they notice an incoming squad with 7 or 8 members. If this happened, they would only be able to kill a few of them. Many Demon Region martial artist squads depended on their strength in order to flagrantly penetrate deep within South Aurora Island and blatantly plunder the True Essence Stone Vein resources. If they couldn't win, they would run. Losing a few late Hotian or peak Hotian martial artists was an acceptable loss. The reason that the Fire Axe squad chose this stronghold was because this enemy base was far too deep in their territory. When Lin Ming had been deciding where to go, this was also the reason that he went there. Thus, the 2 of them had decided the same way. The Demon Region squad captain should be at the middle Xiantian realm. He is a bit weaker than me, but as long as he wishes to escape, no one here can stop him. It's not realistic to kill him. However, he has an early Xiantian realm martial artist under him. If we take him as our main goal and catch this big fish, we'll be able to earn 1,000 military exploit points. The Wartime Alliance stated that killing a peak Hotian realm martial artist would earn 100 military exploit points, and killing a half-step Xiantian would earn 200 military exploit points. Killing an early Xiantian martial artist was 1,000 military exploit points. This illustrated just how great the disparity was between a Xiantian martial artist and a Hotian martial artist. On South Aurora Island, killing a Xiantian martial artist wasn't easy at all. 1,000 military exploit points. I can't wait. The bearded big fellow was immediately roused and began to crack his knuckles, making ka-ka-ka sounds. Of those that came to the South Sea battlefield, most were those that enjoyed the thrill of battle. Only Lin Ming was completely silent. He was simply speechless. This was going to be a wasted errand, but it wasn't as if he could open his mouth and tell everyone what he had done last night. It stood to reason that it was impossible for him to know something like this. All right, I've reported the operation details. If no one has any comments, we will set off 3 days from now. As Fire Axe spoke, a flame lit in front of him. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. As he heard the message, Fire Axe was stunned. What's the matter? Violet Rain asked, puzzled. Most of the time their captain was very calm. He rarely revealed expressions like this. Fire Axe ruefully smiled and shook his head. The operation is cancelled. What? The mission plan was rejected? No, it's that the Demon Region squad was already annihilated. They were annihilated? Violet Rain asked, bewildered. Yes, they've discovered 7 corpses. Some of them turned into puddles of blood. They should have been completely annihilated. It wasn't just that squad, but a nearby squad that had 6 people was also eliminated. Without a doubt, all of them were killed. The 2 squads should have been killed by the same squad. The manner of death is similar. Fire Axe couldn't even believe the words he said. If they encountered a powerful enemy and knew they couldn't win, some of them should have been able to escape. Unless the difference in strength was too great. For instance, a squad led by 2 or 3 late Xianxia realm masters might be able to accomplish this. Within the squads of South Aurora Island, there were only 2 squads that could continuously kill 2 squads of the South Sea Demon region, and not only kill them but completely annihilate them. However, these 2 squads had no need to hide their actions. Who did it? Nobody came to claim the military exploit points. Enchanting Shadow asked. Fire Axe shook his head. If someone came to collect the military exploit points, there wouldn't have been so many doubts. At this time, within the command center of the Wartime Alliance, an old man was holding the latest intelligence report, pondering something. This old man was responsible for the Alliance operations on South Aurora Island. In truth, those that were placed in charge weren't too strong. They were often limited by their talent, but they were rich in experience and knowledge, like this old man. Old Lou, any news from that strange investigation this morning? Calm voice sounded out. The one speaking was a middle-aged late Xiantian martial artist. Whoever it was only killed people, but didn't claim any military exploit points. He should probably be a master with some great background. Therefore he doesn't have any liking towards our rewards. Perhaps. Or maybe it is an extreme Xiantian master who was passing by and decided to help on a whim. The South Sea battlefield was vast and broad. If the medium-grade true essence stone vein deposit of South Aurora Island was placed within all the strategic locations of the South Sea battlefield, it wouldn't be considered too important. Whether it was Divine Phoenix Island or the South Sea Demon region, neither of them would place their main forces there. What I found strange is that from the information I received, the one who did this has a cultivation method that doesn't follow the orthodox path. Those demonic path martial artists that died all had their blood essence sucked dry. Oh, the middle-aged martial artist was a bit surprised. Could it be infighting? I can't say. Of the free martial artists of the Wartime Alliance, it isn't strange for any of them to practice cultivation methods of the demonic path. Within the South Horizon region, respect for cultivation methods had always been based on strength. Although demonic path cultivation methods were known as unorthodox means, there were still many sects that practiced them. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction practiced demonic path martial arts. They wouldn't do something as boring as moralizing on others. Of those sects that practiced demonic path cultivation methods, they were easily swayed by their emotions and would even be provoked to killing and exterminating others. No matter who it is, they are neither our friend nor our enemy. We will continue with the operation plan and see how the situation develops. 3 days later, Lin Ming accompanied the Fire Axe squad for the first time to battle. Including Captain Fire Axe, there were 9 people altogether. They rowed a small spirit boat into the spiritual forest, taking advantage of the cover of night. In the deep and boundless forest late at night, a small spirit boat seemed very common. During this mission, we are going to intercept and kill a South Sea Demon region convoy. It should happen sometime between midnight and dawn. As Fire Axe spoke, he also compared time. Ultimately, the reason for this war was to plunder resources. The two great resource sources of South Aurora Island were the true essence stone vein deposit as well as the spiritual forest. The South Sea Demon region attacked and occupied parts of South Aurora Island. Naturally, they would ship back the massive amount of resources that they stole. The Wartime Alliance obtained news that tonight there would be a squad picking the plants within the spiritual forest that was about to ship off everything they had accumulated. Fire Axe had received the mission to kill off this convoy. Is this news reliable? It should be reliable. It was delivered by Camo. The Camo that Fire Axe mentioned was an inside spy that the Wartime Alliance had snuck into the South Sea Demon region. Camo was only a codename. Besides the top-level characters of the Wartime Alliance, nobody knew just who this Camo character was, or even if he was human or someone from the South Sea Demon region. Of course, there were inevitably spies of the South Sea Demon region within the Wartime Alliance. In a war, intelligence work was extremely important. Otherwise, squads would be blind. On such a big mass of land like South Aurora Island, it would simply be impossible to track the movements of the enemy. We'll arrive soon. When we go down, don't attract any attention. Fire Axe said. Okay. The one responsible for driving the spirit boat was Cool Foam. He operated the spirit boat to descend, and they quickly made their way into the forest. Lin Ming was standing near a window. As he saw the spiritual forest at night, he was unable to help gasping. This forest? Too big. Lin Ming meant that the plants within the spiritual forest were too big, not the area itself. The trees grew to a terrifying degree. A single tree would take dozens if not hundreds of people to surround it, and shot up thousands of feet, piercing into the sky. The branches and leaves that spread out were like a mini-city in the air. The thinnest branches were as thick as a water barrel, and the leaves were several feet wide. If a leaf was placed on water, it could even be used as a small raft. In this abnormally large forest, the 50-foot-wide spirit boat was like a fish in water as it cruised through, smartly making its way through. Whenever the ship encountered branches or leaves, Cool Foam would manipulate the spirit boat in a clever manner and move around any obstacles. One couldn't help but praise his refined driving skills. Wild Halberd, this is the first time you've been to the spiritual forest, so I'll give you a brief rundown of the situation. Fire Axe beckoned Lin Ming. Only a fifth of the spiritual forest is on land. The rest is on the sea. There are many high-grade vicious beasts here, even ones that are strong enough to compare to an extreme Xiantian realm martial artist. That's strong. Lin Ming was stunned. Naturally, he didn't fear an extreme Xiantian vicious beast, but a common squad simply wouldn't be able to resist such a monster. Haha, Brother Wild Halberd should feel relieved. There are only a few kinds of the strongest vicious beasts and we understand their behavior and habitat. Naturally, we have the means to avoid them. The bearded big fellow laughed as he spoke. He had assumed that Lin Ming had become nervous upon hearing that there were extreme Xiantian vicious beasts here. Lin Ming nodded. A vicious beast had limited intelligence. As long as they could figure out its habits, it was truly easy to avoid them. That's right, if we really meet a top-grade vicious beast, our squad can only escape into the wilderness. Let alone us, even if the demon region's big three encountered then, it would be a very tricky situation. Fire Axe smiled as he spoke. There should be around 7 or 8 South Sea Demon region squads stationed in the spiritual forest. However, they are very far from each other. As long as we can settle the battle quickly, we won't be surrounded. Within the South Sea battlefield, the reason that small squads were the combat units instead of large-scale armies was for the sole purpose of plundering resources. Squads could be like locusts. They were able to spread out and quickly gather resources. As for large armies, they would only be used to attack and capture a sect's supreme stronghold. However, this didn't make sense for the Wartime Alliance. What martial artists wanted were resources, not territory. A sect consumed resources at an astonishing rate. Even a small sect like the 7 Profound Valleys had over 100 Xiantian realm martial artists, much less a 5th-grade sect like the South Sea Demon region. Not just that, but the South Sea Demon region had many smaller sects under them. If these were all added together, they were a massive force. With so many martial artists depending on resources from deep within the South Sea, naturally these resources would become stretched. That was why there were so many combat squads distributed throughout South Aurora Island. Any elite squad would have a Xianxia master as its core. A Xianxia master was absolutely the main force of this great war. Although a revolving core master was formidable, they were extremely limited in number. They could only fight in a decisive battle. Normally, they would just play a deterring role by frightening others. As they approached the location of their mission, the spirit boat began to slow down. Cool Foam released his sense and began to investigate the surroundings. A martial artist with a formidable perception was utterly important to a squad. They were that squad's eyes and ears. If their perception was inferior to the enemies, they would be discovered first and thus attacked first. If they were ambushed, they would fall into the weaker, passive role, and this was likely to directly lead to defeat. Captain, there shouldn't be any ambushes nearby. With South Aurora Island, every mission carried a chance that there would be an ambush. However, the Fire Axe squad was an elite squad with outstanding members. They would rarely be ambushed, and even if they were, they had the capability to deal with it. As the spirit boat touched the ground, Cool Foam was the first to jump off the spirit boat, carefully investigating his surroundings to see if anything was strange. Lin Ming was displaying his usual demeanor. However, the truth was that he had already felt a formidable energy fluctuation several miles away. Judging from this energy, they were without a doubt South Sea Demon Region martial artists. It was possible that they were the Demon Region squad described in the intelligence report, and the ones shipping the raw medicinal materials. In the dark forest, over a dozen manic wolves the size of calves were patrolling back and forth, their green eyes shining in the dark. Every now and then they would issue out a low roar, causing those that heard it to feel as if their hearts stopped. Within this group of hungry wolves, there were 8 black-armored martial artists holding spears. In front of them, there were a couple dozen youths with medicine baskets fixed on their backs. After digging up the medicinal plants, it was best to place them in the medicine basket in order to preserve the maximum degree of medicinal potency. If these plants were placed in a spatial ring, they would soon die. The mini-dimension within a spatial ring could not hold life. These medicinal plants had just been discovered a few days ago. Although they hadn't yet fully matured and reached their maximum effect, no one would care about these things in a war. If they didn't pick it themselves, that meant that it would be left in enemy hands. Faster, go faster! The leader among these 8 black-armored soldiers loudly shouted. These young boys and girls that picked medicine were slaves from the South Sea Demon region. Most of them were at the first or second stage of body transformation. They were strong enough to withstand the heavy and grueling physical labor required, but were weak enough that they had no power to resist. They were the ideal slaves. After being yelled at by a black-armored soldier, these boy and girls lowered their heads and increased their efforts to collect herbs. They feared that they would be punished if they didn't gather enough. As a black-armored man saw the slaves' medicine baskets growing heavy, he smiled and said, "Big brother, we've really hit it big this time. There are many more medicinal herbs than we expected. Once we return, we'll receive a great number of military exploit points. Not just that, but us brothers will also be able to keep a bit. When that happens, Big Brother's status will surely rise within the family clan. Yeah, we've already been in this bird shit land for half a year. Finally, we'll be able to accomplish something. When we head back, I can't wait to see just what those old fool elders' expressions will be like." The several black-armored men enthusiastically spoke. They were from a third-grade martial family clan that was subordinate to the South Sea Demon region. The South Sea Demon region covered countless large and small islands, and there were even many strange and foreign races within them. There were dozens of third-grade sects and martial families, and some of those third-grade sects were formidable to the point that they surpassed even Peacock Mountain and came close to becoming fourth-grade sects. In this great war between the South Sea Demon region and Divine Phoenix Island, the larger the scale of the opponents, the greater the scope involved. All of these small sects under the South Sea Demon region participated in order to grab a share of the spoils. This also meant that more and more Xiantian martial artists came to the South Sea battlefield. A massive number of squads were formed for this war, and some of them weren't even part of either side. They were fully private and voluntary squads that were created to seek fortune in the chaos of war. For these most basic martial artists, even picking up the junk left behind by powerhouses was enough for them to live for several years. In the dense, dark jungle, when the Demon Region martial artists squad was about 7 or 8 miles away, Cool Foam suddenly stopped. I found them. There are around 7 to 10 powerhouses and also some weak life fluctuations. Those should be the herb gatherers. Normally, the person in the squad with the best perception was also the strongest. However, the Fire Axe squad was an exception. Cool Foam was very talented in this aspect, and as for Fire Axe, although he was strong, his perception was his greatest weakness. Good job. Let's get ready to ambush them. Violet Rain, you and me will hold back the Xianxia masters. As for everyone else, concentrate your efforts on finishing off the P12 martial artists. We'll follow the same plan as we've done before. Wild Halberd, this is your first time coming to the battlefield with us, so you don't need to be in front. Just wait for a good opportunity to attack. Fire Axe glanced at Lin Ming as he spoke. Normally, the new recruit would inevitably be nervous during his first foray on the battlefield, and it would lead to abnormal reactions. Even if they were a veteran of war, they would still be a burden due to this. This time he would allow Lin Ming to adapt to the situation. No one expected that he would be able to accomplish much. Haha. No need to be nervous. It's all right. Since it's your first time on the battlefield, let's compare our strength. The bearded big fellow laughed as he patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Lin Ming smiled. Okay. Everyone prepare for battle. As Fire Axe issued his order, everyone else extracted their weapons. Go! Whoosh! 9 people ran out. Under the full speed impact of a master's speed, this wasn't a long distance at all. The enemy is here. The leader among the 8 black-armored soldiers turned around, his complexion changing. Prepare to meet them! Cha-cha-cha. 8 spears pointed towards the Fire Axe squad together. But at this point, Captain Fire Axe had already reached the front. Mountain-splitting axe. Bang! A red inferno burst forth like a volcanic eruption. Fire Axe's axe chopped down, his strength exploding to the limit. This was Fire Axe's way of fighting. Lacking finesse, but sweeping away all opposition with absolute strength. Clang! The captain of the black-armored soldiers crossed his spear to block Fire Axe's strike. However, Fire Axe's attack was too strong. The powerful impact forced the black-armored soldier to take a step back, directly miring his feet in the ground. Die! Fire Axe chopped down with his axe again. The black-armored martial artist waved his lance to fight again, but he was sent flying backwards dozens of feet. At this time, Dark Sword, Violet Rain, and the rest of them were all locked in battle. Dark Sword was the 3rd Xianxia realm martial artist of the Fire Axe squad. His cultivation was at the most early Xianxia realm, and the weapon he wielded was a dark steel heavy sword. As for Violet Rain, she didn't use any weapon, but her hands flashed with purple thunder. Her entire body was wrapped in glittering electric lights. With just a touch, a black-armored soldier was paralyzed. The power of thunder entered into his meridians, wreaking absolute havoc. Violet Rain's palm thrust towards the spot between the enemy's eyebrows. Woman, I am your opponent. With a thick murderous intent flowing out from him, a black-armored martial artist thrust his spear towards Violet Rain's chest, forcing her to take several steps back. The one who attacked her was another Xianxia master of this Demon Region squad. The black-armored squad had 2 Xianxia martial artists, one less than the Fire Axe squad. Because of this, no one was able to stop Dark Sword. Ah! With a miserable scream, the weakest black-armored soldier's stomach was pierced by a jet-black sword. The sword twisted, shattering his dantian. He died right on the spot. Of the 8 black-armored soldiers, one of them had died to a sneak attack, and now there were only 7 left. But the Fire Axe squad had 9 people, and they also had an extra Xianxia master. The disparity in their combat strength was already obvious. The Fire Axe squad's bearded big fellow and the rest had already anticipated this and stepped in front of black-armored soldiers, blocking their escape. Even if they couldn't kill all of them, they would at least kill half. You really think that we are fish on the chopping block? The captain of the black-armored soldiers wiped the blood from his lips and savagely smiled. He didn't seem to care that they was ambushed by others. Since he was carrying out missions on South Aurora Island, he knew that every moment there was one more moment on the precipice of life and death. At any moment it was possible that they would be surrounded and ambushed. Every soldier had to be ready to fight at all times and also know that death could come for them at any time. Mice of the Wartime Alliance, since you've come today, you won't be leaving. The black-armored captain swiped his spatial ring and 2 large wooden boxes appeared. These were actually 2 coffins. As the coffins hit the ground, they began to violently tremble. There was grating sounds coming from within, as if zombie corpses were scratching at the coffin lids with their nails. Zombie guards. Fire Axe's complexion changed. Within the cultivation methods of the demonic path, refining the corpses of the dead into a zombie guard was an extremely notorious one. You will all die here today. The black-armored soldier's face flashed with a mad grin. The coffin lid began to shake more and more. 2 groups of black fog rose from the coffins, forming into 2 thin ghost claws. These claws were completely black and were sharp like sabers. The hands were full of bone spurs, and between the spurs were boiling pustules. After the ghost claws extended, they suddenly turned and ripped open the lid of the coffins. 2 zombie guards stiffly stood up from the coffins, their bodies covered in bubbling pustules and bone spurs. As their withered eyes opened, they revealed 2 scarlet eyes. In the middle of the night, they were especially vivid. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he saw these 2 zombie guards, so that's how it is. The 7 Profound Valleys puppet faction's corpse puppets are in reality a demonic path cultivation method used to make zombie guards. Refining a corpse into a puppet was in truth creating a zombie guard. Magoo Buyu had even transformed a part of his body into that of a zombie guard. No wonder Magoo Buyu had grown up into such a creepy mummy-like appearance. Peak of early Xianxia zombie guards. Fire Axe's complexion sank. At this moment, the number of enemy Xianxia masters now outnumbered them by 1. Violet Rain, you handle the zombie guards. Your power of thunder is best at suppressing the dead. Although the current battle had flipped around, Fire Axe was still calm. Wild Halberd, you're also a thunder attribute martial artist. Support her from a distance, and do not approach. Fire Axe darkly sighed in his heart. To think that his first battle would be so fierce. This is truly a brutal test for Wild Halberd. Whether or not he can persist is difficult to say. Let's go! Fire Axe loudly shouted and grasped his axe as he rushed over to the black-armored captain. His entire body's true essence was revolving to the limit. If he could kill this enemy captain, the battle was as good as won. Hong hong hong. Fire Axe and the black-armored martial artist fiercely battled. Fire Axe was a bit stronger, but to defeat his opponent in a short period of time was impossible. Violet Rain's exquisite eyebrows pressed together. She said to Lin Ming in a low voice, "Follow close to me. Do not leave my electrical net of protection. Otherwise, I won't be able to distract myself and save you." As Violet Rain spoke, she shot towards the 2 zombie guards. The purple electrical network around her expanded, becoming wider and allowing Lin Ming to move around. Lin Ming steadily followed. Although he had only known these people for a few short days, these fellow squad members had been very good to him. As for the other Fire Axe squad members, they were all engaged in fierce combat with the other black-armored soldiers. Dark Sword was facing the other black-armored Xiantian martial artist. Although he was a bit weaker, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. As for the others, they were almost equally matched. But the greatest pressure was on Violet Rain. Because the black-armored squad now had 1 more Xiantian realm master, she had to face 2 enemies in order to protect the squad behind her. Even though the power of thunder had a great effect on restraining the corpse energy, going 1 against 2 was still going to be extremely tricky. In front of Lin Ming, Violet Rain took out a blue soft sword. As purple arcs of electricity sparkled on the blue sword, it was like bright flowers blooming at night. Chi! Violet Rain's sword cut down on a zombie guard's claw. The power of thunder ignited the corpse, causing faint traces of black smoke to appear. Violet Rain frowned. She couldn't cut through. The early Xiantian realm zombie guard had been fused with tough metals from top to bottom. Its body was comparable to a treasure. Although Violet Rain's power of thunder was able to burn away the corpse energy around the zombie guard, destroying it was another matter altogether. Rah! The zombie guard issued a hoarse growl and was forced back by Violet Rain. Another zombie guard rushed forward at Violet Rain, its chilling claws grasping towards her chest. Violet Rain gave a loud shout and purple lightning erupted around her body. It concentrated on the top of her long sword, manifesting into a large blue bird. Thunder Shock Sword. The 3-foot-long soft sword carried the blue bird as it chopped down on the zombie guard. The zombie guard was enveloped by the blue bird, causing blue flames to erupt all over its body. It fiercely trembled, and then was sent flying back by the shaking. But at this moment, the other zombie guard had already rushed in front of Violet Rain. The nails of its black claw were over a foot long and emitted a sickening black light. Once she was grabbed, it would create 5 bloody holes. Violet Rain's complexion changed. She didn't have time to draw back her sword and defend against this attack. She could only use her foot to kick away the zombie guard. Flesh and blood against a zombie guard's claw. Once they collided, Violet Rain would inevitably be injured. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped. He flicked his finger and 2 small arcs of purple electricity instantly shot into the zombie guard's eyes. Lin Ming was deliberately restraining his power. But even so, the power of thunder that contained the will of the divine demon Thunder Soul was not something that the frail zombie guard's eyes could resist. The zombie guard shook, and it suddenly slowed down. But at this moment, Violet Rain had enough time to heavily smash her foot into the zombie guard's face, directly kicking it away. Bang! Violet Rain's kick sent the zombie guard flying away. With some disbelief, she turned around to look at Lin Ming in surprise. Violet Rain was extremely sensitive to thunder energy changes. A moment ago, it was clearly this youth's lightning strike that had delayed the zombie guard's attack. This thunder attack wasn't strong. It had only been 1/10 of the power of thunder that she had released. But even though the power of thunder was weak, it was unusually concentrated and sharp. Once it was shot into the zombie guard's eyes, it was able to completely disrupt its attack. To have such precise control and accurate judgment on the battlefield, Violet Rain couldn't believe it. Was this really a new recruit? Wild Halberd, Violet Rain didn't know what to say at this time. Senior apprentice Sister Violet Rain, they come. Lin Ming coolly said. The power he had displayed just a moment ago wasn't strong. It was just that the utilization was clever. It wasn't enough to arouse any suspicious. Violet Rain clenched her teeth and suppressed any questions she had. She turned round to meet the 2 zombie guards. Of the 2 zombie guards, one had been struck hard by Violet Rain and the other one's eyes had been injured by Lin Ming. However, neither of them had suffered any great losses. As Lin Ming saw Violet Rain courageously rush up to meet the 2 zombie guards, he sighed. In the end, Violet Rain was only from a small sect. The grade of the Thunder Soul she had absorbed was low. Because of this, her attack power was also low. Even if Lin Ming created a good opportunity for her to attack, Violet Rain wouldn't be able to cause heavy damage to the 2 zombie guards. This fight couldn't drag on for too long. Lin Ming had to find an opening. Otherwise, the Fire Axe Squad members might have casualties. These past few days, the Fire Axe Squad had been very kind to Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't want any of them to fall here. Xiao! Xiao! Violet Rain slashed out twice in a row. Because she was inspired by Lin Ming, this time she chose to target the zombie guard's eyes. However, this wasn't as simple as Violet Rain thought it would be. The electricity that shot into the zombie guard's eyes injured it, but it still mercilessly attacked Violet Rain as before. In fact, zombie guards didn't rely on their eyes to sense the enemy. They used their perception to feel the enemy's life force. Even if they didn't have eyes, they would still be able to determine the exact location of their enemies. Violet Rain and the zombie guard attacked each other twice, and she was forced back several times. She began to feel some panic in her heart. What Lin Ming had done a moment ago seemed simple, but now that she tried it herself, how was the result like this? Lin Ming said, Senior Apprentice Sister Violet Rain, I will infuse the power of thunder into your body and coordinate with you. It may have a good effect. There was no other way. Violet Rain's attack power was simply too low. If the battle dragged on, she would be killed by the zombie guards after a war of attrition. Lin Ming could use this method in order to increase Violet Rain's attack power. All right, assist me. Violet Rain deeply looked at Lin Ming. She had already recognized that this little junior apprentice brother of hers was not simple at all. As Violet Rain flicked the sword in her hands, the electric net around her suddenly contracted, now only protecting her own body instead of also covering Lin Ming. Violet Rain understood now that Lin Ming probably didn't need the electrical net to protect himself. What she had done was purely superfluous. If she gathered the power of thunder closer to her, she would be able to increase her attack power by a bit. Roar! The two zombie guards rushed towards Violet Rain at the same time. After several exchanges of blows, their bodies were already burnt black. Even though nearly all their corpse energy was burnt away, their bodies were still as hard as a treasure, and they were fundamentally undamaged. Thunder Shock Sword. A dazzling blue bird manifested atop Violet Rain's longsword again. At the same time, Lin Ming pressed his hand against Violet Rain's back. Power of thunder that contained the will of the purple flood dragon divine thunder began to continuously flow into Violet Rain's body. Although Lin Ming was suppressing his strength and he only poured a very small amount of power of thunder into Violet Rain's body, in terms of purity, it was far above what Violet Rain's low-grade Thunder Soul could compare with. If Violet Rain's power of thunder was a sword, then the bit of power of thunder that Lin Ming had poured into her was like covering her dull blade with the sharpest steel. In that instant, as Violet Rain released the blue bird, it seemed to have a soul of its own as it let out a shrill cry. The first zombie guard was struck by the blue bird and the blue bird directly tore through its body. Zzz. Arcs of lightning danced. The zombie guard began to violently twitch. The area of its stomach, which the blue bird had passed through, began to wither away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ca. Violet Rain slashed backwards with her sword, her slash sending the zombie guard flying backwards. Blue smoke began to issue from the zombie guard's body. She won. Violet Rain was shocked. In that instant, she had been able to feel the purity of Lin Ming's power of thunder. That was absolutely not something that someone from a small sect could have. Was Lin Ming a martial artist from a large sect coming out for adventure? Violet Rain wasn't able to indulge herself in daydreams in the chaos of battle. Although the first zombie guard had been severely damaged and could no longer fight, the second zombie guard had already rushed over to Violet Rain. Violet Rain had just used the Thunder Shock Sword a moment ago. She wouldn't be able to use it again so quickly. She released purple arcs of lightning from her body, trapping the zombie guard in an electric cage. During this open time, Lin Ming glanced over the situation of everyone else fighting. There were 7 black-armored soldiers against 9 members of the Fire Axe Squad. Besides Lin Ming and Violet Rain fighting against the 2 zombie guards, there was enough for a one-on-one for everyone. Fire Axe was suppressing the enemy leader, and although Dark Sword was a bit weaker, he wasn't in any danger. However, as Lin Ming saw Green Tree, Green Forest, and Cool Foam, his eyebrows furrowed together. These 3 were specialized martial artists. Their true combat strength was relatively weak. In just a few moves, they were already in danger. Damn! These fellows are really tough. A saber forced a black-armored martial artist back. The bearded big fellow was running out of breath. The armor of these Demon Region fellows was made out of some unknown material. They had high defensive capabilities and were able to resist his saber energy. Big Beard, hurry and finish your opponent so you can help Cool Foam. That boy won't be able to last much longer. Enchanting Shadow's true essence sound transmission sounded out near the bearded big fellow's ears. The bearded big fellow looked over at Cool Foam. After exchanging several moves with his opponent, his face was already pale. He was apparently being shaken by his opponent's true essence. If this continued, Cool Foam wouldn't be able to last much longer. The bearded big fellow clenched his teeth and gave a loud shout. The muscles all over his body bulged out, and the thick saber in his hands seemed especially epic at this moment. Obviously, he had used some sort of secret skill at this time. Die! The bearded big fellow forced back his black-armored opponent and shot towards where Green Tree, Green Forest, and Cool Foam were. Green Tree, Green Forest, Cool Foam. Run to me. Ping, ping, ping. His great saber struck against the enemy spears and sparks scattered everywhere. The bearded big fellow was releasing an unusually overwhelming amount of power. With just his strength, he was able to share the burden of Green Tree, Green Forest, and Cool Foam. The 3 black-armored martial artists simultaneously retreated. Humph! He's looking for death. Does he think he's invincible just because he's turned crazy? Since this fellow wants to die so badly, let's concentrate our attacks and kill him first. Kill! 3 spears thrust towards the bearded big fellow at the same time. These 3 black-armored martial artists were battle-hardened masters that were experienced on the field. Their spears were like cunning snakes. As the bearded big fellow chopped down, 2 spears were aimed towards his heart and another towards his dantian. Be careful, Green Tree shouted out. At this time, he didn't have much combat strength left. Fuck off to your grandma. The bearded big fellow crossed his saber horizontally, took a step forwards, and slashed out at 2 black-armored martial artists. Big Beard. Cool Foam's complexion changed. His perception was the most sensitive here. In that split second, he was able to instantly judge that Big Beard's saber strike absolutely wouldn't be able to block the simultaneous attacks of both black-armored martial artists. This situation naturally fell into Lin Ming's eyes. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and 2 black swirling vortexes appeared in the depths of his pupils. Samsara martial intent. Bang! A chaotic tsunami of thoughts and scenes appeared within the spiritual seas of the 2 black-armored martial artists. Their minds shook, and their eyes glazed over, losing all focus. Die! The bearded big fellow slashed out with his saber. His saber slid past the spears and directly beheaded both black-armored martial artists. Pooh! Pooh! 2 heads soared through the air, and columns of blood erupted like fountains. 2 of the black-armored martial artists actually had their heads severed by the bearded big fellow in a single strike. Green Tree and Green Forest were shocked. Even the bearded big fellow appeared in complete disbelief as he blankly stood there and stared at the saber in his hands. Although he was a bit sloppy and rough, that didn't mean that he couldn't tell the difference between his attacks and his enemies. In that moment, the saber attack had exhausted most of his strength, and he realized he should have been in a dangerous situation clashing against 2 spears like that. How could this have happened? This is what happened? The bearded big fellow mumbled. It seemed as if the 2 opponents had deliberately let him attack. As for Cool Foam, he was looking a bit thoughtful after seeing the expressions of the 2 black-armored martial artists before they had died. If a person's neck was quickly cut off by a saber, their expression should retain a fright and unwillingness. However, those 2 had dulled, glazed eyes, and their expressions were slackened. It didn't seem as if they were terrified of the bearded big fellow's saber slicing off their heads at all. What happened here? Could it be that the devil arts they cultivated backfired at this critical moment? That was just too much of a coincidence. Holy shit! Did this father's crazy attack level up? The bearded fellow couldn't figure out a reason, so he attributed it to this. Whatever. I'll kill off the rest of these damn turtles first before I figure it out. The bearded big fellow flourished his large saber and entered the fray again. Oh! In this fierce battle, the black-armored captain occasionally released his sense to determine the general situation. At this moment, he was completely shocked. 2 of his squad had died, and even a zombie guard had been ruined. How was this possible? His squad's combat strength was absolutely higher than the opponent's, and they even had an extra Xianxia master. How did they lose? How could they possibly lose? Should he give up everything and escape? With his strength, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to escape. But his men would not be able to do so. Another Xianxia master might be able to escape with him, but the rest would most assuredly die here. These people were all his direct subordinates. In the future, they would return to his family clan and help him contribute. Most of those here were future Xianxia masters. There was no need to mention the loss of his subordinates, but even the medicinal plants would all vanish. Even his military exploit points would be reduced. He was not willing. He had gone through countless life or death situations and suffered for half a year in the flames of war on South Aurora Island. How many times had he fought? He had done it all in order to exchange it for a chance to soar into the skies. How could things have come to this? Bang! A blazing electric light illuminated the night sky. The second zombie guard was also slain under Violet Rain's sword. Seeing this, the black-armored captain felt his heart go completely cold. He had to run, otherwise even he would die here. Split up and escape. As the black-armored captain shouted out this order with difficulty, he swept out his lance. knocking back an incoming axe and then turned around and ran. The other martial artists also turned tail and fled. How could the Fire Axe squad let them escape so easily? Enchanting Shadow, Big Beard, Dark Sword, and all the others immediately went all out in their attacks. Several black-armored martial artists were pressed down, unable to run. Chila. Violet Rain slashed out with her sword and purple thunder flashed in the dark, severely injuring a black-armored warrior. To take such heavy damage at this time meant that they could only wait there to die. Lin Ming also flung out a few arcs of electricity. 2 black-armored martial artists were struck by them, and their bodies went completely numb for a moment. The bearded big fellow laughed and said, "Wild halberd, well done." The heavy saber cut down and a head flew high. Damn! The black-armored captain's heart bled as he heard the miserable screams from behind. But there was nothing he could do. If he slowed his pace by even a bit, Fire Axe would catch up to him. Haha, how fun! The last peak Hoeon black-armored martial artist was killed by the joint effort of Enchanting Shadow and the bearded big fellow. The black-armored squad's last Xianxia martial artist was also exterminated by Dark Sword and Violet Rain's combined attack. Besides the captain, the entire black-armored squad had been completely wiped out. Fire Axe hadn't been able to block the black-armored captain from escaping. If he pursued too deep into the spiritual forest, he was bound to encounter some lurking danger. Record the military exploits and then we'll go. As Fire Axe issued his order, the bearded big fellow and the rest took out their military medals and began to record the military exploit points they would receive. What about these people? Enchanting Shadow pointed to the edge of the battlefield where a group of frightened slaves were trembling in fear. These slaves looked to be around 20 years old, and some even looked 14 or 15 years old. Whether it was the men or the women, they all had slender bodies and delicate features. Bring them with along. They are part of the forest fairy race. They've been slaves since birth. As Fire Axe said this, he sighed. A race that was born to be slaves was truly a sorrowful tale. Forest fairy? Lin Ming was a bit taken aback. After he left the Divine Phoenix province, Lin Ming became increasingly aware of just how vast and complex the Sky Spill continent was. They have some bloodline relationship to the Fae race. The Fae, whether it is men or women, are born extremely beautiful. After they were plundered by the South Sea Demon region and brought up in captivity, and their mindset is no different from slaves. Those with high talent are even used by others to practice their devil arts. Lin Ming felt his heart quiver in sympathy. To be reared like an animal in captivity. This fate was truly pitiful. Let's collect the medicinal herbs and board the spirit boat. It's best not to stay here too long. These medicinal herbs from the spiritual forest were naturally good materials. Of Karuz, they wouldn't leave it out here to rot. As they boarded the spirit boat, the bearded big fellow glanced at the 7 military medals as well as the piles of herbs. He heartily laughed and said, "Big brother, we've hit the jackpot this time. We've gotten a great harvest this time?" Fire Axe also couldn't conceal a happy smile. "Oh, I forgot to ask, since we were in a hurt, but our strength should have been inferior to them. Just how did you win?" Fire Axe had been completely concentrated on his fight with the enemy captain. In a battle between masters, diverting his attention even a bit meant a possible catastrophe. He simply wasn't able to notice anything else on the battlefield. Big Beard killed the most, ask him. Enchanting Shadow threw her hands up. From start to finish, she had only killed a single black-armored martial artist. Big Beard scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, I don't know. I chopped at them with my saber and they all died." Fire Axe frowned. How could this be possible? All of those black-armored martial artists had a very high combat strength. Violet Rain, how did you win? Fire Axe remembered that Violet Rain had killed 2 peak early Xiantian realm zombie guards by herself. Although it was well established that the power of thunder restrained corpses and ghosts, the suppressive effects shouldn't have been so great. Originally, Fire Axe would have been happy if Violet Rain was able to stall the 2 zombie guards for a moment. Well, this is all thanks to Wild Halberd. Violet Rain turned to smiled at Lin Ming. Wild Halberd first attacked the zombie guard's eyes to save me. Then he fused his power of thunder into my body to strengthen the power of my martial skill. Wild Halberd is definitely a genius from some large sect. His thunder soul is even better than mine. As Violet Rain spoke, everyone was startled. Wild Halberd's Thunder Soul was even stronger than Violet Rain's? Violet Rain's Thunder Soul was a high-grade human step Thunder Soul. If Lin Ming's was better, that meant that his Thunder Soul was at the peak of the high-grade human step level. Or perhaps it even approached the Earth step. A Thunder Soul was far more precious and valuable than a Flame Essence. If a martial artist didn't have a deep background, it was basically impossible for them to obtain this level of Thunder Soul. And even in a large sect or family clan, if one didn't have enough talent, then no one would waste such precious resources on them. So, there was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Ming was a top talent from a large sect or family clan. This sort of talent would absolutely have the combat strength of a half-step Xiantian martial artist at just the late Hotian realm. He could even protect himself in front of a Xiantian master. Thinking of this, everyone began to look towards Lin Ming with eagerness in their eyes. In this brutal and violent war, if a strong new companion was added to their squad, that meant that their chances of surviving would be that much higher. And from the looks of it, Lin Ming had great potential to grow. Wild Halberd, you must have participated in life or death battles before. Otherwise, there's no way you could be so calm. Your aim is even better than mine. Violet Rain was naturally referring to the two small bolts of lightning that Lin Ming had shot out to injure the zombie guard's eyes. This move appeared simple, but Violet Rain knew that it wasn't something she could accomplish in a similar situation. I've been in a few tight situations before. Haha, you should have said so earlier. You made me worry over you in vain. I thought that you were some new rookie that hadn't seen true battle yet. The bearded big fellow gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Normally, a martial artist trained in a sect would have a great deal of experience fighting. However, they would rarely have experienced true life or death struggles. In times of peace, there wouldn't be others at the same level that tried to kill them. Everyone returned to base in a jubilant and ecstatic mood. During this battle, they had obtained complete victory without losing anyone on their side. They also obtained a massive amount of military exploit points and precious herbs. However, what they didn't know was that the 7 black-armored martial artists that were killed by them were all arranged onto a list of names. This list of names passed through several hands and was finally delivered to an isolated island deep within the South Sea Demon region. Of course, this list was just a trivial one in a thick stack that just wasn't worth mentioning. Pa! A pair of long black fingernails came down with a heavy slap atop the stack of papers. In these past 10 days, within the South Horizon region, 5-element region, and us, there have been a total of 80 Xiantian martial artists and over 400 Hotian martial artists that have died. The owner of this hand was a handsome and middle-aged man. He had a feminine air whenever he spoke. If one just listened to this voice, it would be hard to tell whether this person was a man or a woman. What's the matter? You aren't satisfied with these figures? A lazy voice sounded out from in front of the feminine man. The one who spoke was an enchanting beauty that was reclining back in a relaxed posture. It wasn't known what material her clothes were made of, but she was tightly wrapped in shining, black leather. Her collar was exaggerated to outrageous proportions and stood up very high. The collar extended deeply all the way to the bottom of her stomach, revealing a good portion of her round and plump snow-white breasts, causing the imaginations of anyone who looked to run wild. At her throat hung a small red snake. If it weren't for the fact that it flicked out its tongue every now and then, it would really seem as if the small red snake was a necklace. This woman was the sovereign of the South Sea Demon region's western faction. Although she had a sexy and enchanting appeal, the truth was that she was immeasurably cruel and merciless. She could kill without batting an eye. This figure is indeed lacking, but we can also improvise still. After all, we aren't ready yet. Take your time, we aren't in a hurry. The enchanting woman laughed. Her laughter were as clear as silver bells ringing. You should hurry up the preparations. If things drag on, then that old bag Mu Fengxian might come here to see what the problem is. Humph, that Mu Fengxian is a mere first-order life destruction. Even if she knew what happened, there is nothing she can do. This past year she's paid every price to create alliances and make war preparations within the South Sea. She even organized the wartime alliance. It's as if she thinks my South Sea Demon region really cares about her little island's resources and women. Ho ho ha ha. The enchanting woman laughed in a salacious manner. Would you say that you aren't tempted by that proud pair within Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Chenyu and Mu Bingyun? Those two women, hey? The feminine man licked his lips. I really do want them. But it's not worth the price. Not just that, but their cultivation is too low. Once they broke through to the revolving core realm, plundering them and ravaging them will be much more interesting. But having said that, that old fool Mu Fengxian has been diligent in helping my prepare. All those martial artists who have joined the wartime alliance make the best fertilizer. Mu Fengxian isn't an idiot. Don't look down on her. Otherwise we will suffer a loss. If it weren't for the fact that the last time we entered the South Sea ancient mystic realm and obtained the ancient devil tome and the jade slip with the demon emperor's letter, then we would never know so many secrets. As the enchanting woman spoke to hear, the feminine man's expression sank. As she mentioned the ancient devil tome, the feminine man could not help but remember his disciple Xianxia. Xianxia was his personal disciple and also his great-grandson. After they had entered the ancient mystic realm and obtained the ancient devil tome and demon emperor's letter, the feminine man had immediately cultivated the ancient devil tome to the 3rd layer. After he had cultivated enough, he was just barely able to reproduce the 1st layer of the ancient devil tome so that Xianxia could practice it. The feminine man had a harem with over 3,000 beauties, and he was also over 1,000 years old. He had countless sons, grandsons, and an even greater amount of great-grandsons. However, Xianxia had been different from all of them. Xianxia had inherited the perfect giant demon bloodline. His talent was almost at the 8th grade, and he had an astonishingly high thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. He had cultivated the halberd arts within the ancient devil tome, and with just his early Hotian cultivation, he was able to compare to an early Xiantian master's combat strength. It could be said that he was the greatest talent that the South Sea demon region had seen for the last 500 years. The feminine man had personally taught Xianxia. He hoped to raise Xianxia into a divine sea supreme elder, and once again restore the majesty that the South Sea demon region had experienced 3,000 years ago. But delicate flowers grown in the greenhouse could not withstand the wind and rain. When Xianxia was 15, the feminine man had sent him out to adventure and experience the world. But Xianxia did not disappoint him. He had obtained the blood-extinguishing demon thunder by himself during his adventures, and his cultivation had broken through to the Hotian realm, further increasing his strength. But no one had expected that he would actually fall at the hands of a youth named Lin Ming. All of the efforts that the feminine man had spent for the last many years had been completely wasted. How could he not hate? 2 months later, at the edge of the spiritual forest, the South Sea demon region had just established a new stronghold here 10 days ago. The edge of the spiritual forest was a relatively safe location. The moon was bright in the sky, the stars shined, and in the forest, the sounds of conversation drifted through the trees. That damn blood demon, he really makes everyone uneasy. I don't know he is, but he's really messing with us. Every 3 or 4 days we have to change location. The one who spoke was a black-armored man who held a spear in his hands. This black armor and spear were common battlefield equipment given to soldiers of the South Sea demon region. The blood demon that the black-armored man spoke of was a mysterious killer that had haunted the South Sea demon region martial artists for the past few months. Everyone panicked at his name. This person was vicious, savage, and every time he killed someone he would suck out all of their blood essence. This was why he was given the name Blood Demon. Another black-armored martial artist shook his head and said, "There's nothing to complain about, this is simply what war is like. Our sides Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare are also the same. They've killed the South Horizon region martial artists to the point that they don't dare to show their faces. Now most of them have withdrawn to the Wartime Alliance headquarters and are too scared to even come out." Since the Blood Demon was so vicious, the big three of the South Sea demon region naturally wouldn't idly sit by and let this happen. They also killed a massive amount of Wartime Alliance soldiers. Although the Wartime Alliance had a great number of martial artists, it was a very mixed bag of quality. The majority were second-rank or third-rank soldiers. Compared to the big three South Sea demon region masters, they were just cannon fodder. I wonder how strong Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare are compared to that Blood Demon? Who knows? Blood Demon is extremely strong, and also very mysterious. In fact, no one knows if he's a single person or a squad. It would be nice if the sect could send a revolving core elder to South Aurora Island to clear up this Blood Demon. The black-armored martial artist said. The South Aurora battlefield couldn't be considered important. All it had was a medium-grade true essence stone vein deposit as well as a parcel of spiritual forest. South Aurora Island simply wasn't important to the war situation, and even if it was taken it wouldn't be much help, so why would a revolving core powerhouse come? Not just that, but finding this blood demon in so many thousands of miles was not an easy task. Hey, don't count on those revolving core elders to do anything. Who knows what those old men are doing? The battlefront has paused here at Blood Demon Island and South Aurora Island for almost half a year, and yet they haven't advanced in the least. If this continues, life will just be wasted on the battlefield. Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region are much smarter. They rarely use their disciples, and instead use the disciples of smaller sects as cannon fodder. The black-armored martial artist carelessly said, his tone filled with complaint and dissatisfaction. As he finished speaking, he dragged a forest fairy girl into a tent, and the sounds of ripped clothes and cries followed. The captain of the black-armored men frowned. Old Seven, stop messing around. If you want to play with women, then return to base. Hey, this is what I'm like. If I don't get to relax like this, then what's the point of living? And if the blood demon really comes, our squad won't be able to deal with him. Captain, your cultivation is at the late Xianxia realm, and in addition to our... As the man in the tent spoke to hear, his voice was cut off. Pa! A man's head rolled onto the ground, and blood gushed out from his body like a fountain, spraying all of the forest fairy girl's face. Ah! The young girl screamed in abject horror. Old Seven. The black-armored captain was shocked. He rushed into the tent and saw Old Seven's head roll over the ground like a rubber ball. His body was still stiff and his hands were still clutching the young girl's clothes as she trembled in fear. Ah! Ah! As the black-armored man rushed into the tent, he heard two pitiful screams from the outside. Two Peak Hotion Demon Region martial artists had also been murdered in cold blood. Damn! The black-armored man's entire body erupted with true essence. He flourished his spear and rushed out just in time to see the bodies of his two brothers burst open, and two bloody symbols fly out from their bodies. It was clear that these bloody symbols had ripped apart his brothers' bodies. Blood demon! The black-armored man's eyes were filled with a crazy light. Everyone below Xianxia, spread out. The black-armored man issued this command that he thought was wise. However, it had no meaning. As long as it was a Peak Hotion or half-step Xianxia martial artist, as long as they were struck by this blood symbol, it would be fatal. Their speed was in no way faster than this blood symbol. The blood symbols danced in the air and blood splattered. In just 2 breaths of time, nearly everyone below the Xianxia realm in his squad had perished. Big brother, he's over there. There was a shadow in the forest holding onto a nearly 10-foot-long halberd. As this shadow stood within the trees, half his face covered by darkness and the other half covered by the mercurial moonlight, he looked like a killing god. 12 blood-drinking seals flew back through the air, spinning around the edge of the halberd. These blood-drinking seals were in essence masses of energy and also the foundation on which all moves of the great desolate halberd art relied on. The stronger the blood-drinking seals, the mightier the great desolate halberd art would be. Not only did the great desolate halberd art contain skills, but also a cultivation method. Otherwise, if one was only skilled in moves, they would at most be able to defeat martial artists at the same level. Against the suppression of absolute strength, it would all be useless. Solely reaching the pinnacle of a style in halberd's arts couldn't be called top halberd arts. These 12 blood-drinking seals that revolved around his halberd were the end result after Lin Ming had spent 2 whole months refining them. In these 2 months, Lin Ming had rarely gone to battle with the Fire Axe Squad. To him, the Fire Axe Squad's main role was to provide information. Facing the sudden arrival of the blood demon, the black-armored man panicked and ran away in haste. He hadn't even noticed Lin Ming's cultivation. All he knew was that in just 2 short breaths of time, Lin Ming had annihilated every single martial artist below the Xianxia realm. This was a strength much greater than what he had imagined. He originally thought that with his late Xianxia realm cultivation and with the assistance of his squad, he would be able to resist the blood demon. But now, it seemed as if it was nothing more than wishful thinking. Separate and escape. As the black-armored captain shouted out an order, Lin Ming had already rushed forwards. All that was left over were 3 Xiantian masters. Lin Ming chose the weakest one, an early Xiantian realm master, Samsara martial intent. As the early Xiantian realm martial artist was about to run, he felt his spiritual sea tremble. Countless scenes and images chaotically surged in his mind, and he stood stopped in his tracks. The halberd swept out. A head flew high. At this time, a middle Xiantian martial artist had escaped about 50 steps away. Primeval halberd strike. Lin Ming wielded his halberd, and the 12 blood-drinking seals began to spin on the halberd blade, forming a swirling red vortex. All of the space around the blood-drinking seals began to warp. The Xiantian martial artist that was flying away felt as if an invisible force was pulling on his body, greatly reducing his speed. What was going on? The martial artist was frightened. The space around him became thick and viscous like tar. It was as if he was a fly caught in a spider's web. No matter how he tried to fly, he couldn't move quickly. Not only was it him, but the black-armored captain was the same. At this time, they could no longer afford to wonder what the reason was. A maddening murderous intent had already locked onto them. The middle Xiantian realm black-armored martial artist turned around to see Lin Ming's halberd thrusting towards him. The halberd was very slow. He wanted to raise his spear to block, but in that moment, the halberd seemed to pass through space, instantly appearing in front of the black-armored martial artist. Pooh! Blood sprayed into the air. The black-armored martial artist looked with utter disbelief at the halberd that was embedded into his chest. This chaotic speed that confused his mind seemed to be even crazier than the pain in his chest. How could this be? That was the black-armored martial artist's last thought as Lin Ming twisted the halberd in his hands, directly tearing apart the black-armored martial artist's heart. Second brother. The black-armored captain's eyes were red with rage. His body felt as if it were being suppressed by a sticky strength. He couldn't fly quickly, and could only watch in helplessness as his brother died in front of him. Go die! The black-armored captain knew that he couldn't escape. In his despair, he desperately pushed his true essence to the limit and swept his lance towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming moved his halberd to meet the attack. On the halberd blade, blood-drinking seals danced about. Pa! Spear and halberd intersected. The blood-drinking seals fell atop the spear. And in that moment, the black-armored captain felt like his spear was stuck in stone. He couldn't pull it back. Die! Lin Ming swept his halberd out. The black-armored captain screamed, threw away his spear and retreated. Whoosh! The blood-drinking seals floated off of the spear and attached themselves to the halberd. Lin Ming thrust his halberd and the black-armored captain felt the space around him tighten as if it were collapsing around him. He couldn't avoid this halberd strike. Ah! The black-armored captain gave a miserable cry. He punched at Lin Ming. But how could flesh and blood be as tough as a weapon? Not just that, but there were strange blood-drinking seals that were adhered onto Lin Ming's halberd. Pong! The black-armored captain's fists exploded into bloody messes. The halberd pierced through his head, directly extinguishing his life. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder shot out, submerging into the black-armored captain's body. It was silent for a few moments, and then the body of the black-armored captain suddenly shook. A fog of blood sprayed into the air, and then condensed into the 13th blood-drinking seal. At the same time, all the martial artists that Lin Ming had slaughtered had their blood essence sucked up by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder, turning into pure flows of energy that nourished the other 12 blood-drinking seals. As Lin Ming looked at this 13th blood-drinking seal that floated in air, he waved his hand and gathered all the blood-drinking seals. Now I'm stuck at the very early section of the great desolate halberd art. 13 blood-drinking seals is about my limit. If I create any more, I won't be able to control them. The lethality of the great desolate halberd art is much greater than the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. Otherwise, if I had to deal with so many enemies at the same time and they decided to run away, there's no way I would have been able to stop them all without the primeval halberd strike. The killing potential of the great desolate halberd art was much higher than the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. But that did not mean that the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle was worse than the great desolate halberd art. This was mainly because the Great Desolate Halberd art was inherently biased towards killing moves and styles. It wasn't particularly splendid in terms of increasing one's cultivation. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was mainly used to nourish the Dantian and make breakthroughs in cultivation. Skills such as Phoenix Wings Ascending Sky and 10,000 Flames Burning World were supplementary abilities. Both of them placed emphasis on different aspects. The most outstanding aspect of the Great Desolate Halberd art lies in its killing potential. When Lei Mubai had practiced the ancient Devil Tome, it had only been a minuscule portion of the Great Desolate Halberd art's cultivation method. In terms of cultivation method, the Great Desolate Halberd art is far inferior to the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. If I use the cultivation method of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, along with the killing techniques of the Great Desolate Halberd art, there are some places that don't really match. Lin Ming thought out loud. Although his cultivation method was top class, it was a bit complicated. There would inevitably be areas in which things didn't mesh well. However, Lin Ming didn't worry too much. The reason that he studied the Great Desolate Halberd art was solely because of its techniques. Once his techniques reached the extreme of perfection, it would become a law. For instance, when Lin Ming had used the primeval halberd strike as well as the move that made time spin around chaotically, those had both been similar to the use of laws. It was just that Lin Ming's perception and cultivation weren't high enough for him to comprehend the laws used. He could only rely on the energy of the blood-drinking seals to achieve an effect similar to laws. Even so, the power was absolutely amazing. If it wasn't for the Great Desolate Halberd art, Lin Ming would have at most been able to kill 2 Xiantian masters. Everyone else would have managed to run away. I don't know how much longer this war will last. I wonder how Miss Mu and Xingxuan are doing. As Lin Ming was thinking, he glanced at his intelligence jade slip and began to look for the next target. At an island 3,000 miles away from Divine Phoenix Island, Qin Xingxuan just happened to be sitting down on a cushion in a martial arts cultivation room. Fire origin energy swirled around her, forming a vortex with her in the center and steadily converging into her body. After her body was thoroughly quenched with 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence, Qin Xingxuan had gained the talent necessary to practice the more coarse sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. In addition, Qin Xingxuan was already a natural 6th-grade martial talent. Although her cultivation speed wasn't heaven-defyingly fast, she was still making new changes every day and her progress was extremely fast. In these few months, Qin Xingxuan's cultivation was nearing the middle pulse condensation period. This was mostly because Qin Xingxuan had just started to practice the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and it required that she slowly accumulate fire origin energy. If she had practiced for a longer time and at a higher realm, she would probably have made a breakthrough. Miss Qin, how are you feeling? Mu Qianyu was all smiles as she entered into the martial arts cultivation room. As she looked at the vortex of fire origin energy swirling around Qin Xingxuan, she had a very satisfied smile on her face. Although Qin Xingxuan's rank in Divine Phoenix Island was only the lowliest maid disciple, she actually had maids and servants serving her, and she didn't need to do any labor. The status of a maid disciple was only a title in order to reduce the pressure of public opinion on her. With Qin Xingxuan's status and talent, the fact that she had obtained 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence could easily arouse criticism from others. A drop of vermilion bird blood essence was indelibly related to a martial artist's lifespan and future. Who wouldn't be utterly jealous of Qin Xingxuan? Qin Xingxuan usually followed Mu Qianyu around, and all questions she had were personally answered by Mu Qianyu. She had servants taking care of her daily living needs, and her cultivation speed was at least 2 or 3 times faster than when she had been at the 7 profound valleys. Senior apprentice Sister Mu. As Qin Xingxuan saw Mu Qianyu enter, she immediately stood up. Although they had already been together for 2 months, she still felt a sense of restraint when facing Mu Qianyu. Miss Qin, Lin Ming has sent a letter. Mu Qianyu smiled. When the two met each other, they would always maintain a respectful manner. Ah! Qin Xingxuan called out in surprise, a light fluttering feeling of happiness in her heart. Mu Qianyu laughed and then took out a paper letter from her spatial ring, handing it over to Qin Xingxuan. In these past 2 months, Lin Ming would always send out 3 letters at a time. He would send one to Mu Yuhuang, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan. Although Qin Xingxuan's letter only contained trivial musings and some other matters, the content of the letter was unimportant. Qin Xingxuan mainly wanted to know that Lin Ming was safe. As the days passed by, Lin Ming killed more and more demon region martial artists. His cultivation was still at the late Hotian realm, but his combat strength had risen by leaps and bounds. He still had 13 blood-drinking seals, but they were even more vivid and vibrant and even more lethal. As Lin Ming killed more people, the name of Blood Demon began to sound like thunder within the ears of those on South Aurora Island. His spotlight was even brighter than the Demon Region's Big Three. Normally, when the Demon Region's Big Three killed squads, there would be a few survivors. With 3 to 5 Xiantian masters escaping in separating directions, it was difficult to kill them all. However, no one escaped the Blood Demon. There were simply no witnesses. To be attacked by the Blood Demon meant utter and total annihilation. There had even been one occasion when 2 Demon Region squads had joined together. Although they weren't considered top squads, there were still 15 martial artists in total, including 5 Xiantian masters, 1 middle Xiantian master, and 4 early Xiantian masters. But even with a squad of this size, after encountered the Blood Demon, they were all killed. Not a single one had managed to escape. After this news spread out, all of South Aurora's martial artists were shocked. 15 martial artists killed and all of their blood essence sucked dry. There were even many of them that had been killed 1,000 steps away. Obviously, they had all been prepared to escape. However, what was most horrifying was that all 5 Xiantian masters had escaped in separate directions, but they were still all killed. What sort of strength was necessary to achieve this? Even with 5 Xiantian masters combined together, they still couldn't survive. Besides the squads of the Demon Region's Big Three, what other squad had confidence they would be able to survive the terror of the Blood Demon? After that, the Demon Region martial artists rarely went past 100 miles outside of their headquarters. The deterring effect of the Blood Demon was actually greater than all of the squads of the Wartime Alliance combined. This sounded like an exaggeration, but it was the truth. In this month, there were more Demon Region martial artists that died at the hands of the Blood Demon than at the combined hands of every other martial artist within the Wartime Alliance squads. It had to be known that during an encounter, although the battle would be fierce, not many people would actually die. If half of them died, that would be considered an extremely fierce life or death fight. But once a squad encountered the Blood Demon, that was certain annihilation. There wasn't even a chance to escape. This just made people despair too much. This also caused the squads of the South Sea Demon region to not even have the courage to bring up the Blood Demon's name. Oh! It was deep into the night. In a hidden cave within South Aurora Island's spiritual forest, Lin Ming had quietly snuck in. As soon as he was there, he grabbed a handful of spatial rings from his pocket. With just a thought, everything within these spatial rings poured out. Because of the war, these Demon Region martial artists were extremely wealthy. Of course, these were all treasures of ordinary Xiantian masters. Lin Ming wasn't particularly attracted to many of these things. However, a little made a lot. If everything was exchanged into true essence stones, it would be a massive fortune. Although Lin Ming didn't use true essence stones now, he never knew when he would need to in the future. If he saved up some money now, it would help avoid any complications in the future. Around 3,000 medium-grade true essence stones and a massive number of treasures and pills. Most of these are ghost streamers, demon runes, blood treasures, and so forth. These things are mostly used by martial artists of the demonic path. They aren't that useful to me. Lin Ming practiced the great desolate halberd art, and it required him to gather and refine fresh blood essence. All of these treasures and objects that had stored blood essence for a long time were simply useless to him. Lin Ming casually and quickly divided everything. True essence stones were placed in one ring, valuables in another, and objects that weren't worth much in yet another. After Lin Ming gathered everything back up again, he launched his movement technique and returned to base. Wild halberd. You went out to practice again, haha? The bearded big fellow happily greeted. If he greeted anyone else on the squad, he would always joke around and give them a lesson that actual combat was better than cultivating and other nonsense. However, he usually never said these things to Lin Ming. In these past months, Lin Ming's strength had become obvious to everyone. It wasn't just that one time in the spiritual forest, but every time that Lin Ming would go to battle with the Fire Axe Squad, he would have spectacular and outstanding performance. In fact, there had been a time that if it wasn't for the timely actions of Lin Ming, Enchanting Shadow and the bearded big fellow would have already had their heads chopped off. Whether it was individual combat prowess or insight on the battlefield, Lin Ming was at the top of the class. Everyone was naturally happy to have such a great member on their squad. Unfortunately, Lin Ming didn't have much time or opportunities to do much else with the squad. He was always out practicing his martial arts by himself. Captain, I think that Wild Halberd's true strength is much more awesome, the bearded big fellow loudly said as he drank a large cup of wine and poured himself another. Wild Halberd's true strength is very deep and profound. He should be able to defeat an early Xiantian master by himself. In fact, he might even be stronger than Violet Rain. But Wild Halberd likes to remain low-key. You just have to see how he did on his original strength test to know. He had only gotten a bit more than 100,000 points, just enough to reach the standard for a first-class soldier. He should be a direct disciple of some large sect, or even the last disciple of some high master. He isn't really interested in whatever can be exchanged with military exploit points. Haha, mentioning no interest in military exploit points, I wonder which master that blood demon is. In these recent days he has killed countless demon region martial artists. The military exploit points he would have accumulated would be terrifying. South Aurora Island's demon region martial artists won't even show their faces because they are scared of being killed by him. Blood Demon should be an extreme Xiantian genius from a sect. A revolving core master wouldn't do something so frivolous. I think so too. Even though Lin Ming and the existence known as the Blood Demon had appeared on South Aurora Island at nearly the same time, nobody ever expected that Lin Ming was the Blood Demon. Lin Ming's cultivation was true. How could Fire Axe or anyone else believe that a late Hotian martial artist would have such abnormal combat strength like the Blood Demon? At this time at the South Sea Demon Region's stronghold, a martial artist that was as skinny as a corpse was holding a wine glass in his hands. The cup was filled with a thick and bright red liquid that emanated a bloody energy. This liquid was shockingly actually blood. In front of the skinny martial artist sat a man with pale skin. This pale-skinned man's eyes were closed. Many martial artists have already left South Aurora Island. The existence of the Blood Demon had already made the situation untenable. It is simply unprofitable to stay there. Because of Lin Ming, many martial artist squads didn't dare to go out alone. Naturally, this meant that less and less were willing. As the skinny martial artist emptied the glass of blood, he licked his lips and said, "I'd like to meet this Blood Demon. It's just that this fellow seems intent on avoiding us. Otherwise, there is no way he would have been able to avoid our intelligence. If he has the guts, he would have come for us sooner. In other words, he is afraid of us. He might not be afraid of us, but rather afraid that he won't be able to kill us all. Have you found that whenever the Blood Demon moves, he won't leave any witnesses? It's as if he has some secret that he's scared of being discovered. He has some secret he's afraid others will discover?" The skinny martial artist's heart stirred. That Blood Demon probably has an extreme Xiantian cultivation, around the same as you, me, and Nightmare. If he wants to kill us, it will be too difficult. If we want to kill him, it won't be easy either. I discovered that whenever the Blood Demon killed others, he would suck dry their blood essence. Most likely he is cultivating some sort of devil art. I even think he might be someone from the South Sea Demon region who's killing those like him in order to improve his devil arts. The skinny martial artist's complexion changed. If this was true, then it was a serious matter. Viper, should we report this? Those at top won't even bother with us. These past days, those revolving core elders have all been busy with some important event. As for what it is, I'm not too sure. They simply don't have time to deal with something so minor like South Aurora Island. Viper calmly said. For the last half-year or so, the South Sea Demon region had been deadlocked with the Wartime Alliance and hadn't been able to advantage. Instead, both forces fought, causing massive amounts of death. The most obvious point was that revolving core masters were participating in the war less and less. Both sides were engaged in a battle of attrition, and there were increasingly less disciples in the army. Those that went to fight were usually martial artists from small sects that served as cannon fodder. They were tempted by the rewards of Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region and would most likely die on the battlefield. What was the South Sea Demon region trying to do? Could they have thought that the war was unsustainable and began to abandon the war effort? If so, then this battle was simply meaningless. They would lose so much, and yet there wasn't anything to gain from it. Viper frowned, simply not knowing what was going on. Oh. Several hundred miles away, Dark Moon Island. Dark Moon Island was located at the eye of the South Sea's impulse. There was a legend that in ancient times, an unrivaled war had been fought here, and countless powerhouses had died. A chilling wind blew all year around on Dark Moon Island, and the air was filled with a black fog. Many powerful and fierce ghosts were bred from this island. This island was different from the neighboring Blood Demon Island. There was no true essence stone vein, and only endless dangers and traps. Thus, no one visited Dark Moon Island. In the past, the moon-seizing sect had hidden their treasures in Dark Moon Island because of the security offered here. Not only was almost no one ever on Dark Moon Island, but there was also a strange phenomenon that occurred on Dark Moon Island, and that was that the black fog that permeated the island was able to inhibit one's soul perception. As long as a secret entryway was hidden well, even a revolving core master wouldn't be able to locate it. This phenomenon had once roused the interest of many masters. They came to Dark Moon Island in droves to explore the land and discover the reason behind this. However, they weren't able to obtain any results, and thus let the matter go at that. As time passed, everyone slowly became accustomed to this strange phenomenon. No matter what level martial artist, no one would bother coming to this barren land. However, at this time, there was a group of shadows shrouded in the thick black fog on Dark Moon Island. They were 7 or 8 black-robed old men, and on their robes was a dark blue design. This was a totem design of the giant demon race. These old men all had a cultivation at least at the middle revolving core realm. There were even late and extreme revolving core masters. Behind this group of old men stood 10 tall men, their entire bodies wreathed in bulging muscles. Their skin was a light blue hue. Obviously, they shared some blood with the giant demon race. However, there were varying degrees of the giant demon bloodline. These large fellows had a relatively poor giant demon bloodline. Compared to the Netherworld Great Emperor of the past, it was much worse. These 10 large fellows all had a cultivation at the late Xianxia realm. A long spear rested atop these large fellows' shoulders, each one over 200 feet long and as thick as a water jar. It wasn't known what sort of metal these spears were forged from, but the tips of the spears were extremely thin, like a drill. "It's here, let's start." An elder held an arrayed disc in his hands. After he repeatedly confirmed his position, he decided that this was the location. As this elder finished speaking, 2 other revolving core elders behind him waved their hands, and true essence attached onto the top of the massive spears. So, the spear on a large fellow's shoulders flew into the air. After reaching around 1,000 feet of altitude, the spear tip swiveled downward as it fell, smashing straight down like a meteor. Bang! The earth trembled and cracks appeared in the ground like it was an earthquake. Rocks exploded. The 200-foot spear had sunk halfway into the ground. "Spin, dig all the way," a black-robed elder calmly said. With that, the 10 large fellows all extracted iron rods from their back as thick as an arm. They inserted these into slots on the spear. "Ha!" The 10 large fellows shouted out together, and the muscles on their bodies bulged to ridiculous proportions. Their true essence revolved to the limit as they pushed these iron rods with all their strength. Slowly, the spear began to spin. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of rocks bursting and cracking filled the air. The spear crushed through the earth with its tip, slowly spiraling downwards. Even with 10 late Xiantian masters revolving their true essence to the limit, they were only making progress with great strain and difficulty. As an old man saw this, he faintly smiled and said, "The rock bed here is truly tough. Even spears made of metal-breaking steel are just barely able to drill down." The Demon Emperor's letter is true. As the spear found it harder and harder to drill down, the several revolving core elders began to use their own special techniques and methods to force the spear drill down. Slowly, the rock cracked and a dark red liquid began to ooze out of the ground. This liquid was blood. At the start, only a small amount of blood spurted out. But later, the blood began to shower out like a fountain. Finally, the blood exploded like a geyser, flying dozens of feet into the air. Even the crushed rocks were sent flying away by this stream of blood. The seal is really here. The blood pond seal and the blood from this blood pond were all absorbed from the ancient battlefield. This land is vast, and it was originally filled with the smell of blood. Because the black rock is able to block perception, no one was able to discover these even through so many years. There should be a total of 6 blood ponds. We'll go and open them, and then followed the method written down in the letter to open the seal. The blood sacrifice should be enough. If it's still not enough, we will launch an all-out offensive. At that time, the blood should suffice. The old Batmu Fengxian, she could never imagine that there was such a great secret hidden underneath Dark Moon Island and Blood Demon Island. As for the true goal of the South Sea War, she never would have imagined the truth. The several revolving core elders were all speaking to each other with true essence sound transmissions. If one flew 100,000 feet into the primal chaos heavens and looked down, they would find that the South Sea War front nearly composed a circle. And the center of the circle was Dark Moon Island and Blood Demon Island. The Demon Emperor's letter had said that the entrance to the ancient battlefield was located between Dark Moon Island and Blood Demon Island. However, because of time, wanting to open the massive array of the ancient battlefield was far too difficult. At this time, the South Sea Demon region had declared war upon Divine Phoenix Island. In truth, all of those martial artists that died on the battlefield were nothing more than pawns to be used in a blood sacrifice on an immeasurably vast scale. This was also the reason that they hadn't advanced in such a long time. The large array created by the natural features of the land were able to gather blood to nourish the blood pond seal. With the secret techniques on array formations written within the Demon Emperor's letter, they would be able to fully open the blood ponds. In the name of war, they were perfectly able to justify such a massive blood sacrifice. Otherwise, the South Sea Demon region would never have been able to find so many Hotian and Xiantian martial artists to kill. Not just that, but after the ancient battlefield was opened, they would rely on this to exterminate Divine Phoenix Island. This war could be considered as exhausting Divine Phoenix Island's strength ahead of time. It was a plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. A revolving core elder couldn't help but sigh as he said, according to the Demon Emperor's letter, the ancient battlefield that has been sealed away is in fact a small independent world. I just can't imagine what sort of great supernatural power and magical strength must be required to create an independent world. Maybe calling it a broken world is more suitable. This world was damaged by the shock and disaster of the ancient war. It might only last for several more millennia. Several millennia is enough for me and my people. I want to have a look at just how brilliant and majestic this supreme elder from the ancient times truly is. Although history was hidden in the dust of time and could no longer be investigated, there was one truth that never changed. And that was that the martial artists of ancient times were much more formidable than they were now. In those times there were many great emperors, saints, and all other sorts that appeared. These were existences that could cause an apocalypse with a wave of their hand, destroying the heavens and earth. The Demon Emperor was one such existence. As for these ancient battlefield, it was even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. In a way, this ancient battlefield where the broken world existed was the lair of the Demon Emperor. When he had come here, he had used his formidable strength to take this realm as his own. After a blood pond was opened, it was covered up with an array formation. Then the group of people continued over to open the second blood pond. In an entire day of the 6 blood ponds, they managed to open 4. As for the 5th blood pond, they failed. A black-robed elder no longer had the strength to speak as he looked at this last blood pond. He whispered, after these tens of thousands of years, even with the natural array of the land nourishing the blood pond, it is still dry. Launch the offensive. Launch the offensive. Lin Ming was sitting inside a hidden cave near the Wartime Alliance headquarters. In front of him were the 13 blood-drinking seals, floating around. As long as Lin Ming didn't die, even if the blood-drinking seals were destroyed, he could recreate them. Lin Ming took out the great desolate blood halberd replica. After he had killed Lei Mubai, he had never actually used it. The blood-drinking seals excitedly smacked into each other as they floated around the great desolate blood halberd, issuing whining sounds. It seems that even a replica of the great desolate blood halberd can greatly enhance the power of the great desolate halberd art. This is something that even the purple comet spear cannot achieve. Although the purple comet spear was a higher grade weapon, it was only able to increase the power of thunder and fire. As for the great desolate halberd art, it had nearly zero effect. A halberd thrust out. All of the space around seemed to twist in confusion. It was simply impossible to determine the position of the great desolate blood halberd. Who? Lin Ming wildly danced with the great desolate blood halberd. All of the rocks in the cave were sucked up into a vortex of energy, flying into the air. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a loud sound from outside, as if there was a massive explosion of energy. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He dashed over to the cave entrance, and was surprised by what he saw. In his eyes, he could see that the Demon Region martial artists had gathered and were beginning their offensive against the Wartime Alliance headquarters. All sorts of energy was blowing up in the air. The battle was intense. Within the headquarters of the Wartime Alliance, Commander Lu Hua, the Xiantian martial artist who was responsible for overseeing this island, deeply frowned as he saw the overwhelming number of South Sea Demon Region martial artists that blotted out the sky. Is the South Sea Demon Region crazy? The South Sea Demon Region's martial artists had an individual strength that surpassed those of the Wartime Alliance martial artists. For example, the big three of the South Sea Demon Region, it was difficult for them to find anyone from the Wartime Alliance that was at their level and also a worthy opponent. But the Wartime Alliance still had a large defensive array set up as defense. If this big array was activated, the South Sea Demon Region martial artists would fall into a passive, defensive situation. If they attacked the Wartime Alliance headquarters on their own initiative, they would absolutely have to pay a higher price. And even if they won, taking control of this town wouldn't have any effect. It was simply meaningless. That is, Lu Hua's mind stirred. In the distant camp, he could see a red-robed skinny man as well as a pale middle-aged man. These two were Bloodbone and Viper of the Demon Region's Big Three. And in front of these two, there was a red-haired man who looked as pale and exquisite as a jade carving. Bloodbone and Viper were treating this red-haired youth with a great amount of respect. Obviously, this red-haired youth had a very high status. The red-haired youth had a cultivation at the extreme Xiantian realm and looked around 20 to 30 years old. He wore a long black robe, and on the fabric of his left chest was embroidered a giant demon totem. As Lu Hua saw this totem, he gasped. A giant demon totem was the symbol of the South Sea Demon Region. This meant that this red-haired youth was almost certainly a genius from the South Sea Demon Region sect. Even extreme Xiantian martial artists were divided by strength. For instance, Lu Hua was also an extreme Xiantian master, yet he was almost 200 years old. In truth, he was the most basic and weakest of extreme Xiantian masters, and there was no hope for him to break through to the revolving core realm during his lifetime. As for Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare, they were at a higher level. They could be called strong extreme Xiantian masters, and they had a small hope that they would one day break into the revolving core realm. This was also the reason that they were so famous within South Aurora Island. And even higher was a sect genius like this red-haired youth. There were few with this talent even in a large sect. They would often reach the extreme Xiantian realm at around 30 years of age. In addition, they would also have many hidden trump cards and rare treasures. Their truth combat prowess was not what Lu Hua could compare with. They could be considered the pinnacle of extreme Xiantian masters. If there wasn't an accident, they would step into the revolving core realm, and perhaps even reach the middle or late revolving core realm. This red-haired youth in front of him was obviously such a pinnacle extreme Xiantian existence. With such a powerhouse at this level helping, there was no doubt that the South Sea Demon Region was taking this offensive as a serious objective. After this speculation, Lu Hua swept past everyone. Indeed, he found that among all the martial artists in this offensive, there were a massive number of direct descendant disciples from the South Sea Demon Region. It had to be known that the South Sea Demon Region didn't have that many direct descendant disciples. They only had several tens of thousands. In such a massive war that covered the entire South Sea, there wasn't enough of these disciples. Most of these direct descendant disciples would be sent to the battlefield by the South Sea Demon region in order to gain experience. There were very few that would even be brought to such an invasion offensive. This was normally the job left to cannon fodder. What's going on? Why is the South Sea Demon region placing so much importance on such a small South Aurora Island battlefield? As Lu Hua was pondering at this moment, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of him. As he heard this message, he was at first overjoyed, and then his happiness turned to worry. What he was happy about was that Divine Phoenix Island had already obtained the news that South Sea Demon region was beginning their offensive, and had thus sent a massive amount of direct descendant disciples to support them. However, what he was worried about was that South Aurora Island was simply too far from the main battle zone. If the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island rushed their way over, it would still take an hour of time. Only the heavens knew just what sort of situation the ragtag martial artists of the Wartime Alliance would be in after that time passed. During this moment, a beautiful rain of light came pouring down from the sky. The giant light curtain of the protective array formation began to fiercely tremble, and then it rapidly began to dim down, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Demonic fire ballista! Lu Hua was stunned. He saw that within the forces of the South Sea Demon region, there was a 50 to 60 foot long black ballista. This sort of ballista was named the Demonic Fire Ballista. It was forged with metal-breaking steel and even had a bit of precious purple comet metal mixed within. The cost of a Demonic Fire Ballista was immeasurable, and every bolt cost hundreds of medium-grade true essence stones as energy to fire. For such a weapon to be used on the South Aurora Island battlefield was simply overkill. As the red-haired youth saw the dazzling rain of light scattering over the battlefield, his lips curled up in a grin. There was only one goal in this offensive, and that was to kill as many people as possible. However, he only looked down at these scruffy martial artists with disdain. The reason that the South Sea Demon region had sent him here was mainly to control the Demonic Fire Ballista and destroy the defensive array formation so that their forces could break through the enemy lines. As the red-haired youth saw the soldiers of the Wartime Alliance in disarray underneath their array formation, he cheekily sneered. He waved his hand, and another bolt was shot out. The brilliant demonic fire bolt pierced through the void, issuing a keening whistle as it heavily smashed into the large defensive array like a meteor. Bang! With a loud explosion, the array formation immediately collapsed, disintegrating into large bursts of light sparks that rained down. Lu Hua's complexion paled. All of the other Wartime Alliance martial artists were also shaken by fear at the sight. The great protective array formation was broken. Kill them, leave no one alive. The red-haired youth gave the order without any expression. The Demon Region martial artists began their frenzied attack. Gorgeous martial skills cut through the clear blue sky. The Wartime Alliance base was bombarded with all sorts of abilities. The Wartime Alliance martial artists had true essence to protect their bodies. Those that had a strong cultivation were safe, but those that were weak had their protection broken, instantly dying and becoming just more cannon fodder. Kill! 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 At the forefront of this battle, the Demon Region martial artists had already engaged the Wartime Alliance martial artists in a desperate melee. Those that came to the front were almost nearly all Xianxia realm martial artists. The weakest were at the P12 realm. The South Sea Demon region had the support of direct descendant disciples, and they also came well prepared. As for the other side, most of them were a mixed bunch of soldiers that had been recruited by the Wartime Alliance. From the very beginning of this battle, the Wartime Alliance was hard-pressed to resist. Fresh blood flowed. Pitiful screams pierced the air over and over again. Especially the big three of the South Sea Demon region, they rushed into the Wartime Alliance's base like three sharp knives. Every martial artist below the Xianxia realm was instantly killed, and even the early Xianxia realm martial artists weren't their opponent. These random soldiers of the Wartime Alliance had come to South Aurora Island in order to take risks and obtain treasures. It was impossible to expect them to be unafraid of death. Thus, a great portion of these people were scared witless by this scene and began to retreat. However, trying to escape in the chaos of this battle was difficult. There were many martial artists that turned around to escape just to be pierced by the spears of the Demon Region soldiers. Seeing this, Lu Hua maintained a calm appearance, but his back was already dripping with a cold sweat. He knew that he couldn't lose his cool during this situation, but he was also unable to think of any command that would be able to change this situation. What a bunch of trash. The red-haired youth looked down from distant high ground, jeering at the Wartime Alliance martial artists. This mob is just garbage, and yet they had me personally come out to deal with them. This is just too disappointing. 10 miles away from the battlefield, Lin Ming held onto his halberd as he calmly and quickly ran through the forest. He didn't have the ability to change a battle of such a great scale, nor did he dare to be too aggressive and reveal himself. A late Hotian realm youth with an extreme Xianxia master's combat strength was far too loud and excessively unbelievable. Within the entire South Horizon region, the only person that had this strength was Lin Ming. At that time, if he exposed his strength, then at least half of them would be able to successfully guess his identity. This was easily cause for a revolving core Supreme Elder to come. Once his appearance-changing technique was seen through, he would be in danger. Since he didn't have the power to change the outcome, Lin Ming decided to find the Fire Axe Squad and help them through this disaster. This could also be considered as putting an end to their causality and karma. Oh. Haha. This is great. This battle is long overdue. I have no idea what those South Sea Demon Region elders were thinking. At the front of the battlefield, a man with white hair that hung to his waist was wantonly slaughtering everyone around him. He had a handsome and delicate appearance, and was also a bit effeminate. This man was Nightmare of the Demon Region's Big Three. If that blood demon dares to come out at this time, I'll take him on. I want to see just what kind of strength he has. Bloodbone said nearby Nightmare. Humph, there's no point in caring about this fellow that never shows himself. How about this, let's make a bet on who can kill more. If you lose, then you will give me your demon bloodstone. How about it? Nightmare asked with a provocative smile. As he spoke, he also launched a spirit attack on a Wartime Alliance martial artist, easily destroying his spiritual sea. Haha, so you've taken a liking to my demon bloodstone. Good. I've also taken a fancy to your soul-amplifying technique. Let's have a match. Bloodbone laughed and then rushed into the Wartime Alliance's base. He extracted a crimson-colored 10-foot-long halberd and began to massacre everyone around him with abandon. But at this time, the entire South Aurora Island began to violently shake. Bloodbone's expression changed. Is this an earthquake? Ka. The earth began to shake more and more wildly. Boulders broke, mountains trembled, and massive cracks that were dozens of feet wide appeared in the earth, splitting the ground. The two sides that had been fighting spontaneously stopped as they were all stunned by this phenomenon. What was going on? More and more fissures appeared in the earth. A distant mountain peak collapsed in a great avalanche. This was not an effect that would be caused by an ordinary earthquake. Bang! With a deafening explosion. In the distant seas, dark clouds covered the skies, and titanic crimson columns of blood directly pierced through the primal chaos heavens. From afar, these 6 columns of blood were like crimson pillars that supported the heavens. It was as if they alone were holding up the skies. What is that? That's from the direction of Blood Demon Island and Dark Moon Island. Both sides were unknown what was happening. At this time, the entire South Aurora Island began to collapse. Those fissures in the ground that were dozens of feet wide suddenly increased to hundreds of feet wide. The Wartime Alliance headquarters was like a sand castle. It instantly disintegrated into nothing. Hurry and fly. All of the Xiantian realm martial artists soared into the air. However, the Hotian realm martial artists were in a pitiful state. They couldn't fly. Those that were close to their companions and friends were carried up into the skies. As for those rich ones that could afford a spirit boat or were near one, they instantly boarded it. But a vast number of Hotian martial artists were like slips of paper as they dropped into the bottomless abyss. Their wailing screams were drowned out by the earth-shattering explosions that were ringing around. No one was able to listen to their last cries. They were like grains of sand tossed into the sea. There was nothing they could do. Rumble, rumble. A giant black vortex appeared under the land after South Aurora Island began to collapse. It was like the maw of a monster, devouring and destroying all. Lin Ming looked at the massive swirling gray vortex beneath his feet. His eyes filled with bewilderment. As he extended his sense into the vortex, it was immediately cut off. It was just as if there was another world that existed behind that gray vortex. A terrifying dragging force suddenly erupted from the vortex, affecting everyone. At this time, the surrounding space seemed to transform into a separate dimension it was impossible to escape. Even the overweeningly arrogant red-haired youth turned white. Just what was going on? Those 6 massive beams of light from a moment ago seemed to have come from where the sect elders were gathered. What had happened over there? Hong hong hong. The entire South Aurora Island was being crushed and torn apart. The turbulent sea crazily surged, turning into massive waves that towered in the sky. These waves were then sucked into the vortex, completely disappearing. As the towing force grew stronger, all of the Xianxia masters that had flown into the sky began to be forcefully slowed down. Gradually they were forced to a halt by this immense force, and then they slowly began to be pulled into the swirling vortex. No! A late Hotian realm martial artist that was riding a spirit boat had his spirit boat smashed apart by the force of the vortex. Afterwards, he was like a leaf in a storm. He was sucked into that massive swirling vortex and shredded into pieces. As everyone saw this, their hearts turned cold. Anyone that fell here would die. But if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Several Hotian masters that were picked up by their comrades were tossed into the swirling vortex, twisted into nothing. At this time, the true face of human sentiment and friendship was tested to the limit. Those brothers that shared life and death clung to each other. As for those that were only normal friends, they immediately dropped their comrades, only thinking to preserve their own lives. Pooh! 2 people were immediately torn into fragments by the vortex of energy. Another man screamed in desperation and began to revolve his protective true essence in a last-ditch hope. Ka. The vortex of energy was like a razor that shaved off true essence, slowly wearing it away. As the martial artist's bodily true essence was breaking, he clenched his teeth and revolved his true essence to the limit. Finally, the vortex of energy torn open a hole in his true essence, shredding his arm. The martial artist howled. He fiercely bit his tongue, combusting his blood essence. Bang! The true essence of his body instantly rose several times over. Finally, he was able to withstand the tearing pressure of the swirling vortex of energy and pass through the swirling layer. Seeing this, all of the Xianxia martial artists in the air were stunned, and then immediately overjoyed. If a peak Hotian martial artist could safely make his way through the swirling vortex of energy, then they would naturally have an easier time in doing so. Although they didn't know just what was behind the vortex of energy, having this knowledge that they would be able to survive for a while longer was great news. The pulling force of the energy vortex increased. Some Xianxia martial artists knew that they wouldn't be able to resist for much longer, and decided to save their energy and fly directly towards that swirling vortex. They stimulated their bodily protective true essence to the limit and safely rode their way through. As for the peak Hotian martial artists, those that were strong were able to directly pass through. As for those that were weaker, they combusted their blood essence and safely passed through. There were less and less people still in the air. Lin Ming was able to feel the surrounding space around him compressing, as if it were tightening around him. Even if he was able to resist this terrifying suction, he feared that he wouldn't be able to escape. Not just that, but there were changes in the energy vortex that were occurring. It was impossible to know what would happen next. Thinking this, Lin Ming grit his teeth, pushed his true essence to the limit and flew towards the swirling vortex of energy. Hundreds of miles away, at the point between Blood Demon Island and Dark Moon Island, 10 black-robed people were suspended high in the air. Their expressions were inscrutable as they watched the massive swirling vortex thousands of feet beneath them. The swirling vortex of energy was tens of times greater than the one that had appeared at South Aurora Island. The vortex of energy that appeared at South Aurora Island was an ash gray that spun with an amazing momentum, as if it were a rolling thunderclap. But this vortex of energy was completely black. When one looked into it, they could see all sorts of faint and blurred illusions, as if they were staring into the endless void of chaos. The swirling black vortex here was much more peaceful. Despite the surging waves that were swallowed by the vortex, there wasn't any noise. But this strange feeling was instead much more profoundly terrifying, and the reason was that this swirling vortex swallowed all, even the sound of the sea. Without a doubt, the tearing strength of this pitch-black vortex was several times more horrifying than the one at South Aurora Island. What a terrifying space storm. If we go down, we'll die, a black-robed elder said, frowning. A moment ago, those 10 late Xianxia large fellows that had opened the seals because they were too near to the entrance when it had opened were torn apart by the vortex of energy. They had been pulled into the space storm and ripped into a bloody fog before completely decomposing into fine dust. There wasn't even any residue left over. We've made an error in judgment. The degree to which the ancient battlefield decayed has exceeded our every assumption. Even the entrance has been covered by a space storm. The inside is probably much worse. I thought that this broken world would be able to last for a few thousand more years, but it seems that it's already begun to collapse. If we enter, we will encounter layers upon layers of dangers. This world can collapse at any moment. If we are inside when it does, we will be annihilated along with the world. After a world collapsed, the space storm it produced in the void would be extremely terrifying. Even an emperor powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to resist it. Moreover, as they looked at the situation of this entrance, they realized they couldn't enter. They were not able to withstand a space storm of this level. We've spent so much time and effort in order to open this ancient battlefield, but all we've found is a world on the verge of collapse. We don't even have the ability to access the inside. Our South Sea Demon Region's plans have come to nothing. According to this letter of the Demon Emperor, the small world contained in this ancient battlefield had many different laws. If a martial artist could practice within, they could be exposed to origins of all sorts of energies. If one had excellent perception, they might even be able to comprehend these origin laws. If the South Sea Demon region could have moved into this ancient battlefield world and then blocked the entrance with a secret skill written in the Demon Emperor's letter, the ancient demon region would be able to obtain a surpassingly good stronghold. Not just that, but they would obtain the massive amount of treasures that the Demon Emperor had left behind. Once all these treasures were obtained, being able to raise an emperor-level powerhouse would no longer be a fantasy. Thus, as long as they had several hundred years, the ancient demon region would be able to become a holy land. When that time arrived, they would dominate the entire South Horizon region. They would be able to reproduce the grand majesty and brilliance of the silent demon emperor city from 300 years ago. But now, this plan was nothing but a dream that was popped like a bubble. We can't use this world, but this world still has treasures left over from the demon emperor and the ancient battlefield. If we can take some of it, our efforts wouldn't have been in vain. The one who spoke was a woman with a veil covering her face and who wore a long black robe. Although she covered her face, she couldn't cover up her impressively buxom figure. She was the demon region's western faction sovereign. We cannot go through the main entrance. Even this old man's third-stage life destruction won't be able to pass this terrifying space storm. If we want to enter, we can only go through other entrances. As the man spoke, he glanced around. At the edges of this main vortex, there were also 36 small vortices. The vortex that had appeared at South Aurora Island was one of these. That's useless. Those are just broken spaces that are separated from the main world. If we go into one, we still won't be able to enter the main world unless we can shatter the barriers of space. The demon region's sovereign vacantly said. When a world first began to collapse, it would split into fragments first. These 36 smaller vortexes all corresponded with a splinter of the main world. If they entered into small worlds, they would at most be able to obtain some treasures left behind on the ancient battlefield. Although these might be high-quality treasures, they didn't hold much appeal to the South Sea Demon Region elders. What they longed for were the treasures within the Demon Emperor Palace. At this time, wasting their time to go treasure hunting in a small splintered world was ridiculous. The situation is worsening. If this continues, we'll be discovered soon. Even supreme elders from the South Horizon region and Five Element region might show up. If life destruction masters or emperor-level powerhouses show up, there won't be anything left for us. After hearing these words, all the elders fell silent. They had thought they would be able to open the seal and obtain an independent world. Then they could follow the techniques written on the Demon Emperor's letter and open and close the entrance of the world as they pleased, obtaining all the treasures within. Who knew that the situation would turn out like this? Oh. Several hundred miles away at South Aurora Island's gray vortex. Pong! Lin Ming smashed into the ground. He felt dizzy. He had just passed through the vortex of energy a moment ago. Even though his body was protected with true essence, he felt a painful sensation as if his entire body was being torn apart. Presumably, the other martial artists were in a worse situation. Lin Ming didn't immediately stand up. He kept his eyes closed and diffused his perception outwards, sensing everywhere around him. First, he had to scout his surroundings. He was in a vast and desolate land, surrounded by groups of martial artists who had fallen down with him. There were no plants on the ground, and the dirt was a dark red color, as if it had been stained by blood. There were countless crushed large and small stones suspended in the air, as if there was no gravity here. Within this entire world, there was not a single hint of wind. It was eerily peaceful. What place was this? Lin Ming had a very uneasy premonition in his heart. At this time, more and more martial artists began to crawl up. There were Demon Region martial artists and also Wartime Alliance martial artists. Nearly everyone that survived were Xianxia realm martial artists, with P12 masters being in the minority. Not just that, but all of them had extremely pale complexions. They had obviously consumed a great deal of energy to survive. Lin Ming also quietly stood up. In the crowd of so many martial artists, he seemed unremarkable. He took stock of the treasures on his body. He still had his spatial rings, and his meridians and organs weren't damaged. As he glanced at the Demon Region martial artists, he impressively saw the red-haired man along with the Demon Region's Big Three. Both of these hostile parties had suffered through the catastrophe. But now that they stood up, they were all filled with a wary vigilance. The martial artists of the Wartime Alliance became flustered and unconsciously pulled away from the South Sea Demon Region martial artists, finally separating and gathering together. However, the final result of this was frightening to the point of many panicking. The remaining Wartime Alliance martial artists numbered only a third of those from the South Sea Demon Region. This didn't include the top masters of the South Sea Demon Region, the Demon Region Big Three, and the red-haired man. As long as the South Sea Demon Region people wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even have their bones left. The Wartime Alliance martial artists quickly grabbed their weapons. The situation was critical. In terms of quality of martial artists, the scattered free soldiers of the Wartime Alliance were inferior to those of the South Sea Demon Region. The only advantage they had was in their overwhelming numbers. But within the swirling space storm, everyone that was weak had either fallen into the abyss or died. Because of this, the losses that the Wartime Alliance had suffered were much worse than those of the South Sea Demon Region. Lu Hua's forehead was dripping sweat. This situation was really awful. The white-haired nightmare grinned wickedly as he looked at the martial artists of the Wartime Alliance. That look was like he was glancing at fish on a cutting board. He tilted his head and said to the red-haired youth, "Sir Envoy, let's clear up this trash first. If we encounter some sort of crisis or danger in this world, they might take advantage to retaliate against us." The red-haired youth from the South Sea Demon Region appeared dark and ominous. Countless rocks floated in the air around him, giving him a solemn aura. His background was from the South Sea Demon Region, so his experience was naturally much broader and richer than Nightmare, Bloodbone, and Vipers. He could faintly sense that they had been drawn into an independent space. This sort of space might not even have an exit. If he were stranded for the rest of his life in such a space. Thinking of this, the red-haired youth's complexion became ugly. He was a rising star with a great and bright future. He didn't want to die in such a damned land. "Sir Envoy, do you think?" Nightmare saw that the red-haired youth didn't respond, so he asked again. Silence. The red-haired youth was in an extremely bad mood at the moment. As Nightmare was yelled at by the red-haired youth, he was a bit taken aback. To someone of his level, nearly everyone that saw him had to be respectful. Since when was he the one that was scolded by others? But facing the red-haired youth, he could only endure this shame. Not to mention the red-haired youth's strength, but many of the current Demon Region martial artists were direct descendant disciples of the South Sea Demon Region. At this moment, The red-haired youth was no longer in the mood to care about Nightmare's thoughts, nor about the war between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region. He had a premonition that the reason they were sucked into this unknown space was related to the secret mission that the South Sea Demon region elders had been preoccupied with. Those 6 blood-colored beams of light that shot up from Blood Demon Island and Dark Moon Island were most certainly due to the actions of the sect elders. Perhaps even the offensive was related to the secret mission of the sect elders. Otherwise, there was no point in launching such a senseless attack. These old geezers actually used me as cannon fodder. The red-haired youth gripped his fists, his expression grim. The red-haired youth heavily exhaled and then glanced over to the Wartime Alliance martial artists. Which one of you is the leader here? The Wartime Alliance martial artists all looked at Lu Hua. Lu Hua's heart cried out in complaint. He was only the nominal leader. In truth, he had a very weak command over the others. Everyone here were free martial artists, and they also had the nature and bearing of mercenaries. Just who would listen to him? At this time, who would help cover for him? Lu Hua braced himself and said, "I am." The red-haired youth looked over Lu Hua. Lu Hua's cultivation was at the extreme Xiantian realm, however, his foundation was shaky and weak. He was the sort of strength that had accumulated slowly over the ages, just barely tracing the extreme Xiantian realm. His true combat strength was limited. "We will have a truce for now. First, we have to leave this damned place. But until then, all of you have to listen to me, otherwise I don't mind killing you all." As the red-haired youth spoke, he naturally emitted a murderous aura. All of the surrounding Wartime Alliance martial artists had weak cultivations. In front of this presence, they felt their breath catch in their throat, as if the surrounding temperature had suddenly chilled. Lu Hua didn't have any room to reject such a proposal. He remained silent, tacitly agreeing. "Now all of you move together. If you discover anything out of the ordinary, then inform me. Especially anything related to that energy vortex." The energy vortex was the entrance to this different space. Now, the red-haired youth could only count on finding the vortex of energy to return to his own world. As Bloodbone, Viper, and Nightmare saw the grim expression of the red-haired youth, they looked at each other and didn't say anything further. It was obvious their situation was serious beyond their imagination. This place was not simple at all. Lin Ming hid among the crowd, seeming unremarkable. He slowly realized that this was a different space. If he couldn't leave, then he would be stuck here for the rest of his life. There wasn't anything better than letting the red-haired youth search for an exit out of this place. "Wild Halberd, hey, it's really you." A voice resounded from among the crowd. Lin Ming turned his head to see the bearded big fellow from the Fire Axe squad. It seemed that he had lived too. This was also within his expectations. Although the bearded big fellow didn't have a high cultivation, he could still go crazy and kill martial artists at this level. His protective true essence was also quite formidable. "Wild Halberd, I knew you'd be all right." Another voice sounded out, and Lin Ming turned to see Captain Fire Axe walking towards him. At Fire Axe's side were Dark Sword, Violet Rain, and Enchanting Shadow, all of them safe. Although Enchanting Shadow's expression was a bit white, she was still relatively unharmed. However, Cool Foam, Green Tree, and Green Forest were all missing. Lin Ming's mind sank. These 3 were martial artists with specialized roles. Their combat strength wasn't too high. He feared that they hadn't been able to withstand the space storm. Fire Axe sighed and said, "In the offensive, Cool Foam, Green Tree, and Green Forest all had limited combat strength, thus I told them to stay in the rear where it was safer. I never thought that South Aurora Island would collapse." Fire Axe didn't say anything else. Whether it was that gaping abyss or the space storm after, both were fatal to them. Violet Rain and Enchanting Shadow also appeared somber and gloomy. Only the bearded big fellow was happily smiling. He said, "That Cool Foam kid is a once-in-a-millennium punk. How could he die so easily? Also, he has a spirit boat in his possession." Cool Foam's perception was quite strong, and he was the one that drove the Fire Axe Squad spirit boat. Naturally, the spirit boat would be in his spatial ring. However, even the protective true essence of a martial artist wasn't able to withstand the tearing power of the space storm, much less a spirit boat. Lin Ming sighed. This was the cruelty of war. These Fire Axe squad members were all used to seeing life and death before their eyes, and before he had come, they had probably replaced their old comrades many times. Lin Ming was silent, not speaking. Violet Rain, Enchanting Shadow, and Big Beard were also muted. But at this moment a miserable scream suddenly sounded out from in front of them. Lin Ming was surprised and he instantly spread out his perception. His heart immediately went cold. At the front, an early Xianxia master had been sliced apart by something. His body fell away in two halves, and he spewed blood all over the ground. What is that? Lin Ming was suddenly on full alert. A held spear was easy to dodge, but a trap was difficult to prevent. This sort of sneak attack that could evade all perception was the most horrifying sort of attack. So. In the center of the group, several people quickly flew overhead, arriving where the martial artist had violently died. These were the demon region's big three as well as the red-haired youth. As the red-haired youth saw the two split halves of the body, his expression turned grim again. The wound started from the dead man's right ribcage, cutting at a slant through his chest and body and being pulled through the left side of his waist. It was like he had been cut apart by a sharp saber. He wasn't able to sense anything even though he spread out his perception. The red-haired youth's eyebrows trembled. At this time he suddenly seemed to realize something. His complexion completely changed and he began to slowly retreat backwards. Could it be? Suddenly, the red-haired youth grabbed a wartime alliance martial artist and threw him to the front. Ah! The martial artist miserably screamed, and then an incredulous scene occurred. As that martial artist flew through the air, his body was strangely torn apart. Like a carrot thrown on a sharp wire, he was cut in half. Pong! Pong! The two halves of the corpse fell onto the ground, blood splashing everywhere. The surrounding martial artists were mostly from the wartime alliance. All of their expressions changed. At this time, they simply couldn't be angered by their comrade being thrown to his death. They could only feel absolute fear from being so close to this unknown was that like a god of death. The red-haired youth's expression was solemn and grim, so it really was a space crack. In this collapsing world, having massive space cracks was normal. These space cracks couldn't be seen nor could they be sensed. But, once they were hit, even an extreme Xianxia martial artist would be cut in half. Although the red-haired youth was arrogant, he wasn't crazy to the point that he believed he could resist being sliced in half by the space crack. These undetectable cracks that spread through the air were like an invisible death god that opened its maw wide, waiting to swallow any life delivered to it. Since he couldn't investigate, there was only one way to explore the way forth. The red-haired youth coldly said, "All the Hotian martial artists from the Wartime Alliance immediately go to the front of the group. Hurry up!" With these words, all of the Wartime Alliance martial artists around the red-haired youth turned furious. Just now, the red-haired youth had killed their companion, regarding his life as worthless. And now, he also wanted to use the Hotian masters of the Wartime Alliance as cannon fodder. At this time, being thrown to the front to explore the way couldn't even be described as a 0% chance of survival. What happened once all the Hotian martial artists died? Would it be the turn of the Wartime Alliance's Xianxia martial artists? All of the Wartime Alliance martial artists felt a fire igniting in their hearts. Lin Ming frowned. His cultivation was at the Hotian realm, and Enchanting Shadow was also at the Hotian realm. At this time he saw Enchanting Shadow lose all color in her face, and a trace of despair clouded her eyes. She could already imagine just what her fate would be like. But if they didn't follow orders, who would be able to resist the South Sea Demon region? Enchanting Shadow subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. These months, no matter what danger they encountered, Lin Ming had always remained calm. In her mind, she had already formed an omnipotent halo around Lin Ming. Not just that, but Lin Ming was also a Hotian realm martial artist. He would face this calamity alongside her. "Do not move from the line," Lin Ming calmly said. His right hand was already pressed against his spatial ring. "Right, don't move. Our strength is truly weaker than theirs. But we won't be pushed around either," Fire Axe said as he grit his teeth. At this crucial moment, everyone realized that they were being treated as cannon fodder and no one wanted to stand out. Some martial artists already held onto their weapons, their true essence faintly flowing. The red-haired youth's eyes flashed with light. I'll give you 10 breaths of time, otherwise, all those Hotian realm martial artists who do not walk will be executed. Do not presume that you can muddle your way through this mess. I can sense all of your cultivations. This icy voice contained a very strong killing intent. Under the shadow of this killing intent, some Hotian realm martial artists felt their foreheads begin to ooze sweat and their knees bending with weakness. They were only normal peak Hotian martial artists. Against this extreme Xiantian red-haired youth that came from a 5th grade sect, the disparity between them was simply too great. This red-haired youth could instantly kill any one of them with just a thought. 10. The red-haired youth yawned. At this moment, a Hotian martial artist angrily shouted out not too far away from the red-haired youth, "You can dream on if you think we will help you. We would rather die than become stones that pave your way out of here. Brothers, let us unite. If this continues, then we can only." Nightmare sneered and concentrated his thoughts. Pong! In a split second, that Hotian martial artist burst apart like a watermelon, suddenly and violently dying. Even Lu Hua, who was standing near him, didn't have time to react. Lu Hua's lips twitched, but finally he was only able to sigh. All of the surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm, a surge of anger and hate flowing through their hearts. There was a wave of cha-cha-cha sounds as some martial artists drew out their weapons. But still, no one dared to do anything rash. "You are going too far," an early Xiantian realm martial artist heatedly shouted. Nightmare smiled with disdain. "Do you want to die too?" The martial artist paused. He was somewhat afraid to face Nightmare. Nightmare was a martial artist who shined in soul attacks. He was able to detonate his enemy's spiritual sea with his soul force, and could even shatter their heads. This was also the origin of Nightmare's nickname. He could easily kill a low-level martial artist. In that split second that it took him to kill a martial artist, it was impossible for anyone else to save them. The early Xiantian martial artist grit his teeth, finally not saying anything. At that moment, a deep sense of humiliation filled his mind. He hated that he had no power to stand up to these monsters. The red-haired youth didn't even seem to have noticed what happened. He continued and blankly said, 9. With the invisible pressure pushing down on them, several Hotian martial artists were suppressed by the pressure. They were barely able to hold on. 8. 7. Between every breath was a chilling voice. "What can we do?" Fire Axe asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Even Fire Axe, who was normally calm, was flustered into his situation. Lin Ming remained silent. He had truly grown a great deal these past days, but he still lacked assurance he would be able to win this battle. A character like the red-haired youth simply couldn't be compared to someone like Xianxia. Not just that, but he also had the Demon Region's big 3 at his side. Any one of them would be far beyond Xianxia. And with so many South Sea Demon Region direct descendant disciples added on, this would absolutely be a brutal and bloody battle. 6. 5. 4. The red-haired youth calmly counted down. But Lin Ming was gathering his potential in silence, his eyes brilliant as he stared at the red-haired youth. His entire body was beginning to boil with fighting spirit. 3. As the red-haired youth counted to hear, he slowly took out a halberd from his spatial ring. This blood halberd was 10 feet long and gleamed with a red light. It was also a great desolate blood halberd replica. However, its quality was far inferior to that of Lei Mubai's. Although the red-haired youth was stronger than Lei Mubai, his status within the South Sea Demon region was naturally lower. The blood halberd emitted a bloody energy. As several Hotian martial artists faced this aura, they couldn't help but tremble. Many of them walked out from the crowd. Facing this blood halberd, they simply lacked the courage to further resist. If they didn't come out, they would certainly die. But if they stood out and were careful in exploring the path, they might have a slight chance of living. 2. The red-haired youth's count slowed a bit, the murderous intent that flowed from him condensing even further. More and more Hotian realm martial artists realized their fate and stood out, pale, their eyes like dying flames. As the Xiantian martial artists of the Wartime Alliance saw this, they could only silently grieve. In this strange and unknown world, there were probably dangers even greater than these space cracks. Once the Hotian realm martial artists died, it would be their turn. 1. As the red-haired youth counted out this last number, he suddenly laughed. What great courage! You really aren't afraid of death. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Lin Ming. In fact, he had already noticed Lin Ming from a moment ago. His cultivation wasn't high, but his true essence was thick to the point that it wasn't what a normal Hotian master could have. Interesting. How interesting. As the red-haired youth approached step by step, behind him were still Bloodbone, Nightmare, and Viper. With the illustrious renown of the Demon Region's Big Three as well as the red-haired youth that was stronger than them, these four released an aura that none of the Wartime Alliance martial artists had the courage to compete with. They were even afraid of meeting their eyes. Lin Ming calmly looked as the red-haired youth approached and stood in front of the Fire Axe squad. Behind Lin Ming, Enchanting Shadow and Big Beard tightly gripped onto their weapons, their palms slick with sweat. Captain Fire Axe also had a grim expression and his nerves were on tight wires. In this critical situation, even the tranquil Violet Rain had purple arcs of electricity jumping between her fingertips. The red-haired youth ignored Fire Axe and everyone else, only looking at Lin Ming. Boy, you're quite good. You're standing in front of my aura and yet you can remain calm. Lin Ming was unmoved. He only traced the halberd in his spatial ring, the great desolate blood halberd, against this red-haired youth from a 5th grade sect, as well as the Demon Region's Big Three and the countless Demon Region Xianxia masters behind them. Lin Ming was prepared to go all out. He wouldn't hide his strength, nor could he. This would be a battle that decided life or death. The powerful oppressive force caused all the surrounding martial artists to retreat, many of them having mournful expressions. Finished? The Fire Axe squad is finished. Fire Axe can at most face a normal late Xiantian master, but he would still be killed by any of these four in a second. Although that late Hotian boy has an intimidating aura, there is nothing he can do in the face of absolute suppression by cultivation. What should we do? Do we help? If we help them, we will die. They can kill us without us even knowing. But if we don't resist them, we'll be at their mercy. A man didn't say any more. It was better to die fighting gloriously in battle than as cannon fodder. The man who had spoken before sighed, not saying anything else. They only had a third of the enemy's numbers, and their quality was also far inferior. What could they do? It was like trying to crack a rock with an egg. This was also what most of the Wartime Alliance martial artists were thinking. The other side was the army of the South Sea Demon Region. As for them, they were just a gathered bunch of free martial artists. The red-haired youth had already approached within 50 feet of Lin Ming, his expression full of praise. Good. Very good. I also admire those that do not fear death. But not being afraid of death is not a positive because those people usually die quickly. Bang. The red-haired youth's body erupted with true essence. His blood-red hair whipped around in the vortex of true essence. He held his right hand out, and the 10-foot-long halberd lay flat. A surge of violent bloody energy broke out. Facing him was like facing a roaring army. My name is Xianchang. Now you can die knowing who killed you. Lin Ming didn't utter a single word. He had been silent from the very start, gathering his potential. His entire momentum was revolving to this limit and barely restrained. True essence chaotically surged around in the heretical god seed, and the 13 blood-drinking symbols rapidly circulated in his meridians, ready to break out at any time. A deluge of savage murderous intent filled the air, seeming as if manifested into reality. Die! Xianchang shouted and took a step forwards, his blood halberd smashing down. The ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and the crimson blood halberd emitted a sorrowful grieving wail. In this instant, Lin Ming finally pressed down on his spatial ring. With a flash of light, the great desolate blood halberd appeared with 13 shining souls around it. It was like a blood dragon had suddenly appeared, sweeping away all. This weapon was the exact same as Xianchang's, it was just that the inherent blood energy it emitted was even richer. Clang! The two halberds intersected, rocks exploded around them. The nearby martial artists found it hard to keep their balance in the turbulent and savage currents of wind that followed. Lin Ming's feet sank into the ground. With the great desolate blood halberd in his hands, He had firmly blocked Xianxia's strike. What? Xianxia's expression was filled with disbelief. This boy had blocked his strike? All of the other martial artists were shocked, including the Demon Region's big three. Xianxiang had only casually attacked, but this attack still wasn't something that a late Hotian martial artist should have been able to resist. As for that blood halberd in his hand, it was almost the exact same as the one in Xianxiang's hands. It was just that the aura was even more formidable, to the point where glancing at it caused one to feel a deep sense of impending doom. What halberd was that? You? Xianxiang looked at Lin Ming and his complexion changed. Within the South Sea Demon region, there were countless great, desolate blood halberd replicas. Xianxiang wasn't able to recognize that this blood halberd in Lin Ming's hand had once been Lei Mubai's, but he could tell that the blood halberd's forging method was without a doubt from the South Sea Demon region. Just how did it end up in this youth's hand? Who was he? Damn it all! In front of so many people, Xianxiang had been blocked by a mere late Hotian martial artist. Now that he lost face, all he could feel was a blazing rage. Blood Mountain Seal! As he drew out a seal with his hand, he placed it atop the blood halberd. The entire blood halberd suddenly burst into a radiant light. This was a martial skill that Xianxiang had used. The Blood Mountain Seal was a cultivation method that had been passed down within the South Sea Demon region for over 3,000 years. It was not at all part of the ancient Devil Tome. Although its power was inferior to that of the ancient Devil Tome, Xianxiang had cultivated it for many years, and he was confident he could destroy even the hardest defenses. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a sharp light. His tempering marrow true essence completely erupted. 13 blood-drinking seals screamed as they burst forth. Primeval halberd strike. With a thrust of his halberd, a dizzying red vortex formed on the blade edge of the halberd. The surrounding space seemed to twist around this halberd. The power of this halberd strike had faintly touched the edges of laws. As the two halberds crossed again, it was like a bloody sun had risen in this dark world. Xianxiang felt a strange and astonishing spinning power spread through him. He was nearly sent flying away. He revolved his true essence and forcefully stilled himself, but he had still been forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. You! Who are you? Xianxiang's eyes were bloodshot. His vision shined brightly as he stared at Lin Ming like a man who had been bitten by a beast. In the midst of the battlefield, Lin Ming held the great desolate blood halberd. The 10-foot-long blood halberd extended straight out. The 2-foot-long blade edge gleamed with a cold light, and the pole was like a thick python. At that moment, the figure of Lin Ming standing there was like a deadly halberd. His aura was staggering, and his flowing murderous intent was breathtaking. All of the surrounding martial artists trembled at this presence. If Lin Ming had just barely managed to defend against Xianxiang's probing strike, they would have been able to accept that. But now Xianxiang had used a martial skill and Lin Ming had still blocked it, instead forcing Xianxiang to take several steps back. This was simply unbelievable. It had to be known that Lin Ming's cultivation was more than an entire boundary worse than Xianxiang's. How could such a person have been unknown and unremarkable all this time? Violet Rain bit her lips, her eyes shining. Captain, has Wild Halberd been hiding his cultivation? Fire Axe was silent, hiding his cultivation? If Wild Halberd wanted to hide his cultivation in front of them, that could only be possible if his cultivation was higher. But now it looked like even Xianxiang had recognized that Wild Halberd was a Hotian realm martial artist. Could Wild Halberd be a revolving core supreme elder? But why would a revolving core master hide amongst them? Was it for fun or something? Fire Axe's eyes were radiant as he looked at the great desolate blood halberd in Lin Ming's hands. He whispered, "Maybe Wild Halberd is the blood demon." Hearing Fire Axe's hypothesis, Violet Rain was shocked. Blood demon? Yes, Wild Halberds might match the strength that the blood demon was rumored to have. Also, Wild Halberd and the blood demon appeared on South Aurora Island at nearly the same time. With both of these truths combined together, it meant that Wild Halberd and blood demon were almost certainly one and the same. At this time, not only did Fire Axe make this guess, but the demon region's big three, Lu Hua, and other perceptive martial artists also thought of this. Lu Hua's eyelids fluttered. If Wild Halberd was the blood demon, then was it possible to have Wild Halberd take the lead and engage with the South Sea Demon region in a final life or death showdown? Even if they had the blood demon on their side, this battle would still be dancing upon the razor-thin edge of death. But if they didn't fight, wouldn't they perish anyway? Nightmare's lips moved as he sent Xianxia a true essence sound transmission. Xianxia frowned. Blood demon? He wasn't satisfied with this answer. Where did blood demon come from? How could such a ridiculous genius randomly appear out of thin air? He had to have some sort of origin unless he was a martial artist who came from a distant land. This blood demon's cultivation method was absolutely a top cultivation method of the demonic path. In that one collision a moment ago, the energy within wasn't too great, but that strange rotating power made Xianxia feel as if he was unable to resist at all. This cultivation even surpassed the legacies of the South Sea Demon region. If he took one step back and thought about it, there was only a single talent within the South Horizon region that could compare to a genius like this, and that would be Divine Phoenix Island's Lin Ming. Both of them were at the late Hotian realm, and both also had such outrageous combat strength. Could it be? Thinking this, Xianxia's eyes widened. As he thought of Lin Ming, even Xianxia felt frightened. A year ago, Lin Ming had defeated Xian Ji, who had disguised himself as Lei Mubai. Xian Ji was the most radiant and outstanding talent that had appeared in the South Sea Demon region for the last several hundred years. He reached the Hotian realm at a mere 17 years of age, and he also had the perfect giant demon bloodline. His talent was almost at the 8th grade, and he also had an extremely high thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. He cultivated the ancient Devil Tome's halberd arts, and with his just Hotian cultivation, he could defeat an early Xiantian martial artist from a large sect. Against Xian Ji, Xianxia simply didn't have the courage to compete. But this sort of monstrous genius was actually defeated by Lin Ming, who had even jumped realms in order to do so. If this blood demon was Lin Ming, it shouldn't be possible. Lin Ming uses a spear and blood demon uses a halberd. Not just that, but there is a great stylistic difference in their cultivation methods. Blood demon practices a top demonic path cultivation method, but Lin Ming practices Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation method. No matter where this fellow comes from, as long as I can kill him here today, I will be able to forever rid myself of this future calamity. As Xianxia thought this, his entire body flowed with true essence. Netherworld Devil Arts, Universe of Bloody War. The Netherworld Devil Arts was the original cultivation method that the Netherworld Great Emperor had used to become infamous. Although it was inferior to the ancient Devil Tome, it wasn't that much worse. With Xianxia's cultivation as an extreme Xiantian warrior, he would undoubtedly be able to display the formidable power of the Netherworld Devil Arts. Suddenly, waves of surging blood appeared. All of the surrounding space was filled with the thick energy of blood, and some weaker martial artists felt extremely ill. If the shockwave was so powerful, then facing this head-on would truly be an inconceivable terror. Lin Ming's vision was profound. He stimulated his tempering marrow true essence to the limit. In this battle, he wouldn't be able to hold back at all. Perhaps even his status would be revealed. Xianxia waved his halberd. True essence wrapped around the waves of blood, rushing towards Lin Ming, breaking the earth wherever it went. Blood seal twisting murder. Lin Ming clenched his right hand and stabbed out the great desolate blood halberd with indomitable momentum. Atop the blood halberd, 13 blood seals crazily spun around. This was still a spinning force, except this time it was spinning outwards. This halberd strike that contained a spiraling power was like a thin steel needle as it tore apart the waves of blood, dispersing them all. This was the inherent style of the great desolate halberd art. If it wasn't for the blood-drinking seal's spinning power, Lin Ming would have to spend at least twice the true essence to scatter the waves of blood. This style. Xianxia was shocked. Even the ancient Devil Tome's halberd arts was left in the dust in terms of the exquisiteness of the technique. As Xianxia saw Lin Ming's halberd piercing towards him with a spinning force, he quickly raised his halberd to block. But at this moment, an amazing scene took place. Lin Ming's halberd seemed to penetrate through the space itself, instantly arriving in front of Xianxia. What? Xianxia's expression completely changed. At this life or death moment, he gnashed on his tongue, explode. Bang! Waves upon waves of blood instantly blew up. Many surrounding martial artists were sent flying back in the air, several of them spitting out blood. Be careful. Withstand it. Do not step back. The martial artists quickly intensified their protective true essence. At this time, everyone would rather withstand the explosive waves of blood and be injured than escape to the periphery of the group. Who knew what sort of invisible space cracks were around them? If they stepped into a space crack, that meant certain death. A massive amount of bloody fog filled the air, shrouding Lin Ming and Xianxia within. No one could see or hear within. Even perception was being torn apart by the spiraling power. All of the martial artists felt their heartbeats quicken in nervousness. Die! Within the bloody fog, Xianxia swept his halberd towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't say a single word as he similarly swept his halberd. On the blade, 13 crimson blood seals blocked Xianxia's halberd blade, grounding it in place. This is... Xianxia felt as if someone had poured molten metal onto his halberd. There was a great resistance that acted on it. In this moment, Lin Ming thrust his halberd towards Xianxia. Humph! Explode for me! Bang! True essence erupted, washing away all of Lin Ming's blood-drinking seals. Xianxia howled, raising his halberd and slicing down at Lin Ming. Clang! 2 halberds crossed. Lin Ming felt a strong force transmit through him and his right leg pushed down, crushing all the rocks beneath him. He was forced to step back, the blood in his body tumbling. Chila! The clothing on his chest was ripped apart, exposing his smooth and firm muscles. There was also a layer of bloody energy attached to him, constantly corroding Lin Ming's body. This bloody fog. Lin Ming's inner true essence vibrated, scattering all the bloody fog. He looked up and saw Xianxia take a step back. His situation was much better than Lin Ming's. Indeed, if Lin Ming didn't open the heretical god force, then in terms of absolute strength he would be inferior to Xianxia. However, facing so many enemies at the same time, Lin Ming didn't dare to rashly open the heretical god force. This is tricky. Lin Ming's eyebrows tightened. He did have a lot of final master moves he could use, but he didn't dare to use any of them casually. Any one of those moves consumed a great deal of energy. If he had to use it, he must ensure that Xianxia would be severely injured, otherwise he would be in danger. Xianxia looked at Lin Ming, his heart becoming increasingly perturbed. Just what cultivation method is this? Is this the legacy of some other great demonic path sect? The blood demon style is extremely bizarre. It has many similarities with the ancient devil tome, but it seems to be even stronger than the ancient devil tome. Thinking this, Xianxia's heart suddenly shook. Could it be? As he carefully looked at the great desolate blood halberd in the blood demon's hand, it looked exactly the same as Xianji's. Not just that, but although the cultivation method that the blood demon used was different from the ancient devil tome, it was truly somewhat similar. It was as if his cultivation method was derived from the ancient devil tome, a higher evolution. Could it be that Lin Ming had obtained Xianji's great desolate blood halberd and also the first layer of the ancient devil tome cultivation method, and then proceeded to independently practice and perceive its secrets to this degree? Heavens! Did he improve upon the cultivation method of an ancient supreme elder? Just what sort of monstrous perception was this, to be able to improve the cultivation method that an ancient supreme elder had created? Thinking of this, Xianxia's complexion completely changed and beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. He was simply stunned by Lin Ming's monstrous talent. Nightmare, Bloodbone, and Viper were all unclear as to why Xianxia's expression had changed so suddenly. It was as if he had just discovered something terrible a moment ago. The surrounding martial artists also weren't clear as to what was happening. Xianxia's complexion became increasingly grim and solemn. If this blood demon truly was Lin Ming, then he must kill him now. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's monstrous perception and talent, he would probably be able to instantly kill him in another 6 months. This sort of person was an abnormal being that couldn't be stirred up. But the key of all this was, could he kill Lin Ming? Although Xianxia also had many finishing blows he hadn't used, he was aware that Lin Ming had even more methods. If he was stronger than Lin Ming by a bit, then with the help of the Demon Region's Big Three he could suppress Lin Ming. But if Lin Ming turned around and escaped, in this world with space cracks everywhere, stopping him would be hard. If he rashly pursued him into a space crack, he would lose his head. If he couldn't chase and kill Lin Ming, and Lin Ming found an exit, then that abnormal youth could find a place to cultivate for a few years. In the meantime, Xianxia would be living in constant fear and unease, until the day that Lin Ming returned to kill him. Xianxia suddenly found that he had jumped on the tiger and could no longer back down. Just what should he do? As Nightmare saw Xianxia's ugly complexion, he couldn't help but ask with a true essence sound transmission, "Sir Envoy, this person is a bit tricky. Would Sir Envoy permit me to help in secret? Although I cannot deal with him alone, I can use my soul force to secretly attack his spiritual sea. I have complete confidence that I will be able to slow or restrain his movements. When that happens, Sir Envoy can kill him with ease." Xianxia's heart stirred. Nightmare excelled at soul attacks. This plan was indeed feasible. If he was successful, he could stop Lin Ming from running. But this was a gamble. Should he make this gamble or not? Although Xianxia was proud since this involved his life, he still wasn't above admitting defeat and apologizing in the presence of everyone. This was something he was still willing to do. However, what Xianxia was afraid of was that even if he capitulated and apologized, Lin Ming would still bear a grudge against him in the future. Perhaps in several years, or even less, Lin Ming would be able to crush him like an ant. At that time, his life or death would all depend on Lin Ming's mood. Xianxia was unwilling to hand his fate over to others like this. Xianxia clenched his teeth and gripped the blood halberd in his hands. He didn't need Nightmare's soul attack to wound Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming hesitated for just a second, he would be able to kill him. "Nightmare, when I attack, you join in. Use everything you have to kill him. Leave nothing behind. Otherwise, we won't have another chance." Xianxia had an extremely grim expression. This sort of attack that took one by surprise could only be used once. The second time, Lin Ming would have protective measures in place and there wouldn't be much of an effect. And if he escaped in advance, then in this broken world full of space cracks and other dangers, whether it was chasing or running or hiding, everything was a death-defying act. All of it would depend on one's destiny. And Xianxia was not confident to the point where he thought his own destiny was greater than Lin Ming's. All right, Nightmare was a bit surprised. Xianxia seemed to take this blood demon especially seriously. Did he know the identity of this blood demon? Netherworld Devil Arts. Xianxia shouted and true essence erupted from him like a volcano. He activated the third layer of the Netherworld Devil Arts cultivation method. Xianxia had just managed to trace the threshold of this third layer. When trying to control the overbearingly savage and violent demonic path cultivation method, if his technique or control was insufficient, it was highly likely that he would end up suffering a backlash and wounding himself. He might even drive himself to madness. For Xianxia to use this now proved just how desperate he was. As Xianxia's dreadful aura flooded out, his hair billowed in the wind. At this moment, he was like an all-powerful war god that no one could defeat, looking down at the world with arrogance. All of the surrounding martial artists felt their backs turn cold as they witnessed Xianxia's power. Even the South Sea Demon region's big three were alarmed and frightened. This is too terrifying. Were Xianxia's early moves just tentative attacks? His strength suddenly rose up so high. All of us are at the extreme Xiantian realm, yet the difference is so great. Who can resist Xianxia like this? All of the wartime alliance martial artists felt despair fill their hearts. Even Lu Hua had dispelled his thoughts of teaming up with the blood demon to deal with Xianxia. With Xianxia and the big three of the South Sea Demon region, whether it was quality or quantity, they were stronger. If they resisted, they would all die. Lu Hua sighed. Just how many people would be able to survive this impending disaster? Oh! Lin Ming's pupils contracted. He naturally knew that his opponent was planning on going all out with everything he had. As for his own card that he had in hand, it was a pure killing move he could only use once. He was saving it for a situation in which it would absolutely be successful. But this time he had no way of holding back. Otherwise he would be severely wounded here. If he couldn't escape, then he would die soon after. When I faced Ouyang Xinxiu, I only opened the heretical god force. I didn't burn the blood of the ancient phoenix. And after the battle, my condition wasn't at its best. But now that I'm facing Xianxia, my strength has greatly increased and I'm also in top condition. I wonder just how far I can go. Lin Ming began to seethe with fighting spirit. Oh! The blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. The flame marks between Lin Ming's eyebrows began to shine with a golden flame light. The most potent ability of the ancient phoenix's blood was that it was able to bathe in flames and be reborn. This meant that the blood of the ancient phoenix could be burnt without limit, and none of it would be lost. Die! Xianxia tightened the grip on his blood halberd and all of his upper body clothes tore apart. His red hair scattered in the air, and with every step he took, the ground shattered. A vast surge of true essence turned into a giant red eagle, flying towards Lin Ming. Ka. A halberd was wielded. The surrounding space seemed like it was being torn apart. Lin Ming's eyes were deep. His true essence touched upon the heretical god seed. Heretical god force, open. A vast amount of terrifyingly compressed true essence erupted from the heretical god seed. In that instant, the true essence of Lin Ming's body was like a vast and endless ocean. Turbulent waves of true essence ceaselessly crashing into the world. All of the surrounding martial artists paled as they experienced this crazily fierce aura. Even Fire Axe didn't dare to believe his own eyes. He knew that Blood Demon was strong, but he never would have imagined that he was strong to this degree. Was that violent battle from a moment ago just a small part of his strength? Nightmare's complexion turned white. He originally thought that Xianxia wouldn't even need his help, but now it looked as if it might not even be enough. Nightmare revolved true essence within his body. At this critical moment, he stared at Lin Ming. His spiritual sea rushed forwards. His soul pierced out. At this time, Lin Ming no longer cared about hiding his status. The highly compressed power of thunder and fire within the heretical god seed exploded forth. At this moment, his entire body flashed with arcs of thunder and blazed with soaring flames. At the same time, Nightmare's soul attack pierced Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Sneak soul attack? Lin Ming barely even bothered to react. The savage and wild power of thunder that had been slumbering within his spiritual sea burst forth and attacked this strange and sneaky soul attack. Meanwhile, a swirling black vortex appeared in the skies of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This was the samsara martial intent. This martial intent that was formed from experiencing 100 samsaras came from the legacy of the Sorcerer Pagoda's 7th floor. How could it allow its territory to be desecrated? Pong! The swirling black vortex was like the massive maw of a demon directly tearing that fragment of soul energy to pieces. RHHH! Nightmare screamed, falling to his knees as he clutched his head and collapsed. Just a moment ago he had attacked Lin Ming with his soul force per Xianxia's instructions. He had exhausted all of his strength in that attack. A soul was a martial artist's most fragile aspect. If a martial artist attacked someone who had a strong soul force defense with an all-out attack, it was no different from smashing a rock with an egg. They would suffer a horrendous backlash. Many martial artists heard Nightmare's pitiful screams. But at this time, no one could reflect on just what this meant. Xianxia's halberd was already coming down. But at this time, the great desolate blood halberd in Lin Ming's hand had at some point been exchanged for a red and purple spear. A manic power of thunder and flame interweaved into a singularity, thunder-fire annihilation. Bang! In this dark and desolate world, a gorgeous purple sun seemed to rise into the air. All sound was swallowed, and a blazing light flooded the vision of everyone present. All of the surrounding martial artists were considered extraordinary geniuses of their generation and lands. But facing such a dangerous explosion, they were like leaves in a storm. All of them were blown away, scattered about in disorder. In that maelstrom of thunder and fire, Lin Ming and Xianxia both flew backwards. But the difference was that Lin Ming balanced himself and fell to one knee, his face paling. As for Xianxia, he smashed into the ground, vomiting a giant mouthful of blood. Seeing this, all of the martial artists were awed, especially the scene of Nightmare suffering a backlash. None of them could believe their eyes. The extreme Xiantian Nightmare was infamous throughout the South Sea battlefield for his soul attacks. But a moment ago, Nightmare had sneak attacked Lin Ming during the chaos. And not only was Lin Ming all right, but Nightmare was severely wounded in return. Viper and Blood Bone both had extremely difficult expressions. They best understood Nightmare and knew just how strong his soul attacks were. After suffering the piercing of his spiritual sea, let alone attacking as usual, even standing would be difficult. However, Lin Ming seemed to have shrugged off this attack with no response. Not only did he resist Nightmare's soul attack, but he had accepted Xianxia's strongest strike and had also beaten him into vomiting blood. Was this really a human? He is too terrifying. Bloodbone's lips twitched. Against Lin Ming, he simply couldn't muster the courage to face him. Luckily, we didn't encounter Blood Demon earlier. Viper gulped, his forehead sweating. If they had really encountered Blood Demon earlier, it wouldn't have been strange if one or two of them had died. Thinking of this, he was horrified. Everyone was in complete silence. Xianchong crawled up from the ground, his face white. As he smeared the blood off his lips, he glanced at Nightmare, who was twitching on the floor, and his complexion became even uglier. Xianchong had overdrawn his true essence to make an all-out strike. During this time, Nightmare had also used his soul attack. However, not only was his attack blocked, but he had been beaten into such a miserable state. How was this possible? How could this Lin Ming be formidable to this degree? Was he really only 17 years old? Was his cultivation really only at the late Hotian realm? Xianchang's heart filled with waves of despair. Let alone forcing Lin Ming to stay on scene. It didn't seem as if he could even defeat him. He knew that several months ago Lin Ming had killed his way into the 7 profound valleys and had slain several great elders of the Acacia faction. He had even fought the Acacia faction sovereign and severely wounded him, causing him to lose blood essence. Finally, he had killed his own enemy with his own hand in front of all the Acacia Valley elders. But the 7 profound valleys Valley Master didn't dare to stop him or publicly reveal this information. If he didn't kill Lin Ming today, then maybe a dozen or so years from now, Lin Ming would have the ability to kill his way into the South Sea Demon region, and in the presence of the sect elders, squash him like a bug. But could he kill Lin Ming? It was looking more like he would be killed by Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Xianchong felt his intestines turn green with regret. How could he have provoked such a dark star? To come to such an insignificant South Aurora Island and run into Lin Ming, his luck was truly the ultimate trash. Lin Ming wiped off the blood from his lips and slowly stood up. The truth was that the actual situation wasn't what Xianchong had imagined. For Nightmare to suffer a counterattack in his soul attack, that could be considered his bad luck. With the heretical god Seed's Thunder Soul in addition to his samsara martial intent, Lin Ming's soul defense was formidable to the point of being utterly abnormal. For Nightmare to try and pierce Lin Ming's spiritual sea, that was simply a suicidal action. As for the Thunderfire annihilation a moment ago, because he still had so many enemies to face, he didn't dare to use the complete Thunderfire annihilation. Even so, he had still consumed around 30% of his true essence. But this strike had only severely injured Xianchong. His opponent still had a high combat effectiveness left. As Lin Ming took stock of himself, whether it was opening the heretical god force or burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, neither could be sustained for too long. If this lasted, then at most both he and Xianchong would be severely wounded. As for the South Sea Demon region's big 3, he absolutely wouldn't have the power to resist them. What should he do? Lin Ming already expected that this would be a difficult uphill battle, but he had no choice other than to fight. As for escaping from here, Lin Ming also dreaded those space cracks that existed everywhere. At this time, an incredible scene happened. Xianchong abruptly lowered the halberd in his hands and said, "I admit defeat. I was impulsive in my actions a moment ago, and I apologize for that. Forgive me." What? Lin Ming was shocked. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but all the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. Just what had happened? Lin Ming did have the overwhelming upper hand against Xianchong. However, this was just in a battle with the two of them. If this battle spread to both sides, then no matter how powerful Lin Ming was, he still wouldn't be able to overcome the overwhelming numerical advantage that the South Sea Demon region had. It was impossible for him to single-handedly defeat 100 to 200 Xiantian masters and half-step Xiantian masters, not to mention that there were also still the Demon region's big 3 powerhouses. Is Xianchong afraid? He's actually begging for mercy publicly? Is the blood demon that fearful? What is going on here? Violet Rain glanced at Fire Axe and whispered, "Xianchong probably knows who Wild Halberd is." When Xianxia had first exchanged blows with Lin Ming, his expression had completely changed and he had begun to sweat from his forehead, as if he had discovered something terrible. The most reasonable explanation for this was that Xianxia had recognized just who Wild Halberd was, and there was something about him that caused Xianxia to be afraid. Perhaps Fire Axe mumbled as he ruefully smiled. As he glanced at Wild Halberd again, whether it was origin or background, it simply wasn't something he could imagine. Violet Rain nodded, her face flushed red. Nightmare was an extremely formidable character that would cause any one of them to panic just by hearing his name. But now he was slumped silly on the floor, and this was all because of Wild Halberd. Wild Halberd's cultivation was only at the late Hotian realm. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming was silent. If this fight continued, both sides would suffer major losses. If they fought to the death, the most he would be able to do was to finish off the rest of the demon region's big three, Blood, Bone, and Viper. He wouldn't be able to change the general situation. If he ran away, he would face all sorts of unknown dangers, and not just that, but the Fire Axe squad he would have to leave behind would die. Lin Ming didn't wish for that to happen. As Xianxia saw Lin Ming hesitate as if he was willing to accept a truce, he hurriedly said, "As for the question of who will explore the path, first I will have my side's martial artists release their zombie guards. After the zombie guards are finished, then we shall have martial artists from both sides continue, half from each side. What do you think?" Hearing these words, the Wartime Alliance martial artists were flattered. These conditions that Xianxia offered were simply too good. These zombie guards were part of the combat strength of the South Sea Demon region martial artists. Refining a zombie guard required a great deal of resources and efforts. In the eyes of most here, a Xiantian rank zombie guard was much more valuable than a peak Hotian realm martial artist. Having the South Sea Demon region explore the path forwards with their zombie guards could be considered a massive hemorrhage on their part. Some of the Wartime Alliance martial artists were happy yet perplexed. When a good man turned evil, it would be easy to despise him. But when an evil man, especially a strong evil man, turned good, this was something to celebrate. Just why did Xianxia fear Lin Ming to this degree? They didn't know Lin Ming's true identity, only that Xianxia was scared silly by Lin Ming's infamous title. Xianxia was very self-aware that if he couldn't kill Lin Ming, he was only seeking his own death. Now he was trying everything he could to patch up the relations between him and Lin Ming, since he no longer wanted to mess with him, and also didn't want him to bear a grudge in the future. Lin Ming looked at Xianxia doubtfully and asked with a true essence sound transmission, "Do you recognize me?" Lin Ming had just used Thunder Fire Annihilation and also the Purple Comet Spear. Although the Wartime Alliance martial artists may not know what these meant, Xianxia was a talented disciple of the South Sea Demon region and had most likely obtained information like this. It wouldn't be strange if he was recognized. Xianxia felt his heart go cold. Lin Ming's identity was simply too sensitive. Xianxia didn't want to bring any trouble onto himself. The Western faction's great elder Shen Wuji had been obsessed about this matter. If he was found to be withholding any information pertaining to Lin Ming, then he would surely suffer serious and fatal consequences back at the sect. Not just that, but a month or two later, Lin Ming's strength might even make another breakthrough. At that time, Lin Ming might even think that it was a good idea to silence all witnesses. Thinking of this, Xianxia foolishly mumbled, "I have recognized you. Young hero should be Blood Demon." Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe Xianxia's words, but investigating this matter was useless. He remained silent for now. Dark Moon Island. Above the South Sea, the massive black swirling vortex slowly spun around. A vast amount of seawater was swallowed up by the vortex without a single sound. It was strangely peaceful and quiet. 12 black-robed elders floated high above the swirling vortex. They still hadn't found a solution to the problem. After a long silence, an elder with a masked face slowly spoke, his voice deep and hoarse like coarse gravel. "If this continues, then in just several days there will be several revolving core fogies or even life-destruction powerhouses arriving here. They will be from the demonic path, righteous path, South Horizon region, Five-Element region, or even beyond. When that time comes, there will inevitably be a fierce battle here. Perhaps even this old man will perish here." "Xianxia, do you really expect us old men to go all out even in this situation when we're kept in the dark?" The Xianxia he referred to was the sovereign of the demon region Western faction. Although Xianxia was nearly 1,000 years old, after a martial artist underwent their second life destruction, they would be reborn and their body remade. Their life would lengthen, and their appearance would remain young. With some secret makeup techniques, her appearance was still like a beautiful woman around 30 years of age, ardent and aphrodisiac. Ha! Xianxia smiled, but she didn't immediately respond. She glanced at the feminine-looking man beside her. This person was Lei Mubai's master and great-grandfather, Xianwuji. As the two quickly exchanged true essence sound transmissions, the masked elder quietly waited. A moment later, Xianxia smiled and said with alluring flattering, "Elder Zhou may not believe me, but we were really planning on informing everyone of the situation within once the ancient battlefield was opened. As long as there were people, there would be infighting. Even within the South Sea Demon region, there were still struggles over power and interests. This was simply an inevitable facet of human nature. When Silent Demon Emperor City was destroyed, the remnants of the defeated armies fled to the South Sea. Many of these remnants had the direct bloodline of the Netherworld Great Emperor as well as the Devil Generals. Between the various bloodlines and clans, there would be conflict of interests. Who didn't want their juniors to soar into the sky and for their elders to safely pass through the death door of life destruction? This also caused the relationship between the various clans to be rocky. The ancient Devil Tome and Demon Emperor's letter were first obtained by the direct descendants of the Netherworld Great Emperor. The Demon Emperor's letter had always been controlled by Xianwuji and Xianxia. If they didn't require the help of the other South Sea Demon region elders in order to open the ancient battlefield, then Xianxia and Xianwuji would have kept all the treasure to themselves. Elder Zhou flung his sleeves and calmly said, "This old man is listening with full attention." Xianxia smiled. Well, when the Demon Emperor had taken this broken world's ancient battlefield as his stronghold, he also construction an imperial palace here. The treasures within are countless. Elder Zhou frowned and said, "According to what this old man knows, the Demon Emperor didn't die, but instead flew towards the realm of the gods. If that's true, why would he leave behind treasures within his stronghold? Unless the Demon Emperor had suddenly fallen, there was no way that he would have left treasures at the stronghold so that others could take them away." Xianxia smiled tenderly and said, "Elder Zhou is wise. The Demon Emperor did take his treasures with him when he flew to the realm of the gods. But there were some things that he couldn't take with him. Since I invited everyone here and also spent such a great amount of effort to open the ancient battlefield, naturally I wouldn't do so in vain." According to the Demon Emperor's letter, there were two things that he couldn't carry away. One was the medicine garden. Medicine garden? Elder Zhou's heart moved, but he maintained his calm composure, waiting for Xianxia to speak. In this broken world, there are special rules that exist along with the layers of array formations that the Demon Emperor laid down. This means that this medicine garden is truly special. When the Demon Emperor flew up, he naturally carried off some of these rare and valuable medicines. But there were some medicines that hadn't ripened, and there was no meaning for him to take them. He left them here to be nourished by the special rules of the broken world and allow them to grow. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed. As Xianxia spoke, Elder Zhou's eyebrows twitched. Tens of thousands of years? Normally, a medicine that was just 1,000 years old would be considered extremely precious. As for one that was tens of thousands of years old, that was simply astounding. There aren't many medicines that can survive for tens of thousands of years. Correct, there are indeed very few medicines that can survive that long. Most of the plants in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden should have already wilted away. But there is one extremely precious medicine named the Nirvana Dragon Root that can survive for over 100,000 years. Oh, what is that? Elder Zhou was surprised. According to Xianxua's meaning, this meant that it should be some absurdly precious treasure. He had never heard of it before. According to the description written within the Demon Emperor's letter, the use of this medicine is to create new blood and wash one's marrow. The Demon Emperor's letter described a body transformation cultivation method called the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians. One could use the Nirvana Dragon Root to have true essence enter into the marrow. True essence entering marrow? Elder Zhou eyebrows arched up. The significance of true essence entering marrow doesn't concern us much anymore. This old man is not interested in any sort of body transformation cultivation method. All of the elders present had already condensed their true essence into their dantian and formed a revolving core. If they chose this time to practice such a basic body transformation cultivation method, they would have to do so from the start. Thus, no matter how great this cultivation method was, it simply made no sense to do so. Haha, of course, I am also not interested in this. But according to the Demon Emperor's letter, after refining the Nirvana dragon root and washing the marrows with new blood, one can increase the chances of successfully crossing through the life destruction stages. What? Not only was Elder Zhou visible moved, but all of the other elders present too. Increase the chances of crossing through the stages of life destruction. How much can it increase by? Elder Zhou was unable to contain his excitement. Life destruction, it was like an endless moat that lay in front of all revolving core martial artists. To cross through life destruction was to step over the gates of hell, walking the tightrope over the endless abyss. The truth was that many extreme revolving core masters already had the cultivation levels to attempt their passage through life destruction. But they did not dare to do so. If they didn't attempt it, then could live for 800 years. But if they tried to cross life destruction, there was a chance they would instantly die. And what made people despair was that no one ever knew how many life destructions they would have to cross. Crossing this again and again and again, that truly led people into anguish. If there was some valuable material that could increase the chances that life destruction would succeed, even by 20%, then that would absolutely cause countless revolving core masters to go crazy with greed. Elder Zhou and everyone else's reactions were well within Xianxia's expectations. Who wouldn't be tempted by something like this? After she had the elders hungrily hanging on to her words, she slowly said, "The Nirvana dragon root can increase the chances of crossing life destruction by 20 to 30%. Not just that, but the enhancement is permanent. 20 to 30% increased chances permanently." This so-called permanence was that after successfully washing the marrow, every time one attempted to cross through the stages of life destruction, their chances would increase by 20 to 30%, all the way until they successfully broke through to the Divine Sea realm. Elder Zhou felt as if he was going crazy. 20 to 30% seemed like an astounding exaggeration, not to mention that this was a permanent increase. Normally, those martial artists that could cultivate to the life destruction boundary were all top talents. Of course, even among the top talents there were differences. Those that had a better foundation had a greater chance of crossing life destruction. As for those that had a worse foundation, their chances might be just 10 to 20%. Elder Zhou wasn't considered too bad. With his original 40 to 50% chances, along with the Nirvana dragon root and some other precious materials, he would have a near certain chance to cross life destruction. It would be blessedly safe. If he didn't dare to cross life destruction with an over 80% chance of success, then he might as well not practice martial arts and retire, waiting for his life energy to exhaust itself and then die in peace. How about it? Is Elder Zhou satisfied with this answer? The one who spoke was Xian Wuji. He was the great elder of the Demon Region Western faction and also the previous Demon Region Western faction sovereign. He was older than Xianxia by several hundred years, and he had crossed through the third stage of life destruction. If this precious medicine is able to increase the chances of successfully passing through the life destruction stages, this old man naturally desires it. Elder Zhou deeply looked at Xian Wuji. The two of them had never been on the best of terms. But Elder Zhou was aware that with his status in the South Sea Demon region, he would already be content to obtain a Nirvana dragon root. As for the other treasures, even if it were a heaven-step treasure, Elder Zhou didn't desire those much. Any treasure paled in comparison to his own life. I heard Sovereign Xian say that besides the medicine garden, there was also another treasure. Just what would that be? Xianxia said, "The second couldn't be considered a treasure. It is the Demon Emperor's familiar. This familiar is named the Giant Leviathan. When the Demon Emperor flew into the realm of the gods, his familiar remained within the mortal world. This giant Leviathan is an extremely formidable beast. Its body contains a vast space. For these past tens of thousands of years, It has been slumbering in perpetuity within the ancient battlefield. If we can summon it, then it will become a part of our war strength. Giant Leviathan? Elder Zhou's mind jolted. In the legends, the giant Leviathan could grow to thousands of miles. It was an ancient saint beast of the past. If the giant Leviathan floated to the surface, its back would be like an endless mountain range with great gales of wind. Its body was broad like an island, and in the legends, the giant Leviathan would enter into deep hibernation for tens of thousands of years at a time. During this long period, the giant Leviathan's back would be covered with dust and dirt, and even plants would grow there. People would think that this giant Leviathan was a real island and they would live upon it for generations. This legend and all the others were really shocking. If they could tame this giant Leviathan, the war strength of the South Sea Demon region would vastly increase. But, to Elder Zhou, the significance of this wasn't too great. He only cared about the Nirvana dragon root. I don't know whether or not what Shen Wuji and Xianxia say is true, but my request isn't too high. I just need to obtain a small cut of the Nirvana dragon root to assist me through the third stage of life destruction. As for other things, I simply do not need them. Oh. In the broken world, pieces of thick clouds were suspended in the air. Under these ink-black clouds, hundreds of martial artists were cautiously walking forwards. There was a massive group of zombie guards in the front. These zombie guards were skinny and their eyes were glazed over. They held treasures in their hands, vacantly waving them around in order to detect any space cracks in the way. If a treasure weapon was suddenly sheared off, then that would indicate that there was a space crack located there. The zombie guard's master would then command the zombie guard to leave a mark there. However, every so often, there would be a small space crack that was as fragile as thin glass. Once it was knocked a bit by a treasure, it would cause this small space crack to collapse, twisting any zombie guard near it into bits and pieces. There were also some times when there would be a large space crack and it would have a great pulling power. When a zombie guard approached, it would be directly sucked in, and then torn apart by the space storm. Thus, over half the zombie guards had been ruined so far. Xian Chang's complexion wasn't too good. They had already touched upon space cracks several times. This meant that the collapsing world wasn't too big. If it was completely sealed up, then he would simply vomit blood. That is. Xian Chang looked up, his eyes widening. A bit more than 10 miles away, there was a huge altar. This altar was hidden in the hazy fog, so they couldn't clearly see it. Brother Wild Halberd, let us go have a look, Xian Chang said from not far behind Lin Ming. Throughout this entire way, Xian Chang had been exceptionally polite towards Lin Ming, continually referring to Lin Ming as Brother Wild Halberd. Whenever something came up, he would politely discuss it with Lin Ming. Lin Ming simply didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He knew the chances were that Xian Chang knew who he was and was afraid of his status. The truth was that he couldn't blame Xian Chang for being so timid. Seeing was believing. Xian Chang had fought Lin Ming and had even overdrawn his true essence in his attack. In addition, there was also Nightmare assisting him. Yet, he had been defeated and Nightmare was put into a miserable state. Xian Chang naturally didn't dare to become enemies with Lin Ming anymore. Let's take a look, Xian Chang said to the South Sea Demon region martial artists. He immediately ordered those that controlled the zombie guards to head over to the altar. What was surprising was that as they approached the altar, there were less and less space cracks present. Obviously, the space here was relatively more stable. After they approached, they discovered that this altar was over 100 feet high, and it was forged from gray rock. On the rock, there were many different kinds of beautiful and exquisite reliefs carved. As they walked up the stairs, they saw that there was a vast flat space atop the altar. There were many lines traced into the ground. It was incomparably mystical and mesmerizing. As the several hundred martial artists saw this altar and the relief images etched upon it, they were all keenly interested. But as for Lin Ming, as soon as he saw these lines, his heart stirred. He recognized these. These lines were runes from the realm of the gods. Carved atop this giant altar was actually a massive array formation. Lin Ming pondered. It seemed as if, in ancient times, the realm of the gods was inextricably linked to the Sky Spill continent. Whether it was the ancient array formation jade slip that ancestor Qi Yan had found, or all the different kinds of arrangements within the divine phoenix mystic realm, and now even this massive altar within the ancient battlefield, they all involved the realm of the gods. It was as if the realm of the gods had once been present here, but with the changing flow and ebb of time, all the legacies from the realm of the gods had been slowly lost. Tens of thousands of years ago, the martial arts world of Sky Spill Continent was much more magnificent and glorious than it is now. All sorts of emperors had emerged, such as the Southern Wilderness Sorcerer and the South Seas Demon Emperor. At that time, that was just the South Horizon region. Other areas certainly had characters as strong, if not stronger. I don't know what happened all those years ago, but it seems as if the once great martial arts world slowly declined, and now within the entire Sky Spill Continent, emperor-level powerhouses rarely appear. There are only a dozen or so known, and with all the ones hidden, there might be around 100 of them. Not just that, but these emperor-level powerhouses can't hold a candle to the sorcerer and demon emperor of the past. Lin Ming sighed, shaking his head. He no longer thought about these things. Rather, he began to observe the altar, carefully inspecting the array formation. As he glanced over the runes and general pattern, he slowly began to discover that this was an ancient array formation. Looking at the massive scale of the transmission array as well as the complex array formation inscribed upon it, Lin Ming was unable to restrain a gasp. There were even over 100 slots for true essence stones on the edges of the array formation. I wonder just how far this massive transmission array goes to. It shouldn't be like those of the South Sea that send one tens of thousands of miles away. This one should work for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of miles. What sort of concept was that? Lin Ming simply couldn't imagine it. After Lin Ming had absorbed the memories of the Realm of the Gods Array Master, he had come to understand a great deal about the Realm of the Gods Array formations. Although he couldn't arrange his own massive array formation, understanding the principles behind it wasn't too difficult. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming finally understood the approximate theory and principle behind this ancient transmission array. For a single use, not only did this transmission array require 72 medium-grade true essence stones, but also 36 high-grade true essence stones. One also had to pay particular attention to placing down these true essence stones. If one didn't understand the rules of arranging them, they would never open this transmission array. 72 medium-grade true essence stones as well as 36 high-grade true essence stones. A high-grade true essence stone is worth 100 medium-grade true essence stones. Lin Ming was secretly flabbergasted. The price to open this transmission array just once was astonishing. If he hadn't killed so many people at the South Sea Demon region and taken their belongings, he never would have even come close to being able to activate this. This transmission array was from so long ago. Could it still start? As Lin Ming was calmly thinking about this, he suddenly felt a wetness on his face. A drop of rain had clearly fallen on his cheek. Lin Ming looked up to the skies and found that the dark clouds were becoming increasingly thick. But he remembered that when he had entered into this broken world, the sky was pitch black, but it was clear. He could even see the countless bits of rock suspended in the air. But now, these dark and dense clouds had swallowed up all the suspended rocks. Rain? This world also has rain. The surviving martial artists also looked up to the skies. In the skies, the dark clouds were growing larger, and countless raindrops pattered onto the floor as they fell in a deluge. It was like they were in the middle of a monsoon. Even if two people were just a few dozen feet away, they still couldn't see each other because of the great curtain of rain. One could even see the water gathering on the altar at a visible speed. What sort of rain was like this? It was simply like standing in the midst of a waterfall. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He stretched out his tongue, tasting the rainwater. It had a slight salty taste to it. It was true. This wasn't just rain, but it was seawater that had been sucked up by the swirling gray vortex. The seawater was shredded by the space storm until it became a fine mist that floated in the air. Eventually, it condensed into dark clouds. Once the dark clouds grew too heavy, they turned into rain that fell down. If this was true and he wasn't mistaken, there should be a pathway in the air. Yes, they had searched the ground all this time, but they had forgotten to search the air. In the great and limitless South Sea, mighty waves raged endlessly and the high sea was turbulent with chaos. In the depths of the South Sea, there were waves that frequently reached hundreds of feet into the air. These large waves would pierce towards the sky, washing even the clouds away. In such a sea, even a 1,000-foot-long dragon boat would be thrown around like a leaf in a storm. The water depth there was difficult to calculate. In ancient times, there were sacred beasts like the giant Leviathan with a 1,000-mile body that lived in the South Sea. Thus, it could be seen just how deep the South Sea was. Within the deep sea, there were winding mountain ranges on the seabed that were thousands of miles long. Within the canyons of these mountain ranges were glowing blue barriers of light. Within these light barriers, one could see tall and great buildings, vast swathes of underwater forests, as well as broad plazas. Within a grand temple among the buildings, there were 6 or 7 bluish black-skinned humans sitting around a square stone table. They didn't look any different from normal people except they were covered with dark blue scales and their nails were especially sharp and long. They were the dominant overlords of the nearby several million miles of sea, the Black Flood Dragon Clan. These 6 or 7 Black Flood Dragon clansmen all had an astonishing cultivation. Besides one at the late revolving core realm, the rest had a cultivation at the extreme revolving core. The patriarch of the Black Flood Dragon Clan had 2 green scales on his forehead. He held a jade slip to his forehead. His eyes closed in meditation as he pondered the contents of it. The surrounding Black Flood Dragon clansmen were all patiently waiting. A moment later, the Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch lay down the jade slip and slowly said, "So that's how it is. I wondered what those old bags of the South Sea Demon region had been doing all these years. But it seems as if they found some way to open the South Sea's ancient battlefield. The South Sea Black Flood Dragon Clan had already existed for 20,000 years. The life of their clansmen was much longer than a normal human's. Thus, they also had a much richer and deep understanding of the South Sea's history than humans. Just the patriarch of the Black Flood Dragon Clan had already lived for over 3,000 years. He had been living when the Netherworld Great Emperor was alive. It looks like what is recorded in our clan's ancient texts is true. According to the ancient texts, the broken world of the South Sea battlefield is where the 6th grade sect demon god Imperial Palace once existed. The size of it is truly terrifying. Even Silent Demon Emperor City of the past cannot dream of comparing to it. Another Black Flood Dragon clansman slowly said. A few of the younger clan elders gasped as they heard the term 6th grade sect. A top 5th grade sect could call itself a holy land. As for what concept a 6th grade sect was, they simply couldn't imagine it. In a 4th grade sect, revolving core powerhouses were elders, and in a 5th grade sect, those extreme revolving core masters that had crossed the stages of life destruction were elders. In a 6th grade sect, wouldn't emperor-level powerhouses be elders? What kind of cultivation did the strongest powerhouse of that sect, the Demon Emperor, have? It was just too hard to imagine. During its grand times, the Demon Emperor had taken the ruins of an independent world as his sect's demon god Imperial Palace. The countless legacies within were unimaginable, and the treasures must be endless. Why would such a great power fall? This old man has already obtained accurate information. Although this broken world has been opened because of the terrifying space storms that cover it, those old idiots of the South Sea Demon region cannot enter. This is the chance for our Black Flood Dragon Clan. Once we succeed, there is a chance that we will rise to become a holy land. With these words, the 6 or 7 elders in the temple had different expressions. Some were excited and some were nervous. Their Black Flood Dragon Clan was among the lowest of the 5th grade clans. Their heritage was already sufficient. As long as there was an emperor-level powerhouse that was born within their clan, they would only need to add on a few more life-destruction powerhouses and then they would become a holy land. However, since ancient times, opportunities came with dangers. This was absolutely a great storm that was stirring within the South Sea. They didn't know how many powerhouses would gather to this, but disputes would be unavoidable. If they were too weak, they would be swallowed with not even bones left. Not just that, but who knew what sorts of dangers existed in this broken world? But the temptation of the demon god Imperial Palace was simply too great. Not even mentioning the prospects for their Black Flood Dragon Clan, these elders thought mostly for themselves. If they could obtain some sort of lucky chance, they could pass their first life destruction and extend their lifespan by hundreds of years. Many times, the reason that extreme revolving core powerhouses risked their lives to try and cross life destruction was not for strength, but for a longer life. An extreme revolving core master was what sort of awesome character? If they wanted rain they had rain, and if they wanted wind they had wind. How could such a person be willing to die? They had cultivated for their entire lives, only to turn to dirt in the end? They were unwilling. Oh! Meanwhile, north of the South Horizon region, Great Zen region. The Great Zen region was larger than even the combined area of the South Horizon region and the Five-Element region. In the Great Zen region, Buddhist sects were the most prosperous and grand. The head of all these was the fifth-grade sect Great Zen Temple. They had united many third-grade and fourth-grade sects and created an alliance of the righteous path. In the past, the Great Zen Temple had once participated in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor City. At this time, in a hidden pagoda at the Great Zen Temple, there was an eminent monk wearing a golden cassock. He was holding in his hands a letter that had crossed millions of miles to arrive. This letter came from Divine Phoenix Island and was Mu Fengxian's personally written letter. The monk silently read the letter and then folded it and returned it to its envelope. He sat in meditation for a long time and then mumbled, "This is truly the hand of destiny." 3,000 years ago, Master Ancestor was urged by a close friend and participated in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor City. Now, 3,000 years later, I also receive a letter from Divine Phoenix Island's Mu Fengxian. It looks like I will have to go on a journey to confront and eliminate the evil remnants of that Silent Demon Emperor City. This is a lucky chance of the South Horizon region, yet Mu Fengxian actually writes a letter to this old monk. It seems as if she has already completely lost control of the South Sea. The Great Zen region and Divine Phoenix Island were simply too far away from each other. Even with such a great matter, it was difficult to immediately obtain news. It was simply impossible for the Great Zen region's intelligence network to extend that far and in such a distant land. If it wasn't for Mu Fengxian informing him on her own initiative, the Great Zen Temple would never have known about this. This also meant that Mu Fengxian was aware that she wasn't strong enough to win this war. She could only depend upon the righteous path alliance of the Great Zen region to carve out the spoils of the ancient battlefield. Even if nothing was found, as long as Great Zen Temple was able to suppress the South Sea Demon region and cause great losses to several elders of the South Sea Demon region, this could help ensure that Divine Phoenix Island would not be destroyed. This was Mu Fengxian's gamble. Oh! On the South Sea, vast areas of South Aurora Island had collapsed. In these areas, there were countless large and small swirling waves of water. Strong winds rose from all directions, and the sea waves stirred. At this moment, a massive whirlpool suddenly sprayed out water, and a group of ragged martial artists flew out from the whirlpool. The following second and third groups had less and less people. Most of the martial artists that came out were pale and wounded all over. In around an incense stick of time, all the martial artists had rushed out, soaring into the skies above the wild sea. Many of them had overwhelming joy and gratefulness for having been able to survive such a calamity. I finally made it out. It was as Lin Ming had expected. The exit was in the air. Lin Ming glanced at the number of martial artists in the sky. There were still around 100 martial artists missing. During the second time that the martial artists had soared out of the whirlpool, some of the peak Hotian martial artists had perished. Lin Ming sighed. If any of these peak Hotian martial artists went to a mortal country, they could live a life of absolute glory and wealth. It was just that many of them were unwilling to resign themselves to a less than 200-year-long lifespan, and wished to take that step past the peak Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm. This single step would extend their life to 400 to 500 years. Yet this was also the reason that they had died here. Winners fly to the sky, and losers become nothing but bones. After this successful escape from the jaws of death, both sides naturally no longer held a mindset to continue the battle. They separated in the air, and the Demon Region martial artists flew back to the South Sea Demon Region headquarters. As for the Wartime Alliance martial artists, they were a bit at a loss as for what to do. Their headquarters were destroyed, yet many of them had military exploit points they couldn't trade in. The reason that they had come to fight at the South Sea was for these military exploit points. They wanted to accumulate enough in order to trade them for a heaven-opening pill, but now that the Wartime Alliance headquarters were destroyed, where could they go to trade them? It probably wasn't even recorded. As the martial artists thought of this, they were dazed. The joy of surviving this calamity was watered down a great deal. Even the Fire Axe squad members didn't seem happy. As Lin Ming saw this, he sighed. This was the difficulty of a small sect martial artist's path. They were better off than a common martial artist, but they still had to rely on their own abilities. Lin Ming took out a handful of spatial rings. He held them in his hand and said, "Captain Fire Axe, Brother Wild Halberd." Fire Axe turned to look at Lin Ming. "What is Brother Wild Halberd planning to do after this?" "I will wander the world and temper my martial arts." "Wander the world? Does Brother Wild Halberd plan on leaving?" Fire Axe didn't know what Lin Ming's true identity was, only that he was the blood demon. The bearded big fellow, Violet Rain, and Enchanting Shadow all looked at Lin Ming, their expressions complicated, sad, and a tad morose. The truth was that they knew the situation well enough. For someone like Lin Ming, it was impossible that he would remain with them. The reason I came to the South Sea battlefield was to adventure and gain experience. But now something seems to have happened, and I don't know what changes will come from it. I will have to rest for a period of time and wait to see what happens. These are some things. These are the spoils of war that I have collected these past months. I have no use for them, so I give them to you. As Lin Ming spoke, he extended his hand. In his palm were over 20 spatial rings. The Fire Axe squad members were stunned for a moment. All of these spatial rings were at the high-grade human step rank or above. Not to mention what was in them, but just these spatial rings in themselves could sell for a great number of true essence stones. From the looks of it, Lin Ming had mostly thrown away the medium-grade spatial rings and only kept the high-grade treasures. "This is too valuable. I cannot take it," Lin Ming said. "I have left the true essences stones here too, and taken what I've needed. Inside these are mostly common treasures, pills, and other such things. To be honest, I cannot sell them unless I set up a stall and sell them one at a time. I don't have the time to do this. But for you, these resources are much more meaningful and will be put to better use." Although Lin Ming hadn't been with the Fire Axe squad for a long time, Lin Ming was still touched by the squad members' affection and support towards him, with this warmth etched in his heart. If Lin Ming had the chance to help them, then he naturally would. Much less, he didn't have any use for these things. Fire Axe stared at Lin Ming for a long while, and then finally received the gifts. These things were truly practical for him. As for someone like Lin Ming, they were just too basic and low-level. Not to mention that purple and red spear he had used, but even that blood halberd was far beyond what his total net worth was. "Everyone, this is where we part. Take care." As Lin Ming bid goodbye to each member of the Fire Axe squad that remained, he turned around and flew into the skies like a shimmering rainbow, flying off to distant lands. Oh! The sea was choppy and whirlpools were everywhere. The deep color of the sea gave of an extremely suppressive pressure. Lin Ming quickly skimmed over the sea, the strong winds that passed him leaving a trail on the surface. Lin Ming had chosen to walk the path of martial artists. Most of the time he would have to be alone. When he had decided to tread on the road of becoming a master, he had been destined to a lifetime filled with loneliness. However, that didn't mean that he didn't long for friendship. As he flew for around an hour, Lin Ming heard a sound transmitting talisman flicker in front of him. And then Mu Qianyu's voice passed into his ears. "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, are you all right? I am at Small Wave Island. If you receive this message, quickly return at once." As he heard the short message that was filled with concern, Lin Ming felt a warmth in his heart. He realized that Mu Qianyu must have noticed the sudden change within the South Sea and had quickly gone over to Small Wave Island, periodically sending a sound-transmitting talisman. Otherwise, there was no way he would have received this sound-transmitting talisman after escaping from the broken world. Knowing that someone cared for him like this naturally felt good. Lin Ming took out a sound-transmitting talisman and then simply said, "I'm fine. After 2 days I'll come over to Small Wave Island." Who? The sound-transmitting talisman burnt off in a pile of flames. Lin Ming didn't immediately go to Small Wave Island. Instead, he found a deserted island and set up a simple dwelling there. He had some business to do first. His appearance had been seen by Xianxia. Naturally, he couldn't use it again. As he looked in the direction of Blood Demon Island, he saw 6 thin pillars of light directly piercing through the sky. In the sky, dark clouds raged and thunder faintly sparkled in the dim gloom. Lin Ming didn't know just what had happened, but he had a faint premonition that a great storm was coming to the South Sea. As the days passed, the chaos of the South Sea battlefield was being sorted out. Groups of surviving martial artists that had fallen into the broken world were coming out, and these survivors gathered onto isolated islands, dazedly waiting. As for Lin Ming, he arrived at Small Wave Island. There were already many South Sea Demon Region Revolving Core elders that had gathered there. Lin Ming. After Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming, she let out a long breath of relief. Although Lin Ming had changed his appearance, Mu Qianyu was still able to recognize him at first glance. For her safety and in a hurry, Mu Qianyu had left Qin Xingxuan back behind the lines where it was safe. When she had heard that most of the South Sea Demon Region martial artists had been sucked and twisted to bits by the space vortex, she had become anxious. She came to Small Wave Island and had used several dozens of sound-transmitting talismans but still didn't receive any reply. If she had known which broken world Lin Ming had been sucked into, she would have personally gone to find him. Finally, after dozens of hours had passed, she had received Lin Ming's message. Otherwise, Mu Qianyu thought she was about to die from a heart attack. After Lin Ming met Mu Qianyu, he began to learn what had happened at the South Sea. The ancient battlefield opened? Lin Ming asked, his eyebrows arcing up. I'm not too sure. Mu Qianyu shook her head. Divine Phoenix Island's history only goes back 3,000 years. The ancient texts of the sect are very vague about the South Sea's history. As for this ancient battlefield, it might have a history that goes back tens of thousands of years. Compared to the legacies of those long and glorious sects, Divine Phoenix Island was simply too young. The sect wasn't even as old as the Black Flood Dragon clan's patriarch. Now there is already a massive number of revolving core martial artists that have gathered at the South Sea battlefield. There are even many extreme revolving core masters. And then these strange old masters began to gather together, trying to connect to the ancient battlefield's entrance. Mu Qianyu said, "Connect to the ancient battlefield's entrance? It is reported that the space storms that cover the entrance to the world are simply terrifying. No one can enter. They have to connect through a smaller broken world into the main world. Now, there are over 30 late and above revolving core masters that are negotiating. Master and Master Ancestor are both inside. Over 30. Lin Ming's heart jumped. Late revolving core powerhouses or even higher, and there were actually more than 30. To his knowledge, Divine Phoenix Island only had a handful of revolving core masters that were at the late period or above. As for the 5-element region, it was already good if every sect had 1 or 2 of them. Just how could there be so many here? Mu Qianyu understood what Lin Ming was thinking and said, Master Ancestor has contacted those from a Righteous Path Alliance. There are over 10 that have come from the Righteous Alliance and 9 of them are at the life destruction boundary. Also, the South Sea Demon region has sent 8 people, 6 of which are at the life destruction boundary. The 5-element region also has 8 masters, but they are all at the late revolving core realm. And there are also some free martial artists that have come to take a share of the treasures. Free martial artists? There are some senior supreme elders that have already long since left their sects and live in seclusion, trying to make breakthroughs. Some of these seniors are exceptionally strong. Lin Ming nodded. This opening of the ancient battlefield seemed like it would be a gathering of champions and heroes. With so many powerhouses arriving, it looks like this ancient battlefield won't have anything to do with the likes of us. Lin Ming was confident in himself, but he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could steal treasures from a group of life destruction masters. Any one of these characters could kill him with just a single breath. Let alone him, but even Mu Fengxian couldn't do anything to this group of characters. The reason that Mu Fengxian had invited those from the Righteous Alliance to come was so that they could muddy the waters and cause chaos. Otherwise, she simply wouldn't have the qualifications to contend with the South Sea Demon region. Mu Qianyu smiled and said, "We can also enter the ancient battlefield. Life destruction powerhouses have all come here in order to enter the Imperial Palace and look for some rare treasures that can increase their chances of crossing the stages of life destruction. If there is a treasure like this, it will be in the Imperial Palace. But there are also some smaller palaces around the edges. If we have good luck, we'll also have a decent harvest, and this could be considered an adventure to gain experience and temper ourselves. Mu Qianyu said with ease. The extreme revolving core realm was simply too far from her right now. With her current strength, there was no way she could obtain anything that could enhance her chances of crossing through life destruction. A heavenly material that could increase one's chances of crossing life destruction? Lin Ming wasn't interested in something like this. As he was now, he simply couldn't make use of it. That's good. At that time, I'll also take this as an adventure. Oh. 5 days later, South Sea's South Aurora Island. After the space vortex had devastated the entire island, over half of South Aurora Island had collapsed in destruction, and large tracts of land were submerged into the sea. When Lin Ming had learned that the life destruction powerhouses would gather at South Aurora Island, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't think that these old fellows would finally choose to go to South Aurora Island. It seemed as if the broken world here was relatively stable, and they could cut a space channel and directly access the main world. This was simply a crazy idea, and only with dozens of life destruction powerhouses gathering together would they be able to display the great supernatural power required to make a connection between two different dimensions of space. If I knew this earlier, then I would have just waited in the broken world. Lin Ming joked. He had learned from Mu Qianyu that there were also some small lucky chances that could be found in these broken worlds. But he hadn't been able to find anything when his group was searching. With 20 to 30 revolving core masters at the late period or above floating in the air, it gave off an extremely horrifying oppressive feeling. The wind in the air seemed to have been intentionally or unintentionally changed by their auras. Lin Ming stood in a corner, secretly watching these floating top masters. In this group of 20 to 30 people, there were only 3 from Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and also a blue-clothed old woman. Lin Ming didn't know exactly who this was, but he expected that she was someone from the Blue Luan faction. Nearby the 3 from Divine Phoenix Island, there were also 10 monks wearing cassocks. They were those that had come from the Great Zen region's Righteous Alliance. These monks had ring scars on their bald heads and appeared serene. Across from these monks were the elders of the South Sea Demon region. They wore long black robes, and their expressions were chilling as they glared at these uninvited guests. At their side, there were also 4 or 5 black flood dragon clansmen, their bodies covered in dark blue scales. As Lin Ming looked at these people, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Although he had heard that the Sky Spill continent was extremely vast and broad, and that there were countless masters everywhere, he had only heard of them, but had never seen them with his own eyes. Now he saw such a big group of these old life destruction fellows. And it seemed as if most of these people came from 5th grade sects. Most of them were stronger than Mu Fengxian. At this moment, waves of melodious tunes and drum beats came from the sky. Lin Ming looked up with surprise and was shocked to see that not too far away there was a golden flash in the sky. A luxurious and somewhat overly fancy spirit boat was slowly headed their way, being pulled by 9 winged flood dragons. Around the golden spirit boat, there were also over a dozen Xiantian warriors in shining golden armor, and a group of musicians playing different instruments. Behind them were beautiful maids that were also at the Xiantian realm. This way of traveling left Lin Ming stunned. It was simply like how the heavenly gods in the stories he had read as a child traveled. Humph! That old man really has no shame. He comes at such a late time. At the South Sea Demon region's side, Xian Wuji coldly glared this opulent gold spirit boat, his eyes filled with loathing and disgust. Don't try to mess with him. If he is angered, then it will be extremely troublesome, Xianxia said. Although she was also disgusted in her heart, she always had a cheerful smile on her face. As the golden spirit boat came down, Lin Ming discovered that these 9 winged flood dragons had feathers as long as swords, and also looked like hornless dragons. Obviously, they had a very rich flood dragon bloodline, and they were all equal to extreme Xiantian masters. This caused Lin Ming to be speechless. Raising 9 winged flood dragons required no small price, but whoever this fellow was had only used them to pull his cart. Haha! This old man was late just a bit. I hope that all the fellow martial artists here do not mind. Along with a loud and hearty voice, a middle-aged man stepped out of the spirit boat. He wore a 9-claw imperial robe and a golden purple jade belt at his waist. As he stepped down from the spirit boat, he was holding a white-dressed fairy-like beauty in each arm. Although he had said words of apology, this old fellow's bright red face obviously didn't hold a single bit of apology. Not just that, but the two beauties had faces like peach blossoms. Their faces were flushed red with blood as if they were shy about being in the open. Their skimpy clothes even had sections that were exposed. It wasn't hard to imagine just what this old man was doing to them with his hands. Seeing this, the life destruction powerhouses present all had ugly complexions. Nanyun Wang seems to be very interested. It looks like he has much more confidence than during his last jaunt through the ancient battlefield, Xian Wuji said, his smile not reaching his eyes. They were both third-stage life destruction masters. Although he feared Nanyun Wang a bit, it wasn't excessively so. It was said Nanyun Wang was originally a martial artist from the common mortal world and lived a bleak and desolate life. However, he seemed to have encountered some sort of heaven-defying chance and experienced a meteoric rise to glory. Afterwards, he joined a third-grade sect within the South Sea. Because of Nanyun Wang's overwhelming talent, that third-grade sect had placed the utmost importance on him, not sparing any resources in raising him. They hoped that one day in the future, Nanyun Wang would soar into the heavens and lead their sect to becoming a fourth-grade sect. However, every so often, a sect's destiny simply wasn't equal to the destiny of its geniuses. Nanyun Wang had amazing talent. However, as a result of his talent being too high, when Nanyun Wang was at the Xiantian realm, he had provoked a great number of revolving core masters, finally bringing a calamity onto his sect. That third-grade sect was completely obliterated, and as for Nanyun Wang, he managed to escape, growing until he became a third-stage life destruction powerhouse. This Nanyun Wang seemed to incomparably long for an emperor's life. He built a palace and filled it with a harem of 3,000 beautiful concubines. On the body of each of these women he had placed a restricting spell. Every day, Nanyun Wang would summon 4 or 5 concubines into his palace to serve him. When he traveled, he would have golden guards clearing his way and a bevy of beautiful maids attending to his every need. However, this Nanyun Wang had always been a martial artist of the demonic path who followed his heart. Thus, all of this reckless behavior didn't affect his heart of martial arts. Since everyone has arrived, let's open the space channel. The one speaking was the abbot of the great Zen temple. This elderly monk wore a golden-threaded cassock and held a staff in his hands. His 2 large ears drooped like 2 big jugs and his white brows hung down to his shoulders. Whether it was waiting or the arrival of Nanyun Wang, this white-browed monk didn't have any change in expression. He was in meditation with his eyes closed. Let us do as Master says. For now let us join our strength and open up the space channel. If we delay any further, there might be more troubles that occur. Xianxia tenderly smiled. Although she hated these fellows that came to steal all her goods, she didn't have any good reason to reject them. With just their South Sea Demon Region's people, it was simply impossible for them to open up the Demon God Imperial Palace. More than 30 revolving core and life destruction supreme elders floated down, falling into the central space vortex of South Aurora Island. The swirling space vortex that was able to instantly rip apart a peak Hotion master was just like a gust of wind against these revolving core and life destruction masters. It only gently lifted their clothes. After these masters went down, the 5-element region's 7 sects, Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon Region disciples quickly entered into the swirling space vortex. These disciples were the younger heroic elites that had been chosen to come. This broken world was the ruins of a 6th-grade sect. Naturally, there would be many treasures that were left behind. These things were scattered through the broken world. Thus, the various factions had all reached a tacit understanding that the juniors of these factions would be able to enter to adventure and experience. Every sect had a quota of disciples they could bring based on their power. They could only bring a few, not too many. Divine Phoenix Island had brought around 30 people. Linming and Mu Qianyu were among them. Linming, you two be careful. Don't separate and remember to take care of each other. In this foray into the ancient battlefield, there will inevitably be life or death battles. Mu Yuhuang said to them with a true essence sound transmission as she entered into the swirling vortex. She had already said these words to them countless times before, urging them to be safe. Understood, Master. The one who replied to Mu Yuhuang was a blue-clothed girl with delicate looks that weren't too spectacular. This was Mu Qianyu. This was an appearance-changing technique that Lin Ming had passed on to her. These past 5 days, Lin Ming hadn't done anything else besides assiduously teaching Mu Qianyu this technique. Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique had been found within some ancient ruins. Although it was strange, it wasn't too difficult to learn, much less with Mu Qianyu's natural talent and astonishing perception. In this few days, she had been able to grasp its general concepts. Mu Qianyu had a very sensitive status. There were many people from the South Sea Demon region that had her on their mind, wanting to obtain her. It would be easy for her to become a target. After changing her appearance, it would save everyone a great deal of trouble. Junior apprentice brother Lin, let's go. All of these young heroic elites of the major sects were like big fish as they dove into the swirling vortex of space. Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu appeared unremarkable among them. Hualala. As Lin Ming re-entered the world shard of South Aurora Island, the first sound that he heard was torrential rainfall. It was like a vast waterfall pouring down. The air was filled with thick mist that had a slightly salty and bitter flavor. The vast amount of seawater that the space vortex had sucked up was already dozens of feet high. Between the heavens and earth, this misty world gave an extremely suppressive feeling. As Mu Qianyu saw the scene, she was startled. This is the seawater that was sucked in by the space vortex. Lin Ming had already expected this. Looking ahead, he could see many small and large whirlpools in the water. They were like the greedy maws of deadly vicious beasts. Lin Ming knew that under these whirlpools, there were the hidden death traps known as space cracks. This small and scattered world was filled with countless space cracks. Some of them had already collapsed onto themselves, sucking in the seawater and forming whirlpools. There was a massive amount of seawater that came in from the main space vortex, which was balanced out by the seawater that left from the space cracks. Otherwise, in these past 5 or 6 days, this broken little world would have already long been filled with seawater. In this heavy rain, visibility was very low. But all of the martial artists that came in were geniuses and masters. Their radiating sense of perception was not affected at all. Among the curtains of rain, a dim halo glowed, just like a lamp in a rainy night. Lin Ming placed a symbol paper on himself, and then a golden light completely surrounded him, reaching 50 feet around. This was a symbol paper that wasn't too special or complicated to make. But in this broken world, it was a life-saving treasure. As long as one approached a space crack, the countless glowing lights would be stirred by it, and the user would immediately be able to see the disturbance. After using the symbol paper, as long as they were slow and steady in their movements, they wouldn't have any accidents. In front of this crowd of people, the 30-plus top powerhouses led the way. To them, these space cracks weren't much. As long as these old fellows joined forces, they could even open up channels in space. These trivial space cracks weren't worth mentioning to them. However, since they had to look after the juniors behind them, they couldn't fly too quickly. The small broken world carved out from the main one wasn't too large. Even though they were flying very slowly, they managed to reach the edge of the zone in about an hour. Here, one could see that the vast amount of seawater suddenly vanished as if it had been cut apart by an immeasurably sharp saber. "It's here," Nanyun Wang lazily said. He was lying atop a flying carpet, his arms still grasping onto the bosom of a beautiful woman. "According to our position, this shouldn't be wrong," Xian Wuji said. After these old fellows had discussed for the past several days, they had designated this area and route as the best entrance. If they made a space channel here, they would be able to save a great deal of strength. The Black Flood Dragon clan patriarch that had been flying a bit further back suddenly waved his hand. A massive column of water shot into the air, turning into a water-shaped flood dragon that roared and then shot forwards. With a banging sound, the water dragon smashed into an invisible wall and then immediately collapsed. "Everyone, begin." Third stage life destruction in the front. From the group, Xian Wuji stepped forwards, his expression blank. Following him, the white-browed monk also stepped forwards, floating in the air. "Hey!" Nanyun Wang laughed and slapped the butt of the woman hugging his chest. "Baby girl, you wait for me outside." Nanyun Wang lazily turned his flying carpet and slowly flew beside Xian Wuji. Great Zen Temple's white-browed monk, South Sea Demon Region's Xian Wuji, and well as loner Nanyun Wang. Of the over 30 top masters that had gathered here, only these 3 were at the third stage of life destruction. As for Xianxia and the Black Flood Dragon clan patriarch, they were at the second stage of life destruction. Of these 30-some people, there weren't many at the second stage of life destruction. There were only a mere 7. The others were stranded at the first stage of life destruction or below. Mu Fengxian was one of them. It had to be known that those present were from 3 great 5th-grade powers, 8 4th-grade powers, and also many free martial artists from all around. Yet, they only had this many second-stage life destruction masters. From this, it could be seen just how difficult and treacherous the gate of death was that lay between the extreme revolving core realm and the divine sea realm. Every extreme revolving core master that came to this path had to be exceptionally cautious in traversing it. The white-browed monk flipped his hands and his monk staff flew out. Xian Wuji took out a jet-black treasure sword. As for Nanyun Wang, he took out a thick black ruler from his spatial ring. Nanyun Wang looked at Xian Wuji's treasure sword and chuckled. "Brother Wuji, I heard from somewhere that some years ago you managed to obtain a heaven-step treasure. How about you take it out today and let my sectless country hick self take a good look at just how grand it is?" Xian Wuji looked at Nanyun Wang and calmly said, "Since ancient times, heaven-step treasures have nearly always belonged to emperor-level powerhouses. I haven't yet been able to experience such a lucky chance." "Haha, is that right?" Nanyun Wang laughed, a bit of disbelief in his voice. Behind these 3 great masters, the various sect elders and powerhouses also took out their treasures. These various treasures shined and bloomed along each other, mutually enhancing their beauty. "Go!" With a shout from the white-browed monk, the over 30 top masters all simultaneously attacked the space boundary. This range of magnificent martial skills, power of the elements, storm and thunder, could be called earth-shaking. The young heroic elites of the great sects had retreated several thousand feet back. But even so, they felt as if they would be blown away by this violent and crazy true essence storm. Monstrous waves were stirred up in the seawater. The space boundary fiercely trembled and a multitude of lights splashed out. The loud noises were like billowing thunderclaps. The power of these 30-some top masters combining their attacks together was evident. But to smash apart this space boundary was extremely difficult. With every step they advanced forwards, they had to consume a great deal of energy, and many elders were already dripping with sweat. This barrage of attacks continued for half an incense stick of time. Finally, just as many elders were at the edge of their stamina, a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the space boundary. After this tiny crack was produced, it began to continually expand. As it had approached the level of the seawater, a massive whirlpool appeared. A large amount of seawater was sucked in, vanishing into nothing. After several breaths of time, there was an explosive sound as if the world itself was cracking apart. The wall of space finally completely broke apart and a giant vortex appeared out of thin air. It was like a gray spiral over 10 feet wide, leading into the endless abyss. "Hee. We've finally made a connection through the space wall. This old man has lived for 1,000 years yet has never experienced something like this before." A space wall is incomparably firm and sturdy. Once it is broken, it will be permanently broken. Repairing it is far more difficult than creating it. It should be considered fairly stable. As Xian Wuji spoke, he took out a zombie guard puppet from his spatial ring, saying, "Go." The zombie guard fearlessly flew into that pitch-black channel. After half an incense stick of time, it returned unharmed. "There aren't any problems with this channel. Those above the Xiantian realm will have the ability to enter. We have spent a great deal of true essence. First we'll rest for 2 hours here, and then after that we will all enter together. As for those things such as treasures, it will all depend on your own ability and luck." No one objected to Xian Wuji's proposal. After everyone was returned to full strength, relying on their own ability to compete would be the most fair. The various heroic elites of the sects naturally waited together. Their cultivations were mostly at the Xiantian realm, but there were also some revolving core elders mixed in among them. Within the ancient battlefield, the greatest lucky chances would all be concentrated within the Demon God Imperial Palace. However, the Demon God Imperial Palace already had over 30 top masters entering it. They simply didn't wish to compete with them. Thus, these revolving core elders that were a bit weaker could only go to the ancient battlefield with the juniors in order to test their luck. After all, these were still the ruins of a 6th-grade sect. Not just that, but this independent world had different and strange rules that governed it. After all these tens of thousands of years, it was possible that all sorts of heavenly materials were born. 2 hours quickly passed. The extreme revolving core masters were all restored to their top form. Xianxia calmly stood up and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was the first one to step into the space channel. Facing the enormous attractive force of the vortex, Xianxia lightly stepped through, no different than passing through a door. Nanyun Wang followed after, along with the great Zen temple's white-browed monk. The strong powerhouses who had been blessed with a great deal of destiny stepped in. After them were the late revolving core masters. Although they had the qualifications to enter into the demon god imperial palace, the chances of them obtaining any top treasures would be slim. However, if their luck was good, it was extremely likely they would still be able to obtain a small lucky chance somewhere. After the 30-some top powerhouses entered, the weaker revolving core elders among the juniors entered. "It's our turn," Mu Qianyu said. She had been waiting with Lin Ming around 5 or 6 miles away from the vortex. In such a far position, it was easy to not attract attention to themselves. Lin Ming nodded. There weren't many martial artists remaining outside. As the two of them flew forwards, Lin Ming caught a glimpse of a blue-clothed woman not too far away. She was tall with a veil covering her face. From her head to her toes, she naturally exuded an icy temperament as if she were a blossoming snow lotus. This woman was Mu Bingyun. Even though Lin Ming had been at Divine Phoenix Island for such a long time, he had only seen her a few times. Although Mu Bingyun and Mu Qianyu were twin sisters, the two of them didn't have the usually harmonious and close relationship that siblings usually had. It was just the opposite. They rarely spoke to each other and had only met several times. Mu Bingyun also saw Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu. She turned to glance at them and nodded. Although Mu Qianyu had changed her appearance, Mu Bingyun still recognized her big sister. Beside Mu Bingyun, there was also a middle-aged woman in blue. Her cultivation was at the peak of the early revolving core realm. Since she was with Mu Bingyun, she was most likely a protector that the Blue Luan faction had sent to guard Mu Bingyun. Mu Bingyun already had the strength to fight a revolving core master. If the two of them were together, there likely wouldn't be any accidents on the ancient battlefield. Mu Bingyun and the blue-clothed middle-aged woman quickly vanished into the swirling space vortex. Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu followed. As they entered the space channel, Lin Ming immediately felt a great tearing force acting upon him. He floated around with a confused feeling, but the channel wasn't too long. After several breaths of time, Lin Ming blinked his eyes, dizzy, and suddenly he had arrived into a bright and shining world. This world was the ancient battlefield and also where the demon god Imperial Palace was located. The opening of the space channel was high in the sky. Lin Ming floated in the air, looking down at the ground beneath him. Below, a vast and endless forest extended to the horizon. The world was dotted with lakes and rivers, and the plants seemed primate and wild. It gave off a very ecological sense of beauty. Forest. Lin Ming was stunned. Several days ago, when Lin Ming had first entered into the broken world, he hadn't seen anything living at all, much less this massive expanse of forest. This meant that this broken world was much more stable than the shard world he had been in before. At least, it didn't have space cracks everywhere. Otherwise, under the chaos of so many space storms, it would be difficult for either animals or plants to survive and multiply. Li Ming was part of the last batch of martial artists to enter. As he looked all around him, the martial artists from before had already flown a great distance away. Some went alone, some went in groups of 2 or 3, and some went with more. The advantage of being alone was that any lucky chance they found would belong only to them. If they went in a group, they would have to split what they found, though it would be a bit safer. Lin Ming, I guess that you want to go alone, but Master has specifically asked me to go together with you. Behind Lin Ming, Mu Qianyu naughtily winked. Lin Ming's strength was still far from being able to match someone at the revolving core realm. If he went alone, this world might be too dangerous for him. Going with senior apprentice Sister Mu is also good. Lin Ming smiled. Even if he gave all the lucky chances he found to Mu Qianyu, he wouldn't care at all. Let's go. I don't know where the demon god Imperial Palace is, so let's head towards the center of this world first. Okay. The two of them flew forwards. But after a bit of time, Lin Ming felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw that Mu Qianyu also had a doubtful expression. Something's wrong. My inner true essence has been suppressed by a great deal, Mu Qianyu said, frowning. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy is very rich here, but it seems like my body's true essence is being forcefully suppressed by some sort of invisible strength. It seems to be weakened by around 40%, Lin Ming said after he carefully checked himself. I'm also about 40% weaker. Doesn't this mean that I'm only 60% as strong as I usually am? If everybody is suppressed to 60% of their full strength, then it would be fair. But somehow I feel like my perception is also being suppressed. Lin Ming released his perception all around him and was shocked to discover that he could only sense around 200 to 300 feet away. Such a short distance meant that his perception was basically useless. His perception had already been greatly increased by the samsara martial intent as well as the overbearing soul tactic, and his sense was much greater than that of martial artists at his level. If his perception only went out this far, other martial artists would be in even worse shape. Same with me. Mu Qianyu found this difficult to adjust to. A martial artist was used to using their perception to sense their surroundings. If they lost their perception, it was just like a common mortal losing their eyesight. The two of them carefully advanced forwards. However, soon enough they felt something strange happen. They began to fly lower and lower, and once they came down, they couldn't go back up. We can't fly anymore. Lin Ming had been relying on the concept of wind to fly, but now he felt that no matter how hard tried to control the wind, he still constantly fell. Not just that, but the more they dropped, the less they were able to fly. Finally, Lin Ming completely lost the ability to fly and he began to fall faster and faster. Mu Qianyu was in a worse situation. Although she was stronger than Lin Ming, she had been depending on her true essence to fly, not the concept of wind. Because of this difference, it seemed she had lost the ability to fly even faster. They were still 10 to 20,000 feet in the air. If they crashed into the ground from this height, they wouldn't die, but they would definitely suffer. Give me your hand. Lin Ming grabbed onto Mu Qianyu's hand, relying on the concept of wind to just barely decelerate. Once they reached a 4 to 5,000 foot altitude, Lin Ming's concept of wind completely lost any and all function. The two of them could only glance at each other and ruefully smile. They could only galvanize the protective true essence in their bodies to the max and fall like this. Luckily, this space is much more stable and doesn't have space cracks. If we fell onto a space crack, that would really be an unjust way to die, Lin Ming thought. He could hear the whirring sound of air passing by as he approached the forest beneath him at breakneck speed. Lin Ming aimed at a thick tree branch and grabbed at it. Ka. After Lin Ming grabbed onto the thick tree branch, it bent like a drawn bow underneath the formidable impact. The great recoil force caused Lin Ming's speed to slow by a great deal. It didn't break? This thought had just popped into Lin Ming's mind when he heard a snapping sound and the tree branch broke in half. Although it had broken, Lin Ming's falling speed had already dropped by over half. As he plummeted to the ground, there was a muffled crash. Lin Ming's legs were half submerged into the dirt. With the protection of his true essence, he only felt a slight numbing tingle in his legs. Mu Qianyu's skill at land wasn't any worse than Lin Ming's. However, the only problem was that she had been wearing a long skirt. As she rapidly fell through the dense forest, there was a ripping sound as a great section of her skirt was torn away, exposing a length of smooth jade-like calf. The trees are tough beyond my imagination. A normal tree wouldn't be able to withstand such a force falling at such a high speed. Even an iron bar would have been bent in half. The trees here are completely different from those in the outside world. I've never seen any of these before. It's as if these species of trees are all from the ancient times. As Lin Ming spoke, he turned, looking all around him. His heart suddenly stirred. Wasn't this species an iron ridge tree that existed in the realm of the gods? The iron ridge tree had bark that was as hard as metal. Its juices were materials that were used to produce inscription symbols. Lin Ming had once specifically checked for it, and he didn't find this sort of tree recorded in the records of Sky Spill Continent. He never expected to see them in this broken world. What's wrong? Mu Qianyu asked. Nothing. I just remembered that this tree is recorded in some ancient texts I once read. Lin Ming casually found an excuse to dodge the question. He didn't want to mention the realm, the gods, to Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu nodded, not asking any further. This stretch of virgin forest was very hot, and the air was thickly humid with water. The leaves on the trees and shrubs stretched out like giant fans, and the green grass was high and thick. There were chunky vines that twined around everyone like a slithering mass of pythons. The large trees pierced straight through the skies. The air was filled with a slight rotten woody flavor of branches and leaves. Because of the shade from the trees, visibility was very low, and no matter how great one's perception was, it couldn't be used, neither could one fly. It was impossible to clearly see any road in front nor to distinguish direction. In this virgin forest, it wasn't any different from being blind. The true essence suppression on the ground is much stronger than in the air. 70% of my true essence is being suppressed. When they were high in the sky, their true essence had only been suppressed by 40%. But now that they were on the ground, their true essence was being suppressed by 70%. They had already lost most of their strength. Lin Ming silently revolved the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Without any surprise, he found that his true essence was compressed by 70%. As he switched to revolving the true primal chaos formula, he held out on some hope that a miracle could occur. However, even this cultivation method that came from the realm of the gods was unable to release him from the binding chains of this world's strange rules. His true essence was still suppressed by around 70%. However, the chaotic virtues combat meridians was a cultivation method that refined one's body. True essence was only part of the combat efficiency. Lin Ming's formidable strength also lay in his great physical strength and his flesh and blood body that was as durable as a treasure. Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The laws of this world are able to suppress true essence, but these tyrannical laws cannot suppress the strength of the body. I have some advantages, but compared to a late revolving core powerhouse, it's nothing worth mentioning. As for life destruction masters, there isn't even a point of thinking about it. The gap in strength between the Xianxia and revolving core realm was massive. Even a saint-level talent like Mu Qianyu with her extreme Xianxia cultivation was just able to compare to an early revolving core powerhouse. As for Lin Ming, his cultivation boundary was just too far away. A late revolving core master, even if his strength was suppressed to 30% of what it usually was, could still instantly kill him. Couldn't fly, couldn't see the path clearly, perception was limited and dulled. In this forest, a martial artist was somewhat similar to a mortal. It was impossible to find out where to go. Mu Qianyu realized that she had once felt this helpless feeling a long time ago. In a trance, she thought back to when she was at the base of Thunder Crash Mountain. That night, she and Lin Ming were together. She had lost the ability to fly and she was also seriously wounded. They were supposed to walk towards the center of this broken world. But as time passed, they had both become a bit disoriented. Mu Qianyu subconsciously looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then said, "Wait for me here." As he spoke, he jumped up, straight onto a big tree. Borrowing leverage on the trunk and branches, Lin Ming jumped again. After he jumped a few times, his figure disappeared into the dense canopy. It was true that he couldn't fly in this world. However, to Lin Ming, crawling up trees was as simple as breathing. As he stood at the crown of the tree, his line of sight was no longer blocked. Lin Ming quickly found that space wall behind him and was able to discern the approximate direction of the center of this world. However, this was only a temporary measure. As they went deeper, he wouldn't be able to see the space wall anymore, and they would become lost again. Lin Ming looked up to the skies. This world had no sun, yet there was still sunlight. He didn't know where it came from, only that the sky was the same as the small broken world he had been in before. There were gray rocks that floated in the air, and all sorts of large and small rocks were suspended in long chains that surrounding the land. Lin Ming remembered this extremely unique shape of rocks and quietly waited there. An hour slowly passed. Lin Ming had a great deal of patience. During this hour, the position of these rocks hadn't changed at all. Lin Ming silently recorded down the position of the rocks in his mind, and then jumped down from the treetop. I recognized a figure of rocks in the sky. We can walk in this direction, and after every few miles I can jump back up to compare. Although it isn't too accurate, It's much better than us wandering aimlessly around. Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Ming with surprise, and then silently nodded in agreement. Although Mu Qianyu was astoundingly strong, she had zero experience surviving in the outdoors. When she was together with Lin Ming, she always felt a sense of ease in her heart, as if any challenges or problems could be easily solved with Lin Ming. The shrubs and vines of this forest were very lush and thick. Every so often, Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu would have to cut them apart with their swords and sabers in order to clear away. These plants were from ancient times. The stems were abnormally tough, and cutting them apart was relatively difficult. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly widened in challenge. He immediately flipped around and punched behind him. Bang! Vibrating true essence erupted. A 4 or 5 foot long black scorpion had its head burst open by Lin Ming's fist, and black juices splashed out. However, this scorpion was unbelievably tough. Even though its head had been burst open, its tail still swept over, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming's eyes. See? Sword light flashed and the scorpion tail was cut into pieces in midair. Mu Qianyu had only moved slightly, and then her sword was instantly returned to its scabbard. Only the sword light of her move had been seen. This is a vicious beast from ancient times. Lin Ming looked at the twitching scorpion corpse on the ground. The vitality of this scorpion was simply too tenacious. During the ancient times of Sky Spill Continent, these kinds of vicious beasts that existed were much closer to those from the realm of the gods. They were much stronger than the vicious beasts that existed today, and much more dangerous. The laws of this world were all in a self-contained system, and were completely different from the outside world. After countless tens of thousands of years, the vicious beasts that had been trapped in this main world had multiplied and bred for generations. Who knew what sort of changes had been produced? The scorpion wasn't too scary. It was just surprising. It was unknown what other dangers existed in the depths of this forest. As for the entrance into this world, that was 20 to 30,000 feet in the air. Now that no one could fly any longer and no one could jump that high, the path to the outside world was closed to them. No one could say if they would encounter a lucky chance or walk into their graves as they trudged forwards. Let's hurry and get out of this forest. Lin Ming had just spoken when he heard a series of branches breaking in succession. The bushes in front of him violently trembled as if something was about to rush out. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear and Mu Qianyu also readied her longsword, both of them at full alert. Roar! The bushes were suddenly parted. A long-horned black leopard flew out. Without a word, Mu Qianyu cut down. As her sword sliced down, a visible ripple of compressed fiery sword energy spread out. Clang! The leopard was cut by Mu Qianyu, but the strike against its body made a sound as if metal had struck metal. The speed slowed a bit and a wisp of blood came out. The leopard was angered. It became more manic, crazier, fiercely rushing towards Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu was startled. She hadn't felt a strong aura from the black leopard a moment ago and thought that she could casually strike to kill it. Although she had harmed it, he had only scratched the Black Panther. The vicious beasts in this forest had a horrifying defensive power and her true essence was suppressed by too much. Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear and stepped forwards, blocking off the black leopard's attack route. Be careful! Mu Qianyu called out. She feared that Lin Ming would be injured. Lin Ming gave a loud shout and almost 70% of Tempering Marrow's strength exploded outwards. Since his true essence was compressed to 30%, it was best if he used attacks based on pure strength. He held the spear in both hands and mercilessly swept out. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the black leopard was sent flying back by Lin Ming. The black leopard was like an arrow as it shot backwards. It smashed into a series of trees, severing them and letting out waves of sorrowful howls. The black leopard crawled up from a bed of broken branches and leaves. Its head was soaked wet with blood, and it looked at Lin Ming with fear. It was simply horrified by Lin Ming's abnormal strength. The black leopard turned around, limping as it escaped. What strong and good defense! Lin Ming was astonished. That spear strike felt like he had struck a massive chunk of iron. Although he was much stronger than the black leopard, if he had taken his own spear attack without true essence protecting his body, his bones would have been broken. However, That leopard that didn't have any true essence fluctuations in its body was actually able to use its own flesh to withstand such an attack. Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She hadn't expected that Lin Ming's attack would be so strong. Junior apprentice brother Lin, the progress of your strength is just too fast these days. Even I can't see just how far you've come. Lin Ming shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. It's just that the body transformation cultivation method I practice isn't suppressed as much by the arbitrary laws of this world. But these vicious beasts have such strong bodies and yet they don't even use true essence. After Lin Ming spoke, Mu Qianyu noticed the problem. These vicious beasts had an extremely high defense and attack strength, yet their bodies were void of any true essence. They were completely different from the normal vicious beasts that existed on Sky Spill continent. The different laws of this world have also produced different cultivation systems. The creatures in this forest all have extremely formidable bodies. It's not just the beasts, but even the trees and plants are abnormally tough. I don't know what we'll meet as we continue. That black leopard might not even be considered strong. There might even be stronger vicious beasts ahead. Mu Qianyu's tone was tinged with concern. She didn't know how her master and the others were faring. As she worried, a loud sound came from deep in the forest, followed by a loud voice that echoed through the trees. All martial artists are welcome to come with me. This forest is very strange. But if we work together we can get out of here and then look for lucky chances. No one knew if the one speaking had used a secret skill, but his voice was like rolling waves spreading out to a very far distance. In this forest, true essence was suppressed to 30% of what it usually was. Even perception was suppressed and it was difficult to distinguish just what direction they were in. Thus, the martial artists that had been scattered and competing against each other naturally thought to unite. As this voice sounded out, there were constantly responses from surrounding martial artists. It seemed that most of them had also suffered greatly here. Lin Ming, they are most likely disciples of Great Zen Temple. Should we go and have a look? Mu Qianyu asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought about it for a moment and said, that sounds like a plan. This forest is too strange. There's no knowing what could be behind us. We should get out of here before we think about our next course of action. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, the situation inside the ancient battlefield had already surpassed everyone's imagination. In such times, one needed to be extremely cautious. After all, these were the remains of an ancient 6th grade sect. Lin Ming wasn't so arrogant that he believed his strength allowed him to go wherever he wanted to. Most of the marital artists present also thought this. Thus, all of the martial artists that had been scattered around in the forest had gathered to this great Zen temple disciple after he shouted out. Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu walked several miles and finally came upon a forest glade. There were several dozen martial artists gathered here. Some wore golden-colored cassocks. These were naturally the disciples of Great Zen Temple. There were those that were dressed in all black and had an ancient giant demon totem embroidered on the chest of their robes. These were the Demon Region disciples. And there was also a minority of Black Flood Dragon clansmen, Divine Phoenix Island disciples, and 5-Element Region disciples. When Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu arrived, they didn't arouse anyone's curiosity. Lin Ming's heart suddenly shook as he saw 2 early revolving core powerhouses in front of him. However, the 2 of them didn't even care about him. It seems like because of the laws of this world, true essence is suppressed to 30% and these early revolving core powerhouses cannot see through Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique because of that. This appearance-changing technique is quite marvelous. After Lin Ming confirmed this, he was much more at ease. Otherwise, if he met someone from the South Sea Demon region who had been related to Lei Mubai, it would be really troublesome if that person tried to do something to him behind the scenes. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly heard a happy tone. Cousin Qianyu, is that you? I'm glad you also made it here safely. Lin Ming turned around to see a handsome, elite-looking man joyfully striding over to Mu Qianyu's side. This person was Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu already knew that Mu Qianyu had entered the ancient battlefield. Although he wasn't able to see through her appearance-changing technique for a Divine Phoenix Island disciple that he didn't recognize to suddenly appear here with the same cultivation as Mu Qianyu, it was naturally easy for him to deduce her true identity. This caused Mu Qianyu's heart to itch with greed. In the end, he really couldn't give up on Mu Qianyu. He kept continuing to struggle for a slim chance to win her over. Unless he fought, he would never win anything. Not to mention Mu Qianyu's divine beauty and elegance, but Mu Qishu incomparably longed for Mu Qianyu's pure bloodline. He dreamt of pressing Mu Qianyu down beneath him and recklessly unleashing his desire upon her. However, because of the existence of Lin Ming, all of these dreams had been destroyed. As Mu Qianyu saw Mu Qingshu, her face was colored with utter disgust and loathing. Originally, she didn't have much of a favorable impression towards Mu Qingshu. In fact, she didn't have any impression towards him at all. However, she hadn't found him so repugnant at that time. But several months ago, she had discovered that Xianxia's letter that he had sent to Divine Phoenix Island to rescue Qin Xingxuan had been intercepted by Mu Qishu. Mu Qianyu was no righteous saint herself, but towards something so ruthless and insidious, that slight annoyance she had towards him had turned into outright disgust. Cousin Qianyu, there are dangers everywhere in this ancient battlefield. It's too dangerous if you go alone. If you go with me and my grandfather, then no danger will fall onto you. Mu Qingshu's grandfather was naturally Divine Phoenix Island's third elder, Mu Yanjue. Mu Yanjue had also entered the ancient battlefield. No need, Mu Qianyu coldly said. Mu Qingshu felt like he had kicked his foot. He felt a bit embarrassed. At this time, he noticed Lin Ming, who was standing near Mu Qianyu. As he noticed Lin Ming's cultivation, his face immediately became dour. He had guessed just who Lin Ming really was. Lin Ming also coldly looked at Mu Qingshu. Mu Qianyu had already told him the matters about the letter from beginning to end. When Lin Ming was still at Divine Phoenix Island, he naturally couldn't do anything to Mu Qingshu. However, now they had met on the ancient battlefield. It could be said that they were only enemies that had just crossed each other's path. The two of them were already like water and fire. It was just that they were maintaining decorum by being outwardly polite. Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth and said with a true essence sound transmission, Cousin Qianyu, if you come with us, then we are all from the Mu family clan. With the Mu family's bloodline oath, it is impossible for any of us to betray you. You can trust your own people. But this little boy. Before Mu Qingshu finished, Mu Qianyu suddenly interrupted him and said, I'm sorry. Please make way. Mu Qingshu lagged, freezing on the spot. Mu Qianyu didn't even bother to glance at him. She pulled Lin Ming's hand and said, Let's go over there. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Ming to pass by Mu Qingshu's stunned body. Mu Qingshu immediately paled, turning ashen. His outstretched hand was still stiff in the air. He turned his head and was shocked to see that Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming had already sat down on a clean clearing of grass underneath a large tree. They were very close to each other, and they hadn't even let go of each other's hand yet. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingshu nearly cracked his teeth apart by grinding them. Lin Ming also couldn't react in time. Although he had a very close relationship with Mu Qianyu, the feelings between the two of them were still seeds that had yet to bud. They had touched skin, but that was only because the circumstances of the time had required it. They had simply never leisurely held hands like this. If he had to say it though, Mu Qianyu's hand really felt nice in his own. Her hand felt creamy, soft, and incomparably delicate. He was reluctant to ever let go. Lin Ming knew Mu Qingshu's thoughts on Mu Qianyu. At this time, he naturally couldn't ignore a moment to anger Mu Qingshu. He held on to Mu Qianyu's hand and played with it, squeezing it in his own. This touch that was like soft and tender jade, Lin Ming found it hard to put down. Mu Qianyu's complexion also reddened a bit. She had only thought to get rid of Mu Qingshu's incessant bothering of her, but she never thought that after she gave Lin Ming an inch he would try to take a yard. She hesitated for a moment but didn't draw her hand back. Third Elder Mu Yanjue was watching all of this from a distance and his face darkened. Although he no longer held any hope that Mu Qishu would one day marry Mu Qianyu, he still didn't want to see his own grandson shamed like this. Qingshu, come back, Mu Yanjue said with a true essence sound transmission. Mu Qishu clenched his teeth but didn't respond. At this time he was trembling with anger. He wished that he could castrate Lin Ming. He wished that he could cut him to pieces. Qingshu, have you not shamed yourself enough? I told you not to bother with Mu Qianyu again. She isn't someone that the likes of you can obtain. Mu Yanjue's expression flashed with anger and he began to earnestly become angry. He already knew that Mu Qingshu was already obsessed with this matter. If things continued like this, it would definitely become a knot in his heart that would stifle his thoughts, thus affecting all of his future martial arts cultivation. I am unwilling. If I do not fight, that's the same as admitting defeat. Mu Qingshu's expression was grim. His fists were so tightly gripped that his nails dug deep into his flesh. You have already lost. All you need to do is cultivate well. Your talent is good, you should be able to reach at least the middle revolving core realm. The middle revolving core realm was also the cultivation boundary of the Vermilion Bird faction's great elder, Mu Qihua. This realm had originally been satisfactory for Mu Qingshu. However, in comparison to Lin Ming, it was just garbage. Mu Qingshu couldn't accept the feeling that such a massive gap existed between him and Lin Ming. He looked at Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. He said, "It's not over yet, not until the last moment." As Mu Yanjue saw the grotesque animus in Mu Qingshu's eyes, Mu Yanjue's complexion changed. "Qingshu, what are you thinking of? Don't do anything crazy. If you use some method to deal with Mu Qianyu, then you will absolutely die a miserable death. Mu Yuhuang will never forgive you, and whatever you do might even reach the crime of betraying your bloodline. You are a Mu family member and you also have the Mu family bloodstain contract mark. You should know just what the fate for betrayers is." The bloodstain contract was a special document created by the Divine Phoenix Island founder. This contract took the bloodline as its basis. As long as one had the bloodline of the Mu family, they would be restricted by this. If they dared to violate the terms within, their body's bloodline would melt away. The cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island took the bloodline as their foundation. Once one's bloodline melted, the Divine Phoenix Island cultivation method they practiced would naturally dissipate along with it. The only way to break through the limitations set down by the bloodstain contract was if one's cultivation reached the extreme revolving core realm and had a strength that approached the Divine Phoenix Island founders. If they had this power, they would naturally be able to break through the restrictions of the bloodline contract. The direct descendants of Divine Phoenix Island were all required to sign the bloodline contract once they became an adult. They had to sign that they would never betray the sect. In the future, if there were other situations that arose, they might have to sign the contract yet again. For instance, Mu Yuhuang had many elders sign the bloodstain contract again, so that no one would reveal the existence of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicles 8th layer. This was also a reason why Divine Phoenix Island favored those juniors that had the Mu family name, but distrusted those that didn't share this last name. Mu Qingshu's strength was naturally inferior to Mu Qianyu's. If he wanted to use some method to deal with Mu Qianyu, he could only find someone else to do his dirty work. This was already enough to become a crime of betraying one's sect. Mu Qingshu grit his teeth, trying to suppress these dark thoughts in his heart. However, once a heart demon was planted, it was difficult to erase. At this time, the forest shook again, and a few more red-robed Divine Phoenix Island disciples came into the forest glade. The old man in front leading them was tall and thin. He had a wide frame and held a 10,000-year sacred flame parasol tree cane in his hand. His long beard fell all the way down to his chest. As Lin Ming saw this person, his eyes narrowed. This old man was the Vermilion Bird faction's great elder, Mu Qihua. Lin Ming's relationship with Mu Qihua was also like that of enemies. After the 30-some top masters had directly flown to the demon god Imperial Palace, all of the other revolving core elders on the ancient battlefield were at the early revolving core realm with a small few at the middle revolving core realm. Mu Qihua was one of these people. As Mu Qianyu felt Lin Ming tense up, she sent him a true essence sound transmission. "Don't worry. No matter how much the great elder hates you, he won't dare to do anything to you." I understand." Mu Qihua's eyes passed over all the Vermilion Bird faction disciples before he paused for several seconds on Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu. There was no look in his eyes. Finally, he moved over towards the rest of the Divine Phoenix Island disciples. After Mu Qihua arrived, Mu Bingyun followed in. She glanced at Mu Qianyu, nodded, and then sat in a corner of the forest glade, meditating and clearing her mind. In addition to Divine Phoenix Island, the disciples of other sects also continued to arrive there in abundance. Of these martial artists, those from the South Sea Demon region and Black Flood Dragon clan that practiced demonic path cultivation methods had all gathered together. As for Divine Phoenix Island's side, those from Great Zen Temple, the Five-Element Region, Dire Space Sect, and Supreme Mystery Temple had all gathered together. Because there were more sects, those on the side of the Righteous Path sects were double the number of those from the Demonic Path sects. Lin Ming sat in a corner and began to observe all of the martial artists that were present. The South Sea Demon Region, Black Flood Dragon Clan, and the Great Zen Temple all had middle revolving core masters protecting their juniors. As for those life destruction powerhouses, they had already long since rushed towards the demon god Imperial Palace. The special rules that govern this world may not necessarily have been able to suppress those strange old fellows. The other disciples were mostly at the Xianxia realm. There were some revolving core realm masters, and Hotian disciples were only a very small part. "Big brother Lin, is that you?" At this moment Lin Ming suddenly heard someone call out to him. He turned and was surprised to see that the one who called out was Xianxia, the Divine Phoenix Island core disciple who had been the one to first welcome him to Divine Phoenix Island. Originally, Xianxia had been the one who brought Lin Ming to attend revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet contest. He had also told Lin Ming many things about Divine Phoenix Island and the Five-Element Region. The two of them were on very friendly terms with each other. "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, you also came?" Lin Ming was startled. With Xianxia's strength, coming to such a dangerous land was really pushing his luck. Xianxia listened to Lin Ming's words and ruefully smiled. "I just happened to be nearby the ancient battlefield and wanted to come along and see what it was like. I didn't expect that it would be so dangerous here." As Xianxia spoke, his expression was of exasperated annoyance. At this moment, a clump of dirt under Xianxia's foot rose up. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. "Be careful." So, a red-patterned snake that had the thickness of an arm darted out of the dirt. Lin Ming's reflexes were fast. The purple comet spear in his hand thrust out like a bolt of lightning. Puff! The spear directly pierced into the red-patterned snake, tightly nailing it into the ground. Black blood spurted out and sprinkled on the ground. All of the nearby green foliage began to rapidly wither. Xianxia was in a cold sweat from fear. That red-patterned snake's attack was fast like lightning, and the toxins inherent in it were frightening. If it wasn't for Lin Ming promptly helping him a moment ago, he had no doubt that he would already be dead. Meanwhile, in the forest glade, several other red-patterned snakes shot out from the earth, quickly attacking the disciples from other sections. Several disciples with weaker cultivations tried to dodge but had their throats torn out by these snakes. "Ah!" A heart-pounding scream rang in the air. A martial artist had been bitten by a red-patterned snake and his face immediately turned into a deep purple-black. "Junior apprentice brother." A youth that was nearby the bitten martial artist cried out, his face turning red with rage. He slashed out at the red-patterned snake with his sword, but as his cut fell upon the snake's back, there was the sound of metal colliding. He was simply unable to cut through. During this time, the martial artist that had been bitten had already died. In this split second, his junior apprentice brother that had practiced with him for over 10 years had suddenly died. The youth was deeply grieved by this loss. "Everyone be careful. These snakes are hard to deal with." The martial artists that had been meditating on the ground had already stood up. Because their true essence was suppressed to a mere 30% of what it usually was, these normal Xiantian powerhouses' attacks weren't able to break through the formidable defense of these red-patterned snakes. Cha-cha-cha. The revolving core powerhouses acted together, cutting apart any red-patterned snakes they saw. However, these snakes had an astonishing vitality. Even if they were cut in half, their mouths still bit towards any martial artist present. "Evil beast, prepare to die." A long-bearded monk from the great Zen temple gripped his staff and pounded down with it. There was a flash of golden light and faint Buddhist hymns began to ring in the air. A massive golden Buddha statue appeared in the sky and dropped down, smashing several red-patterned snakes into mush. After this long-bearded monk began to attack, the pressure on everyone else was greatly reduced. But at this moment, everyone heard a loud rustling in the distance, as if a rainstorm were coming their way. It seemed as if hundreds and thousands of snakes were crawling their way towards the martial artists. "Run!" Even middle revolving core masters didn't have confidence they would be able to face such a massive group of these snakes. Everyone displayed their movement techniques and quickly ran into the forest. Lin Ming, Let's hurry up and go, Mu Chenyu hurriedly said. Lin Ming didn't say anything else. He quickly picked up Zhang Zhen and rushed straight into the deep forest. The revolving core masters led the way. The light of many treasures flashed out in all directions. Vines were cut apart and grass was hewed away, fluttering in the air. Spiritual sense was suppressed here. No one was able to detect anything more than a few dozen feet away. Such a distance was basically useless. By the time they were able to discover any danger, that danger would already be in front of them. As they fled at high speed, a red vine silently crept up from the ground. It pointed at a Xianxian martial artist and shot out like lightning. Pooh! The Xianxian martial artist's protective true essence was pierced through as if it were nothing but thin paper. The red vine clasped onto the martial artist's thigh and countless tiny roots pierced into his flesh, immediately sucking up vast amounts of blood. Ah! The martial artist emitted a soul-piercing scream. His body began to wither at a visible rate, and the red vine that sucked his blood swelled up like a balloon. Be careful. It's a vampiric plant. The red vines were extremely tenacious. Those Xianxian martial artists that had their true essence suppressed to 30% were simply unable to do anything. Any martial artist that was grabbed by a red vine would die here. Little brother. A Black Flood Dragon Clan revolving core master saw as his own little brother was stabbed in the stomach by a vampiric vine, and his eyes turned red with anger. His saber slashed out at that vampiric red vine, and blood gushed out from a small gash in the vine. However, only a little part had been broken. The vine still gripped the little brother's body, quickly sucking up all his blood. Damn it all! That Black Flood Dragon Clan revolving core master reached over to the vine and ripped it out from his brother's body. However, as he pulled out the vine had already penetrated deep into the little brother's body and taken root. Flesh and organs were pulled out with the vine. The little brother gave a pitiful, feeble cry. His face whitened and his life was on the verge of collapse. These vines fear fire. A divine Phoenix Island disciple suddenly shouted. A moment ago he had used a martial skill from the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to attack the vine and had burned it. Following this, Mu Chihua gave a loud shout. He pressed his hands out flat and a wave of searing fire burned down from the heavens. As the vines met these waves, they began to rapidly wither away. Soon, the vines had completely retreated back into the depths of the forest. This scene startled Lin Ming. This middle revolving core old man was still so powerful even though his strength was reduced to 30%. Everyone gave a sigh of relief, catching their breath. We need to leave, it's not good to stay here, Mu Chihua said. No one dared to be careless. They displayed their movement techniques and rushed deeper into the woods. What horrible luck. I thought there would be some lucky chances here. But this accursed land has no such thing. There are no good lucky chances here. The only lucky chance is the chance to die everywhere. Don't complain. We can't go back anymore, we can only move forwards. In just this short window of time, over 10% of the martial artists in the group had perished. There weren't any revolving core powerhouses that died. Those that died were early and middle Xiantian realm disciples as well as Hotian realm disciples. After having suffered 2 attacks, the martial artists were increasingly wary. Even if their perception couldn't extend to too far, if they sent it continuously out they would at least be able to prevent dangers from underneath the ground arising. Oh! At this time 100 miles away above a desert, over 20 rainbow-colored lights flashed in the sky. These were the lights that were left behind when top masters flew. This broken world had fundamental rules that suppressed flight. However, these rules weren't able to completely suppress these life-destruction powerhouses. It was only that their flying speed was severely restricted. Otherwise, they would have been able to easily cover this distance of 100 or so miles in half an incense stick of time. At this time, there were 3 more lights that began to slow down the more they continued, dipping deeper and deeper. The 2 men and a woman finally landed on the ground. Their cultivation was at the late revolving core realm. As they entered deeper into this broken world, the laws that suppressed them became increasingly intense. And now, these late revolving core powerhouses no longer had the ability to fly. The female elder among the 3 watched as the 20-plus beams of light in the air became increasingly blurry as they moved into the distance. She sighed and said, "It looks like we won't have the fortune to enter the demon god imperial palace. Hee, this old man originally came for some fun anyway. Even if I go to the demon god imperial palace with those life destruction fogies around, there is no way that any of us would have been able to obtain the Nirvana dragon root. At most we would be able to obtain some small chances. But I never imagined that we wouldn't even be able to enter. But this is also a bit of a relief. Although it's a pity that we cannot enter the demon god imperial palace, it's not necessarily a good thing to enter. No one knows what dangers are inside. And if we're outside, that doesn't mean we won't come across some lucky chance." As the suppressive laws that govern this world intensified, Mu Yuhuang was also nearing the limit of her abilities. Among all the late revolving core masters, she was the one who had persisted the longest. "I see it. That should be it." Mu Fengxian's true essence sound transmission sounded out in Mu Yuhuang's ears. Mu Yuhuang looked out in the distance. In the distant skies, a vague ghostly image emerged out of the blue. It was a magnificent and enormous palace. Demon God Imperial Palace? Mu Yuhuang was shocked. The entire Demon God Imperial Palace looked like it was a mirage. It didn't seem as if it were real. The life destruction powerhouses that flew in the front also discovered this massive Demon God Imperial Palace, and they sped up. The giant Demon God Imperial Palace stretched out for countless miles. The palace towered high above the desert and was surrounded by numerous thick columns, each of them engraved with a multitude of totem reliefs. In the center of the Demon God Imperial Palace was a massive demon god statue that held a great axe in its hands. This statue was over 1,000 feet high and stood there, imposing. As it stood there, an ancient atmosphere naturally emanated from it, spreading out in all directions. It spread between the heavens and earth, shaking the minds of anyone who felt it. It had to be known that this demon god statue had already stood here for tens of thousands of years. As the life destruction powerhouses flew to the statue, they were no different than a swarm of mosquitoes, simply insignificant creatures. True essence has been suppressed to 20%. Shen Wuji was secretly shocked. The laws of this world were simply too strange. Even late revolving core powerhouses weren't able to fly. Now, facing this giant statue, Shen Wuji couldn't help but want to fall to the ground, prostrating himself in complete worship. This feeling frightened Shen Wuji out of his wits. He had no idea just who it was that carved out such a terrifying statue, but it seemed to be above the laws that ruled this world. If so, if a mere statue could make him feel like this, then if he entered into the Demon God Imperial Palace and encountered something, would he still be able to put up any form of resistance? Shen Wuji took a deep breath. The further he went in this broken world, the more he discovered that compared to the demon emperor of tens of thousands of years ago, he was nothing but a little defenseless baby. This demon emperor's cultivation was immeasurably deep. I'm afraid that even the current emperor-level powerhouses of Sky Spill Continent would be nothing in front of him. As Shen Wuji was thinking, he saw a black light flash past him. The Black Flood Dragon Clan patriarch suddenly sank and turned into a violent black typhoon that shot towards the Demon God Imperial Palace. The Black Flood Dragon Patriarch's cultivation was already at the second stage of life destruction. In his opinion, any defensive measures or array formations that were left behind at the Demon God Imperial Palace would have already failed after these tens of thousands of years. Still, even so, as a precaution he galvanized his true essence to the max. Behind him, the faint phantom of a black flood dragon appeared. As Shen Wuji saw this, he was unmoved. He only sneered and thought to himself, "Idiot! Hua!" As the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch was about to burst into the main entrance of the Demon God Imperial Palace, a red light flashed. At the entrance of the palace, a shining halo appeared out of thin air, rushing out like an overwhelming tide and smashing into the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch's body. With a dull thump, the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch was kicked backwards like a rubber ball. He was sent flying backwards, spitting blood. As the other life destruction powerhouses saw this, their complexions changed. This palace that had been abandoned for tens of thousands of years actually still had the protection of an array formation. Not just that, but this array formation was astoundingly strong. Even the second stage life destruction Black Blood Dragon Patriarch spat blood in the collision. although the Black Flood Dragon's true essence had been suppressed to 20% of its normal potency because of the rules that governed this world, it had to be known that this was only a single defensive array that protected the entrance to the demon god Imperial Palace. If a single defensive array was able to cause the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch to spit blood, then wouldn't an offensive array violently and instantly kill them? All of the life destruction powerhouses were alarmed. This demon god Imperial Palace was too terrifying. They thought if this palace hadn't already decayed for tens of thousands of years, they would have suffered an even more miserable fate. The Black Flood Dragon Patriarch wiped the blood from the corners of his lips. As he looked at the still flashing defensive array, his face was gloomy. What in the world was this ghostly array formation? It was actually able to maintain itself for tens of thousands of years? And not just that, but it was still so powerful. Was this really something that could be created by a human? Oh. In the forest, there was hidden murderous intent everywhere. As the group continued running, there were constantly martial artists that died. 2 hours later, as they finally made their way out of the forest, around 30% of the martial artists had perished. This place is. In front of the crowd were endless plains of dark red, bumpy land. There were thick bones half buried in the ground, and all around were dark gray stone tablets that were stuck in the land. There were big and small stone tablets, and each one had been engraved with all sorts of intricate symbols. These symbols were different from the symbol system that existed on the Sky Spill continent. The martial artists weren't able to understand what they meant or represented. These dark red plains gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Even the sky was a dark red, and it glowed faintly with a bloody light. From the virgin forest to this bloody wilderness, the intense visual difference was shocking to the mind. With the experiences of the forest still fresh in their minds, everyone present maintained 120% vigilance as they faced these strange red plains. At this point, continuing on was dangerous, but staying in the forest was also dangerous. If they had to make a choice, then they had to proceed. They might even be able to find a lucky chance here. Let's go. The first one to step onto the dark red plains was the hawk-nosed old man from the South Sea Demon region. He was the South Sea Demon region elder, Xianxia. His cultivation was at the middle revolving core realm. The South Sea Demon region side had 2 middle revolving core realm elders and also 9 early revolving core powerhouses. Of those early revolving core masters, 2 or 3 of them had already reached the peak of the early phase. With their strength, the South Sea Demon region was the strongest force amongst the sects present, so they were also the most confident. As soon as Xianxia stepped onto this vast red plain, his complexion changed. This blood wilderness was even fiercer in suppressing his true essence. He could actually only use 25% of his true essence efficacy. Another 5% of true essence is suppressed. Xianxia dismally said, "The laws of this world are too strange. If this continues, then the situation will only become more dangerous." Another elder also appeared worried. He decided that if his true essence was suppressed below 20%, he would no longer go forwards. Otherwise, there was a possibility that he really might be killed by these powerful and strange vicious beasts. After the South Sea Demon region martial artists walked forwards, the other sect's martial artists followed them onto the bloody wilderness. Many of them had already activated a protective cover to detect space cracks. There was no life here. None of them knew whether or not this was caused by those terrifying rifts in space, so it was better to activate preventive measures just in case. Everyone continued carefully, maintaining their minds at full alert. No matter how they looked at it, this bloody wilderness was stranger than the forest and even more dangerous. However, they didn't expect that after they walked for half an hour, they actually hadn't encountered any dangers. Some people couldn't help but whisper to themselves. At this time, the hawk-nosed South Sea Demon region elder suddenly swiveled, his hand slapping downwards. There was an explosive sound as the ground was split open. The martial artists behind were all shocked. They thought there was a surprise enemy attack, but they didn't think that after the earth had burst open, a thick great sword would come flying out. This 5-foot-long sword was jet black as if it were made from ink, and the aura that it emitted was comparable to a high-grade earth-step treasure. What? All of the martial artists' eyes shined. That elder had just casually taken an item from the ground, but it was a high-grade earth-step treasure? No, this wasn't right. It wasn't a high-grade earth-step treasure. From the energy fluctuations, this should only be a medium-grade Earth-step treasure. Yet, it was several times better than a normal medium-grade Earth-step treasure. This should be amongst the rarest of medium-grade Earth-step treasures. Lin Ming traced his jaw. He thought to himself, this is a normal medium-grade Earth-step treasure that was forged by an ancient refining master. It is several times superior to an ordinary medium-grade Earth-step treasure that is forged by the refining masters of the current era. A medium-grade Earth-step treasure was exceedingly valuable and precious. The great desolate blood halberd replica that Lei Mubai had used was also a top medium-grade Earth-step treasure. Lin Ming had very high standards. Naturally, he didn't think too much of this weapon. But all of the martial artists at his side had widened eyes filled with greed. Most of them used low-grade Earth-step treasure. Seeing such a rare medium-grade Earth-step treasure in front of them, they were all envious. After passing through that gauntlet of dangers and surviving, they finally saw a lucky chance appear. This was the thought that most martial artists present had. This bloody wilderness may have seemed dangerous, but the truth was that it wasn't dangerous at all. Instead, there were all sorts of buried bones and treasures here. It was like this was an ancient battle site. If they followed behind the ass of the South Sea Demon region, they wouldn't be able to pick up anything. If they fought with them, they also couldn't win. Thinking this, many of the martial artists began to part ways in small groups, quietly changing directions and leaving the main group. Out of precaution, these martial artists had at least an extreme Xiantian master leading them, or even 2 or 3 late Xiantian realm masters. As the main group continued, more and more martial artists left, and even the South Sea Demon region martial artists began to spread out on their own. Everyone wanted to pick up some treasures. If they followed behind Lian Qingji, they wouldn't even be able to obtain scraps. Let's go towards that side, Lin Ming said to Mu Qianyu. As there were fewer and fewer people in the group, the image of Lian Qingji in front of them became increasingly dangerous. Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming left the group together. They didn't know whether or not this bloody wilderness was truly safe. Most of those present also understood this. But they were all blinded by greed. As they saw Lian Qingji pick up a top medium-grade Earth-step treasure in front of their eyes, none of them were able to resist the temptation to go off by themselves. Perhaps this ancient battlefield had not only treasures, but also other things. For instance, they might even pick up a spatial ring that contained the complete worth of a top master. At that point, they would really rise up in power. Mu Qingshu watched Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu's backs from a distance, and bitterly ground his teeth together. He even wanted to hire someone to kill them. But if he did that, the bloodline in his body would completely melt away within half a year, and he would lose all of his cultivation. Since he didn't have any means to retaliate against Lin Ming, he could only helplessly watch as Lin Ming walked closer and closer to Mu Qianyu, seeming to be very intimate and close to each other. He felt like he could vomit blood at this sight. As Mu Yanzhuo watched this from afar, he could only sigh. Reality was cruel. The result was already obvious, but many times, not everyone was willing to accept the truth in front of them. Especially when someone's object of desire was stolen away. The taste of this feeling was truly hard to swallow. Oh! Lin Ming cautiously made his way forward, completely opening his perception. In this strange world, Lin Ming was only able to extend his sense to around 200 feet. If it was underground, it was even shorter at around 100 feet. And this 100 feet of earth was completely flooded by a massive amount of skeletal bones. There are so many bones, Lin Ming gasped. These skeletons and bones came in all sizes. Some seemed ordinary and had turned to oil after tens of thousands of years underground, but there were also those that hadn't changed in the least, still remaining a jade-like translucent color. There were even some bones that shined like a rainbow. Obviously, this was related to the cultivation method that the deceased had practiced before their death. There is also a spatial ring. Lin Ming discovered that there was a hand bone with a spatial ring on it. With a wave of his hand, the spatial ring flew up from underground. However, as he investigated it with his soul force, he shook his head in disappointment. The mini-dimension inside of the spatial ring had already collapsed upon itself. This sort of man-made world was originally unstable. Normally, the world inside a low-grade Earth-step spatial ring would last for several thousand years before disintegrating. It wasn't just the spatial ring, but many treasures had decayed. Those treasures that could be buried in the earth for tens of thousands of years and remain pristine and everlasting were quite special. Lin Ming walked for a quarter of an hour but still hadn't discovered one. That seems to be Mu Qianyu's mind stirred. As she looked several hundred feet in the distance, there were actually exotic-looking flowers there. In this vast blood wilderness, this bunch of flowers was very unexpected. Blood ghost flower? I didn't think that something like that would appear here. A blood ghost flower was a sort of spiritual flower that loved to grow in lands that were filled with dark and bloody influences and had gone through great periods of carnage. Only under those circumstances would they be able to nurture themselves and germinate, slowly growing. Normally it would take millennia to flower, and that was why it was extremely rare within the Sky Spill continent, and to think that there would be such a large bunch of them here. However, the ruins of this ancient battlefield had already been rich with bloody and demonic influences. Not just that, but no one had appeared here for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't strange for such a large batch of these flowers to be born here. These blood ghost flowers will be of great help to Little Flame's evolution. This is really a lucky chance. Mu Qianyu was delighted. As she went forwards to pick them up, she suddenly stopped in her steps and frowned. She could clearly feel the energy of a few people hidden in the vicinity of the blood ghost flowers. They gave off a faint murderous aura like a tiger that was crouching in the brush. This energy belonged to a human. It was most likely one of those companions that had just been in their group and was also a revolving core powerhouse. They want to use the blood ghost flower as bait and kill us to rob our possessions? Mu Qianyu sneered. It should be a martial artist from the South Sea Demon region, Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission. He had discovered the people hiding around the blood ghost flowers at nearly the same time that Mu Qianyu had. They had been hiding using a kind of camouflaging secret skill. These people had seen this bunch of blood ghost flowers and yet they didn't gather it. Instead, they had hidden around these flowers waiting for others to appearance. Their goal was obvious. They were waiting for others to be attracted by these blood ghost flowers. In their joy at obtaining such rare treasures, they would relax their guard. Then, these hidden people could sneak attack and kill them. These people should have already realized that most of the ancient battlefield's treasures had decayed. Looking for one in a usable condition would not be easy. If this true, then killing someone and taking all of their belongings would be a much faster way to gain wealth and treasure. After all, the weakest of those that entered this ancient battlefield were core disciples of large sects. There was no way that they would be poor. The heart of man is truly dangerous. Just a while ago, all of the martial artists were brought together by the dangers from all around and were able to temporarily unite against a common enemy. But now that treasures were found and everyone has spread out, as long as one cleanly kills someone else, it would be equal to an unknown disappearance. Lin Ming's fingers calmly traced his spatial ring. Mu Qianyu's footsteps hesitated for just a moment and then she continued to pick the blood ghost flowers as she pretended that she hadn't noticed anyone. Not too far away from the blood ghost flowers, there were two blurry shapes of distorted light hiding in the shadows. Of these two, one was an old man at the very early revolving core realm. He walked towards Mu Qianyu a step at a time, his eyes deep. He had complete confidence in his camouflage technique. And even if he was noticed, the cultivation of his two prey was only at the Xiantian realm and Hotian realm. Beside the old man was a young man with a surprisingly large head. He greedily looked at Mu Qianyu and licked his lips as he said, "Old Zhou, you are far too careful. You still think we need to sneak attack to deal with these two? It's better to be safe than sorry. I only broke through to the revolving core realm a mere 20 years ago. But these people are all the top talents of their sections. They will invariably have various outstanding methods to save their lives. Once they escape, it will be extremely troublesome. When we attack, I'll deal with that woman and you deal with that little Hotian brat." Hee, that Hotian realm boy actually thought to come here to split the spoils. But he was only chasing death. The youth named Lian Jie sneered and took out a shining black saber from his spatial ring. "Don't underestimate that boy. He likely has the combat strength of a Xiantian master. Those martial artists that came here are only nearly all geniuses. For him to come this far with his Hotian cultivation proves that he isn't simple." As the old man spoke, he revolved his true essence. His concealment technique was able to isolate his true essence fluctuations. Thus he didn't fear alerting Mu Qianyu with his murderous aura. If he has a Xiantian master's combat strength, then that's the same as me. Xianxia spoke with great confidence. He was one of the direct disciples of the South Sea Demon region. Although his cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm, he was actually able to compare to an extreme Xiantian master. Generally speaking, if he ran into a martial artist with a cultivation similar to his own, he would be able to easily kill them. Mu Qianyu calmly bent over to pluck the blood ghost flowers, completely exposing her back to the enemy. At this time, the black-clothed man grinned demonically and said, "Go! Chi!" A black sword light slashed through space like a serpent spitting out poison. Mu Qianyu gently smiled and swished around. It was unknown when, but Mu Qianyu had extracted a 4-foot-long crimson-colored sword and was firmly gripping it in her hand. Luminescent flames flashed out and a phoenix of blazing flames shot to the sky. In this year and a half, although Mu Qianyu hadn't been able to break through to the revolving core realm, her strength had been constantly rising. Especially in these last 3 months, Mu Qianyu had been able to meditate on the 6th layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle cultivation method that Lin Ming had brought back. Although she had only managed to comprehend some of the basics within, it was enough to allow her strength to climb to yet another peak. Bang! The black sword light was crushed. The flaming phoenix, without diminishing in the least, opened its beak wide to swallow the black-clothed old man. What? The black-clothed old man's complexion completely changed. His sneak attack was completely routed with a single move. A Xiantian realm girl was able to forcefully resist a revolving core master. Within the entire South Horizon region, the number of top talents like this could be counted on a single hand. How could he have such horrible luck? As the black-clothed man attacked, the large-headed youth also moved. His 4-foot-long saber cut through space. The blade edge shined. Its target was naturally Lin Ming. The big-headed youth had a strength comparable to a normal extreme Xiantian master's combat strength. If he was at his full and complete strength, then Lin Ming might have to waste effort. But now, almost 80% of the big-headed youth's true essence was suppressed. In the face of Lin Ming's power of tempering marrow, it was simply a joke and a half. Lin Ming didn't even use his spear. He only smashed down with his fist. Bang! The power of tempering marrow that completely ignored the laws that suppressed true essence erupted. As the big-headed youth's saber was pulverized into pieces, a look of fear entered into his eyes. Lin Ming's fist punched into the big-headed youth's top right chest. With the sound of flesh and bone being crushed, the big-headed youth gave a miserable scream and spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. Because his right chest had been smashed apart by Lin Ming's fist, his right hand was lying limp at an odd angle. It was obviously broken. He didn't die. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. The big-headed youth's cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm and his true essence was also mostly suppressed. He had thought that a random fist attack would be able to kill him, but he didn't expect that this big-headed youth would live. This fellow was probably some well-known genius from the South Sea Demon region. As the black-clothed old man was flustered by Mu Qianyu's counterstrike, he turned around to see that the big-headed youth was sent soaring backwards and immediately blanched. Xianxia, the black-clothed man panicked. He obviously cared about the life of this youth named Xianxia. He wanted to turn around and rescue him. But at this moment, Mu Qianyu's second sword attack was already cutting straight down at him. Flaming true essence roiled and rolled. Where it went, stones and soil would burst apart. "You idiot!" The black-clothed man angrily cried, breathless. He lifted his sword to resist Mu Qianyu's strike, but his body was sent flying away by the flame blast, his face paling. However, he had borrowed the impact of this blow to fall beside the big-headed youth. Xianxia. The black-clothed old man forcefully pressed down the tumbling messy true essence in his body. He held up the half-dead Xianxia and force-fed him a pill. In a life-or-death battle, how could he give the enemy the chance to recover from their wounds? Lin Ming stepped forwards preparing to attack, but at this time, the black-clothed man suddenly said, "There is no need to fight. If we continue, there is no advantage to any of us." As Lin Ming listened to this, he almost laughed, but was also angry at the same time. This man thought it was fine to ambush them to kill them, but now that his attack had failed and he was discovered, he thought that he was all right to not finish this battle? What a joke! Lin Ming was disciplined to bother with the black-clothed old man's nonsense. He took out the great desolate blood halberd from his spatial ring and stabbed towards the black-clothed old man, 13 blood-drinking seals flying in the air. Blood seal twisting murder. Lin Ming had already been wanting to fight with a revolving core powerhouse. However, the gap between a Xiantian master and a revolving core master were simply too great. Normally, Lin Ming wouldn't have anywhere near the ability to do so, but in this broken world, his opponent's true essence was under an enormous suppression. Naturally, Lin Ming would not miss this chance. In an instant, Lin Ming had directly opened the heretical god force. The power of tempering marrow was also galvanized to the limit. As the black-clothed old man saw Lin Ming's halberd thrusting towards him, his heart burned with a raging anger. Although he realized he wasn't a match for Mu Qianyu, that was his bad luck for meeting her here. But this mere late Hotian realm youth actually thought to come and attack him too. How could he not be angry? Get out of this old man's way. The black-clothed old man's sword slashed down at Lin Ming, and a thick sword light shot towards Lin Ming's chest. As Mu Qianyu saw this, she felt her heart tighten and wanted to move. But at this time, she actually saw that the 13 blood-drinking seals on Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd were twisting into a swirling crimson vortex. The black-clothed old man's sword bounced off of this vortex. What? The black-clothed old man was rattled. He had never dreamed that his sword would actually be deflected by a mere late Hotian realm junior. Just how was this possible? At this time, Lin Ming's halberd had bounced off the black-clothed old man's black sword and was piercing towards his chest. At this critical juncture, the black-clothed old man bit down on his tongue and prepared to retreat. However, at this time, the spinning blood-drinking seal's repulsive force had turned into an attractive force, pulling in the black-clothed old man's body. The black-clothed old man was surprised to see that he actually was unable to retreat. This world's laws already disallowed him to fly. Coupled with the attractive power of this crimson vortex, the black-clothed old saw with his own eyes as he was being sucked in. In horror, he felt as if his own spirit was fleeing his body. The great desolate blood halberd shined, directly thrusting towards the black-clothed old man's throat. Ah! The black-clothed old man howled and crazily chopped down on the great desolate blood halberd. Bang! A bloody light shot into the sky. Waves of true essence swept out. But under the suppressive laws of this world, these true essence waves only managed to spread out a few dozen feet before completely disappearing. The power of the laws that suppress true essence in this world were made extremely clear. The black-clothed old man grasped his long black sword. His right hand was stained red with blood. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with abject terror. Was this really a late Hotian realm martial artist? This was impossible. You? Who are you? The black-clothed old man's voice trembled. In the ancient legends and texts, there had been many stories recorded of Xiantian masters killing revolving core masters killing life-destruction masters, or life-destruction masters killing divine sea masters. But, in all of these records, there had never been one where a Hotian realm boy had the strength to kill a revolving core master. This was simply impossible. The Sky Spill continent had a legend. There was a man named Emperor Xianxia who had 7 different kinds of martial intents. He had meditated under a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, fusing these 7 martial intents into one, gaining a golden immortal body and shattered the martial void. But even Emperor Xianxia would not have been able to fight a revolving core master at the Hotian realm. The black-clothed old man's complexion was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ming might be some late revolving core master, or even one of those strange old life-destruction realm fogies that was hiding himself to trick him. But he instantly crossed out this insanely absurd idea. Why would one of those old monsters do something like that? They should have all gone to the demon god Imperial Palace. Why would they be interested in toying with him? As Mu Qianyu arrived beside Lin Ming, she was also surprised. But it was only a bit of surprise, it wasn't to the degree that she couldn't accept it. As she traveled with Lin Ming, she had been able to faintly guess that Lin Ming had some sort of strange ability to avoid the laws that ruled this world. Lin Ming already had the strength of a top Xiantian master. With the laws of the world aiding him, it wasn't strange for him to force back an early revolving core master. Careful. This fellow wants to run away. Mu Qianyu said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming quietly stepped to the side, faintly sealing away the direction that the black-clothed man could escape in. If this was the outside world, in a battle between revolving core powerhouses whose strength were about the same, killing the other party would be very difficult. This was because when a revolving core powerhouse gave up everything to desperately escape, the speed at which they could fly away was amazing. But in this world, not only was true essence suppressed, but most of all, they couldn't fly away. This greatly increased the difficulty of any escape. The black-clothed old man also naturally realized this point, and his complexion became increasingly grim and cloudy. If his luck was bad today, there was a high chance he would perish here. Lin Ming locked his perception onto the black-clothed man. As he kept himself on guard, he began to think of something. A moment ago, when he had used the blood-drinking seals, Lin Ming had discovered that the power of the blood-drinking seals was completely unfettered by the suppressive laws that governed this broken world. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mind stirred. Of course, this great desolate halberd art was a cultivation method which was originally created by the demon emperor. The laws of this broken world naturally wouldn't be able to suppress the blood-drinking seals if this world was ruled by the demon emperor. How could someone set down laws that caged their own cultivation method? Thinking this, Lin Ming revolved true essence within his body according to the cultivation method of the great desolate halberd art. However, he discovered that his true essence was still suppressed by unfathomable laws. In other words, this broken world was only able to suppress true essence. It was unable to suppress other forms of energy. The reason that the blood-drinking seals had the unique ability to transcend the suppressive laws of this world was likely because they were a special form of energy. These blood-drinking seals were formed of blood essence and could be attributed as being life force. Whether it was non-attribute true essence or the five elements or wind and thunder, or even heaven and earth origin energy, all of these were suppressed by the laws of this world. But the power of the human body, the strength of tempering marrow, and the blood-drinking seals actually didn't belong to the category of true essence, and thus existed outside of these laws of suppression. Thinking this, Lin Ming understood. In this world, there were many people that practiced the form of energy known as true essence. But in other worlds and other lands, there were many other races and beings that practiced cultivation methods using different forms of energy. It wouldn't be strange if they had a completely different sort of martial arts civilization. As Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu approached, the pressure on the black-clothed man began to multiply. He gripped his sword, his true essence revolving to the limit in his body, and suddenly said, "There is no need to fight. If we continue, there is no advantage to any of us." This was the second time that this black-clothed old man had said this. Mu Qianyu's curiosity was piqued. "What are you trying to say?" The black-clothed man's expression was sullen as he coldly said, "The youth that you just severely wounded is called Lian Jie. He is a genius of my South Sea Demon region's Lian bloodline. He is a talent of great worth within the Lian bloodline." "And so what?" The black-clothed man coldly snorted. He said, "His grandfather Lian Qingji's cultivation is at the middle revolving core realm, and he is also one of the elders that entered into this broken world with the South Sea Demon region. There is a special spell on Lian Jie's body. If you severely wound him or kill him, all of this will be recorded within the spell and then sent to Lian Qingji. Although you are strong, you cannot defeat Lian Qingji, much less the combined strength of the South Sea Demon region forces. It is simply not something that your divine Phoenix Island can compete with." As Lin Ming listened to the black-clothed old man, he frowned. Before, he had heard of some people calling out for an elder Lian of the South Sea Demon region, and this big-headed youth's surname was also Lian. Not just that, but this black-clothed man had appeared extremely nervous before. It was most likely that he wasn't lying. Even Mu Qianyu's delicate eyebrows were pushed together. If they managed to make a mortal enemy of Lian Qingji, that would indeed be very troublesome. The black-clothed old man saw Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu's reactions and felt relieved. At the same time, he smiled with self-satisfaction and said, "Humph, what this old man said is all true, and I am willing to take an oath on my heart of martial arts that if you two stop and let us go, I will lead Lian Jie to leave this place. I do not think that you would be willing to see the Divine Phoenix Island and South Sea Demon Region forces fight each other just because of this little matter. This old man will speak frankly. If the two sides fight, then everyone from Divine Phoenix Island will die. The black-clothed old man's voice became gradually louder and tougher. He was well aware that if he didn't take a tough approach at this time and overwhelm the other two, there was no way he would be making it out of here. There was no way that kind or sweet words would get him safely out of this predicament. Thus, the best method of survival was to make them be afraid for their own lives. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then said, "You said a moment ago that if Lian Jie is severely wounded or dead, the spell within him will record it. So if that is true, our appearances are already known by Lian Qingji." The black-clothed old man assumed Lin Ming was afraid and was overjoyed. He said, "This is true, but as long as the injuries are healed, I can seek mercy for you too in front of the elder. Perhaps he might not even bother with this matter. Hee. I really want to thank you. So this spell really does just record our appearances." As Lin Ming spoke, his lips curved up in a dark smile, and his murderous intent suddenly poured from all sides. The great desolate blood halberd in his hand stabbed out. "You!" The black-clothed old man's complexion immediately changed. At this time, all he could do was lift his sword to defend. "Do you want to die?" "Lian Chengji will." The black-clothed old man couldn't even finish his words. At this time, Mu Qianyu's attack also arrived. Flames twisted all around her body, and Mu Qianyu appeared like a crimson butterfly of fire, suddenly arriving beside the black-clothed old man. The vermilion bird sword slashed out at a cunning angle, cutting towards the black-clothed old man's left ribcage. "Ah!" The black-clothed old man shouted, and his body erupted with true essence. However, under the suppressive laws of this world, how much could erupting with true essence help him? Boom! The black-clothed slapped away Lin Ming's halberd and abandoned his left hand to slap away Mu Qianyu's sword. It had to be said that the strength a man on the verge of death could find in his final moments was truly terrifying. The black-clothed old man was able to shockingly deflect Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu's attack and then immediately turned to escape. Lin Ming sneered. The halberd laws in his hand changed. Primeval halberd strike. 13 blood-drinking seals formed into a crimson vortex that howled out. A powerful towing force spread out, covering the black-clothed old man's body. "It's this move again." The black-clothed old man's heart filled with a wave of despair. As he was on the ground, this force wasn't enough to pull him back, only reduce his speed. But this was already a fatal period of time. Mu Qianyu's sword of death had already arrived in front of the black-clothed old man. A sword flashed. A thick sword light pierced towards the black-clothed old man's chest. After both of his arms were injured, the black-clothed old man was no longer able to resist the strike from Mu Qianyu again. He madly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his form was stained red as he was sent flying backwards. Pooh! The black-clothed old man felt a cold feeling at his back, and helplessly looked down to see a crimson halberd edge coming out of his chest, having pierced his heart and lungs. Unwilling to accept this outcome, the black-clothed old man cried out a few times, and then perished on the spot. "He's dead?" Lin Ming whispered, a bit staggered by his own abilities. Although he had borrowed the power of the suppressive laws that govern this world, this was still the first time that he had killed a revolving core master. After Lin Ming took the black-clothed old man's spatial ring, he glanced at the corpse. He hesitated for a moment. The first thought he had was to feed the black-clothed old man's blood essence to the magic cube. The last time he had used Ouyang Boyan's blood essence. This time he would probably need the blood essence of a revolving core master. However, feeding the magic cube this blood essence and obtaining a new soul fragment wouldn't be effective in any way for increasing his current combat strength. Not just that, but there was no safe place in this broken world to enter into the magic cube. Thus, this time he might as well take the blood essence to practice his blood-drinking seals. In his current situation, he desperately needed any way to increase his strength. And the blood-drinking seals were not suppressed by the world's laws, they would be exceptionally potent in battle. A revolving core master's blood essence was several times superior to that of a Xiantian master, and the blood-drinking seal formed of the blood essence was also many times better. This blood-drinking seal, compared to the other 13 blood-drinking seals, could most likely increase the power of the Great Desolate Blood Halberd by 50%. Thinking this, Lin Ming grit his teeth. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder shot into the old man's body, and with crackling sounds, the black-clothed old man's body erupted into a fountain of blood fog. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder that had some blood essence stuck onto it flew back to Lin Ming's hand, where it slowly turned into a new blood-drinking seal. This was the 14th blood-drinking seal. As for the magic cube, Lin Ming wasn't worried. As long as he gained the power to kill a revolving core master outside, it was only a matter of time before he opened it again. There was no need to be anxious about it. Mu Qianyu looked at Lin Ming with surprise. She hadn't known that Lin Ming was practicing a cultivation method of the demonic path. Lin Ming, I found the cultivation method jade slip at some ancient ruins and decided to just study it since it was convenient. Lin Ming casually made up an excuse. Mu Qianyu looked a bit worried. Junior apprentice brother Lin, if you practice too many cultivation methods rather than refine what you have, it can easily lead to impure true essence and other complications. Mu Qianyu didn't care what sort of cultivation method Lin Ming practiced, even if it was one from the demonic path. She was only worried that Lin Ming was practicing too many things of too great a variety and that this would cause his true essence to become impure. Lin Ming had already thought about this. To him, the 3 cultivation methods he practiced, the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, and Great Desolate Halberd Art, all had different and separate functions. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was an essence-gathering system of the Xianxia, Revolving Core, and Divine Sea Realms. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was used in tempering marrow, opening the 8 inner hidden gates, and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As for the Great Desolate Halberd Art, the truth was that it couldn't be considered a cultivation method, and thus there would be no situation that arose where Lin Ming's true essence would become impure. The reason that Lin Ming had practiced the Great Desolate Halberd Art was for spear skills and killing strength. Otherwise, Lin Ming's spear skills would be at too great a disadvantage. As Lin Ming turned around to glance at the big-headed youth that had been lying on the ground after having been fed a pill by the black-clothed old man, the youth's bleeding had already stopped and his face lacked any color. As this big-headed youth noticed Lin Ming's eyes on him, he panicked in fear. He tried to sound fierce, even had his heart shook, almost fainting. If you kill me, then you will die. Lin Ming didn't even bother speaking. He waved his hand and a bloody light flashed. A wave of blood poured down the big-headed youth's throat and he died where he lay. With a pong, all of the big-headed youth's blood essence was absorbed by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. After Lin Ming took the youth's spatial ring, he flicked his fingers and 2 fireballs shot out. One landed on the big-headed youth and the other on the black-clothed old man, turning their bodies into ashes. The wind blew, and every last remnant of them scattered into the wind without a trace. Let's go. It's not a good idea to stay here any longer, Lin Ming said. Mu Qianyu rolled her long sleeves up and directly took the blood ghost flowers into her spatial ring. Like this, the 2 of them immediately left the scene. After they fled dozens of miles away, Lin Ming slowed down and finally stopped. He turned to Mu Qianyu and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Mu, let's use our appearance-changing technique again." Since the big-headed youth had a spell on him that was able to record the appearances of those that killed him, they would use Bai Luo's appearance-changing technique. With this technique, they could change appearance, sound, or even temperament. The reason that Lin Ming had killed the black-clothed old man and the big-headed youth was that he didn't want to cloud his thoughts by not doing so. Lin Ming didn't want to swallow an insult and then forever watch out for a knife to his back. But after the killing, he had to completely clean up the aftermath of his actions. Mu Qianyu also had this idea. She didn't want to have any conflict with the South Sea Demon region. Since their appearances were recorded, not only did they have to change their looks, but also change their clothes. If they had changed their appearances and ended up getting caught and exposed because their clothes were the same, it would truly be stupid on their part. Lin Ming quickly stripped down and took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring to wear. He casually tossed his old clothes to the side and burnt them away. As he turned around to glance at Mu Qianyu, he saw that she had formed a curtain of fire origin energy, completely covering her body from view and hiding everything behind. A woman would naturally be slower at changing clothes. After Mu Qianyu came out, she had switched into a long blue dress and seemed filled with a spring freshness, with a bit of fragrant cloying flavor. The slim-fit dress perfectly outlined Mu Qianyu's elegant and sumptuous figure, causing Lin Ming's eyes to brighten at the sight. Although Mu Qianyu was beautiful, the women of Sky Spill Continent usually preferred loose clothing that obscured their body. It wouldn't be so stunning like it was now. Mu Qianyu walked over to Lin Ming, leaving a sweet wind behind her. Between the two of them, although they didn't have many feelings of exchange, the seeds of their sentiment had quickly begun to bud in their hearts. The bloody wilderness didn't have any true dangers. As they made their ways forwards, there was nothing that blocked their path. But they didn't encounter a lucky chance such as the blood ghost flowers again. Lin Ming used the free time to examine and organize all the items within the black-clothed old man and the big-headed youth's spatial rings. The two of them were important individuals of their sect and were naturally wealthy. There was a massive number of medium-grade true essence stones as well as many high-quality treasures. Although they were not of much useful to Lin Ming, if they were exchanged for true essence stones, they would be worth a great deal. Lin Ming placed these objects in another spatial ring. At this time, among all the other miscellaneous objects, Lin Ming found a manual that seemed to have been passed down for a number of years. The manual was black and had no title. Although some of the pages had been torn out, they had all been bound back again. This is... Lin Ming flipped open the manual and found that the contents inside were records of all sorts of heavenly treasures and materials that had long since vanished from the Sky Spill Continent. If his guess wasn't wrong, then this was an ancient text of the demon region. The history of Silent Demon Emperor City was much longer and more magnificent than Divine Phoenix Island. It wasn't strange that they would have a great number of ancient texts. As Lin Ming browsed through the pages, he found that a page in the middle had been intentionally folded. When he opened it, he found that the treasures drawn within were something similar to a common ginseng. It was only that the root hairs were much thicker and meandering like a dragon. Next to this image were small lines of dense characters. On top, the first three words were Nirvana Dragon Root. Lin Ming's mind stirred and his breath quickened. As he read the note below the image, his fingers subconsciously clenched the pages. Nirvana Dragon Root is a miracle medicine from the memory of the Supreme Elders from the realm of the gods that is used in tempering marrow. Could something like the Nirvana Dragon Root really exist within the Sky Spill Continent? Lin Ming had believed with good cause that this and other wonderful medicines from the realm of the gods would be impossible for him to obtain, no matter what sort of good fortune he had. Thus, he could only look for substitutes to use for tempering marrow. Even within the realm of the gods, the Nirvana Dragon Root had a sky-high price. The Nirvana Dragon Root had a very long lifespan. It could life for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. But for the Nirvana Dragon Root to be an effective medicine for tempering marrow, it had to be above 10,000 years old. This also increased the threshold of body transformation. And relative to the law formulas of body transformation, it was much simpler than walking the essence-gathering path of the Xiantian, revolving core, and divine sea realms. Is the treasure within the demon god imperial palace the Nirvana Dragon Root? Lin Ming suddenly had this idea. Otherwise, there was no way that the black-clothed old man would have this ancient manual in his spatial ring and also have especially folded it at this page. He probably had the idea that he might be lucky and thus thoroughly studied this treasure in advance. If he could obtain some benefits from this, that would be best. But if he couldn't, that wouldn't be a loss either. Lin Ming turned to Mu Qianyu and asked, "Senior apprentice sister, when Master Ancestor went to the demon god Imperial Palace, did she tell you what would be found inside?" Mu Qianyu shook her head and said, "Master Ancestor wasn't too clear on what would be found within the demon god Imperial Palace. But she deduced that it was some sort of heavenly treasure or material that would be able to increase the chances of a revolving core master crossing the stages of life destruction. Otherwise, there was no way that so many great life destruction masters would gather together within the South Sea. The Nirvana Dragon Root had been recorded within the Demon Emperor's personally written letter. Although Shen Wuji and Xianxia had announced this matter already, they had only told it to the elders of the South Sea Demon region. They naturally wouldn't spread this news to those outside. As for those like Nanyun Wang and Mu Fengxian, they had probably obtained some sort of news, but weren't sure about the exact situation. However, even if there was such a great treasure located within the demon god Imperial Palace, it wasn't something that the likes of Lin Ming could ever come into contact with no matter how far he stretched his toes. Thus, no matter whether the demon god Imperial Palace had been opened or not, he wouldn't miss anything at all. Lin Ming stared at this nameless manual and quietly thought to himself, this broken world has already had more than one connection to the realm of the gods. For instance, the transmission array as well as the vicious beasts in the ancient forest. It wouldn't be strange if there were also heavenly materials from the realm of the gods here. This nirvana dragon root can live for an extremely long time, and is nearly impossible to cultivate even in a great sect. But in this broken world, it might have existed for over tens of thousands of years. If this nirvana dragon root really exists, it must have reached a horrifying degree. If he used it for tempering marrow, it might even be enough to help complete it. Thinking this, Lin Ming was excited. Originally, he didn't care much about the treasures of this broken world. That was because he didn't lack any cultivation methods nor did he need weapons. But now, with the nirvana dragon root that lived for tens of thousands of years in front of him, he couldn't suppress the desire in his heart. Reaching the end of tempering marrow was extremely difficult. In particular, the tempering of the spinal cord. The spinal cord and marrow were similar, but the truth was that they were two completely different bodily systems. The marrow created blood, and while the spinal cord didn't create blood, it distributed signals from the nerve center. The spinal cord was located at the spinal column. If he couldn't complete the tempering of the spinal cord, Lin Ming's spine would always remain his weakness. The last bone would be unable to resist such a powerful pressure. If a human spine was cut off, they would lose all ability to act and function. Due to the limited amounts of precious medicines, even disciples from the realm of the gods failed to complete tempering marrow. This would cause their foundation to be unstable, and this legacy of physical weakness would continue through their lives. Lin Ming's tempering marrow was only 60% complete, and he was finding it difficult to continue any longer. If he ate another shattered demon heart crystal now, it might not even increase his tempering marrow by another %. Not just that, but he had already eaten all of the shattered demon heart crystals. So to Lin Ming, coming across a nirvana dragon root that had lived for tens of thousands of years could only be considered serendipity. However, as Lin Ming thought about all the life-destruction powerhouses that had gathered together at the demon god Imperial Place, his passionate thoughts began to cool down. These life-destruction fellows, even if their true essence was suppressed to a mere 10%, would still have the ability to instantly kill him. How could he possibly struggle with these people for treasures in the demon god Imperial Palace? Junior apprentice brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Just some unrealistic nonsense. Lin Ming ruefully smiled, putting the ancient nameless manual away. With such a great opportunity in front of him, he was a bit unwilling to not even try to fight for it. However, even if he wanted to fight, just how could he do that? If anything went wrong, he would simply lose his life. Oh! At another end of the bloody wilderness, there were already over 100 martial artists gathered. The bloody wilderness was shaped like a narrow funnel, with thick and thin ends, and the surrounding was also blocked off by arrays. Thus, all of the martial artists that had dispersed into the wilderness earlier had gathered back together as one. Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu quietly joined the crowd. As they looked around, they were shocked to see that around 30 to 40% of the original number were missing. There were even some revolving core elders that had disappeared. There were some sects, such as the 5-element region's verdant wood sect or deep earth sect, that had a few revolving core elders leading their disciples. But now, many of them had perished. This caused Lin Ming to gasp. In this bloody wilderness there were no obvious dangers, yet so many people had died. Just how did they die? It went without saying. Whether it was those from the righteous path killing those from the demonic path, or those from the demonic path killing those from the righteous path, none of this was strange. Righteous path, demonic path, in the end, these were nothing but labels. This bloody battlefield was already filled with a thick killing aura from those that had passed away here before. This broken world also contained all sorts of benefits. For the two sides to coexist in peace together was obviously impossible. When all of the martial artists were gathered together, there were those that were apprehensive and did not dare to start a fight. But when they had dispersed into smaller groups, a slaughter was inevitable. Let alone the righteous path against the demonic path. Even in one's own camp there was a chance that they would be betrayed. Killing each other in this bloody wilderness was extremely likely. Even in that primal forest where they had been attacked by vicious beasts and monstrous vines, they still hadn't lost so many people. Humans were truly the most fearful beings. Those who had survived remained silent or expressionless. It was unknown what they had experienced in the bloody wilderness or even what they had obtained. There were only a few juniors that couldn't help but conceal a bit of a happy smile. Obviously, they had obtained a great harvest from the bloody wilderness. However, in the crowd, there was one person whose expression was gloomy and terrifying. He was the South Sea Demon Region Elder, Xianxia. After 2 hours passed and he didn't see any new martial artists arrive, Xianxia suddenly coldly said, "Who is the one that killed my grandson?" A surge of murderous intent flowed out, enveloping everyone. They were all stunned for a moment, but naturally no one spoke at this time. Hee. Xianxia cruelly smiled. After Xianxia had died, the spell that was on him at the time had transmitted some vague information about who had done it. Besides appearance, he had also found out the culprit's approximate cultivation, the Hotian realm. Although he didn't find anyone in the crowd who matched in appearance, the number of Hotian realm martial artists in the crowd couldn't be counted with more than a single hand. Xianxia's eyes had already locked onto a Hotian realm martial artist from the Verdant Wood sect. He didn't believe that a mere Hotian realm martial artist had the ability to kill his grandson, but if he could find the Hotian martial artist that had been present at the time of the murder, then he would be able to find out just who the murderer was. "You, come over here." Xianxia pointed at the Hotian martial artist, and his entire body overflowed with killing intent. He was originally a martial artist from the South Sea Demon region, and his path in life had involved the wholesale massacre of countless lives. His killing intent was able to nearly manifest into reality. If he sent it out like it was now, it wasn't a force that a Hotian realm martial artist could resist. Let alone the Hotian martial artist that was noticed by Xianxia, even some Xiantian martial artists were frightened. They cast their eyes down, not even daring to breathe in this suppressive atmosphere. Humph! Seeing that the martial artist's legs had already become weak, Xianxia coldly snorted and then stepped forwards. He reached out his hand and a massive suction force appeared out of nowhere, directly catching that Hotian martial artist in his hand. "Ah!" The disciple cried out in panic, his expression turning white as snow. Bam! With a light sound, Xianxia opened a scroll painting. The image on it was Xianxia. "Have you seen him?" Xianxia's voice was absolutely cold as he showed the scroll painting to the disciple. The poor disciple was terrified. His entire body shook and his voice quivered as he said, No, I haven't." "You haven't? Hehe. Then don't blame me." Xianxia slapped his palm down on the disciple's head and true essence suddenly surged downwards, directly shattering that disciple's spiritual sea into pieces. This was the soul-searching technique. The soul-searching technique was one of the cruelest and most malevolent demonic path secret skills. Once it was used, it would turn someone directly into a hapless idiot, or they might even die on the scene. The disciple futilely grabbed onto Xianxia's hand. His body began to violently shake like an epileptic. His face turned white like paper, and 2 rivers of blood flowed from his nostrils. As the other lower disciples saw this, they also paled in fright. But those from the Verdant Wood sect actually didn't dare to make a sound. Their revolving core elder ancestor had already perished within the bloody wilderness just a moment ago. In this broken world, true essence was thoroughly suppressed. They could only use a mere 20% of their original strength. If one couldn't fly, then escape was difficult. Thus, many revolving core elders had died because of this reason. Let alone that their elder had already died. But even if he was still living, he was in no way Xianxia's match. Now, within the entire group left over of the Verdant Wood sect, the strongest one was an extreme Xiantian master. In front of Xianxia, they weren't even worth a fart. No matter what Xianxia did, even if it was the soul-searching technique on one of their fellow disciples, they didn't have the strength to resist. Many of them were even hoping that Xianxia would finish his soul-searching technique quicker and leave so that a calamity wouldn't befall them too. Humph! You really don't know what waste. As Lien Chengji finished, he casually threw away the disciple like a dead dog. That disciple was bleeding from all over his head. His body was still quaking, and his eyes had turned completely white. He wasn't likely to live much longer. There weren't masters present on the level of Lien Chengji. The Great Zen Temple's long-bearded monk and Divine Phoenix Island's great elder Mu Chihua all remained silent, turning a blind eye to this tragedy. He is too arrogant. As Lin Ming saw this, he grimaced. Lin Ming, don't be impulsive. Mu Qianyu couldn't help but caution Lin Ming. Getting into a conflict with Lien Chengji at this time was not wise. I know. Lin Ming's voice was calm, but in his heart he was already estimating Lien Chengji's strength. Since he came to the exit of the bloody wilderness, he found that his true essence had been suppressed by another 5%, and now he had only 20% of his true essence strength left. As he evaluated himself, he also had a newly minted revolving core-level blood-drinking seal, and the blood-drinking seals had the ability to completely disregard the suppressive rules of this world. With this advantage, would he be able to fight? Lin Ming lacked full confidence in his mind. After all, Lien Chengji was a middle revolving core realm master, and he had an extremely profound heritage of abilities to draw from. As for what the limit of his strength was, it was hard to say. Rest assured, it's impossible for Lien Chengji to look for us due to some unfounded speculation. Although Divine Phoenix Island is currently weaker than the South Sea Demon region, if we really fought, then the South Sea Demon region would also fear us. There is still the great Zen temple that is trying to snipe them from the side. If we fight, the ones to benefit won't be them. There's no way they would do that, Mu Qianyu said. But even she didn't know that Lien Chengji was finding clues about the murderer based on cultivation. If she knew, there was no way she would be so relaxed. This time, Lien Chengji turned to a Hotian realm martial artist from the Deep Earth sect. The disciple was immediately frightened and he turned ashen. Senior, mercy. Please forgive me. This useless one doesn't know anything. I have never seen that man before. Lien Chengji sneered, whether you have seen or not, I will still search your soul for proof. Ah! The disciple screamed in despair, then turned around and tried to escape. However, in front of a middle revolving core master, trying to escape was just fooling himself. Lien Chengji reached out his hand and directly caught that Deep Earth sect disciple. He used the soul-searching technique. All of the other Deep Earth sect martial artists didn't dare to step forwards to protect their fellow disciple. Even those other fellow apprentices that had good relations were silent. A chill thrummed in the air and their eyes turned to the side. They feared that if they got involved in this mess, then the one to die next would be them. Seeing this, Lin Ming's complexion sunk. 2 continuous times. Lien Chengji had looked for a smaller sect's Hotian martial artist. The smaller sect he could understand, as he didn't yet dare to bully someone from a larger sect. But why would he only look for a Hotian martial artist? Could it be? Lin Ming gasped. Before, he had only considered the question of whether the spell would record appearances. But what if the spell could also record cultivation? Lin Ming didn't have the ability to hide his cultivation. Even in front of Lien Chengji, whose true essence was suppressed to 20%, his appearance-changing technique was barely able to hold on. As he turned to look at Mu Qianyu, she had also realized this. Her complexion was grim. Humph, also a waste. Lien Chengji tossed aside that Deep Earth sect disciple that had been turned into an idiot. Then his eyes turned to Divine Phoenix Island and the Great Zen Temple. There were only 3 Hotian realm martial artists left, and all of them belonged to these 2 forces. These 2 forces were particularly difficult to deal with, especially Great Zen Temple. Their overall strength wasn't any worse than the South Sea Demon regions. As for Divine Phoenix Island, their current strength was only around half of the South Sea Demon regions, so he could still bully them with his strength. Not only had Lien Jie been Lien Chengji's grandson, but he was also one of the greatest talents of the Lien bloodline. It was impossible for Lien Chengji to let him perish here in such an unjust manner, otherwise his thoughts would never be clear. There had only been 5 Hotian realm martial artists present, so how could he not try to find out just who had killed his grandson? He first turned to Divine Phoenix Island's side and his eyes locked onto Lin Ming. Have you seen the person on this scroll painting? Facing this suppressive aura, Lin Ming remained unmoved. With only 20% of his aura left over, even if it was released by a middle revolving core realm master, it was nothing to Lin Ming. His expression was the same as he said, "I have not seen nor do I know." Right? Lian Qingji sneered, but he was secretly shocked. This boy wasn't frightened at all by his aura? The two martial artists before had been frightened to the point that they had also dropped to their knees from shaking. Lian Qingji's path was a killing path, and his killing intent was thick and ominous. It wasn't something that a Hotian martial artist could resist. But Lin Ming remained calm throughout. This boy, Lian Qingji grit his teeth. He could faintly feel that there was something wrong with Lin Ming's face, as if there was something there blocking his perception. There was definitely something suspicious about this boy. Lian Qingji had a premonition that this boy was absolutely related to his grandson's death. Humph! Whether you know or not is unimportant. Come back with this old man. This old man naturally has the means to make you think about it. Facing Divine Phoenix Island, Lian Qingji didn't dare to recklessly use the soul-searching technique. But even taking a step back, he would still bring Lin Ming away. The truth was that this was only to give Divine Phoenix Island's elders a way out. Once Lin Ming really did go back with him, he would certainly die. Lian Qingji was taking advantage of his strength and position to bully Divine Phoenix Island, forcing them to hand over Lin Ming. Facing the scene, Great Elder Mu Qihua grabbed his own walking stick, lowering his head in thought. As for Third Elder Mu Yanzhua, his eyes moved, but he didn't seem to want to intervene. As for Mu Qingshu, as he saw this scene, his heart went wild with joy. He had never dreamt that something so fantastic and lucky would happen. This dark star Lian Qingji had actually decided to look for Lin Ming. This was simply a wonderful dream. Search his soul. Turn him into an idiot. Search his soul. He definitely has to search his soul. Make him die. Give him a life worse than death. Mu Qishu hated Lin Ming to the extreme. He cried out in his mind. He was even willing to exchange 50 years of his life to turn Lin Ming into an idiot. Grandfather, if a fight really breaks out, don't help. Let him turn Lin Ming into an idiot. Mu Qingshu's face was hideous as he spoke with a true essence sound transmission. Because of the limitations of the Bloodstain contract, he wasn't able to directly deal with Lin Ming. But in a situation like this, not doing anything was the best course of action. After all, if he had to sacrifice Lin Ming to protect the sect, how could that be betraying the sect? As he thought about Lin Ming's future in which he couldn't even eat food by himself, or pee or shit on his own, and constantly have that stupid dull-witted and blank appearance on his face, Mu Qingshu couldn't restrain the overwhelming ecstasy in his heart from leaking out. Mu Yanzhua glanced at his grandson as if he wanted to say something but eventually remained silent. Today, if he let Lian Qingji do whatever he wished to deal with Lin Ming, Divine Phoenix Island would have no face left. But if he didn't do anything, he could remove Lin Ming as an enemy, and his grandson might be able to obtain the bloodline within Mu Qianyu's body. In this case, losing facing wasn't anything great at all. Not just that, sacrificing Lin Ming was also justified. In terms of power, they would lose to the South Sea Demon region. This could be considered giving up a rook to save the kind. As for a future in which Lin Ming might become an emperor-level powerhouse and lead Divine Phoenix Island into becoming a holy land, Mu Yanzhua didn't care at all. Not to mention the chances of such a thing happening, but even if it did and Divine Phoenix Island became a holy land, it would be ruled by Lin Ming and Mu Yuhuang's bloodlines. What else would he be able to obtain from that? Under Lin Ming's shadow, his faction's influence would only become increasingly weak, up to the day that they were completely ruined. Mu Yanzhua didn't wish to see this. At that moment, Mu Yanzhua decided he would not help. Lian Qingji, don't go too far. As a deep voice sounded out, a surge of crimson aura appeared between Lin Ming and Lian Qingji, blocking Lian Qingji's aura. However, this was just barely. Obviously, this person's cultivation was much lower than Lian Qingji's. A white-haired, blue-clothed old woman walked forwards, standing in front of Lin Ming. She was the fifth elder of the Blue Luan faction, Mu Qingyi. She was the elder sent here to protect Mu Bingyun, and her cultivation was at the early revolving core realm. Although Mu Qingyi didn't have any friendship or much relation at all with Lin Ming, She wouldn't allow someone to bully a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island publicly, much less the fact that Lin Ming was a talent that Divine Phoenix Island was specifically training. Originally, Mu Qingyi shouldn't have needed to step forwards. The leader of the Divine Phoenix Island forces was Mu Qihua. However, she never imagined that from the beginning to now he would turn a blind eye to everything, not having any intention to intervene. That old fool. The blue-clothed old woman had already heard that Mu Qihua and Lin Ming had some problems between each other, but she didn't think their hostility extended to this degree. At this time, Mu Bingyun also silently stood and walked over to the blue-clothed old woman's side. Although her cultivation was only at the extreme Xiantian realm, she still had the ability to defend against an early revolving core master. She was no worse than Mu Qingyu. Oh? Is that right? And you're going to stop me? Lian Qingji's complexion became increasingly cold as he looked at the blue-clothed old woman, his entire body emitting a thick and strong killing intent. The bloody killing intent crossed with Mu Qingyi's blue aura and a screeching sound emitted. It was clearly heard that the old woman's aura was being pierced through. Mu Qingyi impressively did not give way. She took a step forwards. Although her body was thin, facing against Lian Qingji's oppressive momentum, she stood straight and proud. He is my Divine Phoenix Island's disciple. How can I just let you carry him off because you want to? Simply ridiculous. Since this old man wants to carry him off, I naturally have my reasons. When my grandson died, I know that there was a Hotian realm martial artist present. Out of all the Hotian youths present, this boy is the most suspicious one. Not just that, but I feel there is something strange with the true essence fluctuations coming from his face. He is probably using an appearance-changing technique. What a good appearance-changing technique. Even this old man's perception was nearly tricked. If he wasn't feeling guilty, why would he use one? So, me carrying off this boy to interrogate him is also a natural matter. Elder Qihua, what do you think? Lian Qingji glanced at Mu Qihua. Mu Qihua frowned. He didn't want to speak, but now there wasn't anything he could do. He looked at Lin Ming and coldly said, since there is evidence, you may interrogate him. Although he is a disciple of my Divine Phoenix Island, if he really killed your grandson, then this old man will not cover for him. As soon as Mu Qihua finished speaking, he flung his voluminous sleeves and gripped the parasol tree walking stick in his hand, standing off to the sidelines. Mu Qishu wanted to laugh as he heard Mu Qihua speak. He was really enjoying this chance to gloat as Lian Qingji's killing intent covered Lin Ming. He couldn't wait for Lin Ming to turn into an idiot. He decided that after Lin Ming's spiritual sea was shattered, he would feed Lin Ming some medicines to help nourish his soul so that he wouldn't die straight afterwards. He wanted Lin Ming to pass the rest of his life as an idiot. Just thinking about this made all of his thoughts flow smoothly. It would even be better than obtaining Mu Qianyu. Humph, just the middle revolving core realm Lian Qingji is enough to handle them, not to mention there are also several other Lian bloodline elders. Without Great Elder Mu Qihua, Mu Qianyu, Mu Bingyun, as well as Mu Qingyi and whoever else will not be able to save him. Lin Ming will die here. Boy, for you to have provoked such a calamity upon yourself could only be considered your bad luck. The heavens have eyes. Rest assured that when you die, I will help look after Mu Qianyu for you. Even if she hates me, she won't be able to defy the orders from the sect. I will inevitably be the one to obtain the bloodline from her virgin body. Thinking this, Mu Qingshu's lips curved up in a sinister smile. After Lian Qingji heard that Mu Qihua wouldn't intervene, he drily smiled. It seemed that this boy was really unpopular. He looked at Mu Qingyi and said, "Didn't you hear Elder Qihua's words? I advise you to smarten up and not try to fight a hopeless battle, otherwise your old bones might not be able to resist being tossed around." As Lian Qingji spoke, his killing aura became increasingly thick. At this time, 3 revolving core elders also stood up. They were Lian bloodline clansmen from the South Sea Demon region. As for the other bloodline families of the South Sea Demon region, none of them stood up. Between the clans of the South Sea Demon region, there was a great deal of friction as well as some benefits. Lian Jie was a talented junior of the Lian bloodline, so naturally this situation should be resolved by Lian Qingji. Only if things came down to a true life or death war would the elders from the other families decide to act. As the 3 early revolving core elders stood up, in addition to Lian Qingji's middle revolving core realm, there were 4 elders there. As their auras all broke out, it was a weight that Divine Phoenix Island was almost unable to withstand. As the other sects saw that the situation was becoming increasingly volatile and tense, none of them dared to make a sound. As for the Black Flood Dragon clan and the Thundercrest sect, they had the mentality to step back and enjoy the fun. Hee, Divine Phoenix Island really has shit luck this time. From Lian Qingji's words, it seemed that his grandson was killed by Divine Phoenix Island. That boy is dead, but he does have some skill. In the face of Lian Qingji's all-out oppressive momentum, he's not even budging. But since it's like this, that just means he will die faster. A Thundercrest sect elder crowed. He had been one of the ones that had entered revered Master Tianguang's banquet competition. He had never forgotten the hatred in his heart after the entire Thundercrest sect had been done in and humiliated by Divine Phoenix Island. Of those from the Thundercrest sect that had come to this broken world, many of them were disciples that had participated in revered Elder Tianguang's banquet. One of them tipped his eyebrows and muttered, "Lian Qingji thinks that this boy has changed his appearance? He is just at the late Hotian realm, but his strength is already so formidable. If he changed his appearance, then could it be Lin Ming?" With these words, all of the surrounding people were stunned. Lin Ming? With no time to think, Lian Qingji coldly snorted and then stepped forwards. His right hand formed a claw, and his entire body emitted surging waves of blood. "You think you can stop me with just you? How preposterous!" Bang! The earth shattered and bloody sand billowed in the air. Mu Qingyi only felt a strong force approach as a vortex of blood formed around her. Blooming blue lotus. Mu Qingyi cut down with her sword and a road of icy blue crystals appeared in the air, slicing towards the maelstrom of blood, wanting to tear it apart. However, the gap in their cultivation began to display itself. Liang Qingji grasped out with his right hand and a red claw made of true essence formed in the air, smashing down on Mu Qingyi. That bloody claw seemed as if it was about to suck in all the blood from everywhere. Such a powerful distortion force made Mu Qingyi go pale. At this time, a voice resounded near her ears. "Blue Luan sword, fragmented ice cloud." Mu Bingyun was expressionless as she stepped forwards, the 4-foot-long blue Luan sword in her hands slashing straight out. There was also the clear sound of shattering crystals as icy blue ripples filled the air above the blade, like ripples in a clear lake. In the meantime, Mu Qianyu also moved. With a resonant phoenix cry, a brilliant wave of fire came soaring down, filling the air with raging fire attribute true essence. As the two masters' true essence weaved together, there was a rumbling sound. As all the weaker martial artists saw this, they began to retreat far, far away. They're really going to fight. Divine Phoenix Island's strength doesn't match up, and they also have internal conflicts. I think that boy is already finished. It's a pity. He's a genius, but his cultivation is only at the Hotian realm. As the disciples from the sects began to discuss the situation, there was a sense of pity. As for those that had participated in revered Master Tianguang's banquet, they were all silent. A single question haunted their minds. Was this boy Lin Ming? Let's attack together. Humph. Since they really want to fight a useless battle, waste the boy and then search his soul afterwards. The 4 elders of the Lian bloodline attacked together. "Are you not going to do anything?" Mu Qingyi angrily shouted behind herself as she chopped out blades of sword energy. Of the Divine Phoenix Island elders that had come to this broken world, besides Mu Yanzhua, Mu Qihua, and Mu Qingyi, there were also 2 other early revolving core elders present. They also didn't have a friendship with Lin Ming. They were waiting to see how the situation developed and hoping not to fight, but now that things had come this far, they could only brace themselves and join the fray. Bloody sand billowed and true essence shockwaves surged forth. With the 2 large sects fighting each other, almost 10 revolving core strength masters were engaged in a brutal melee. The scene was horrific. Lian Qingji was facing the combined force of Mu Qianyu, Mu Bingyun, and Mu Qingyi by himself. "Boy, I'll see who helps protect you now in the midst of battle." In this melee, a South Sea Demon Region elder approached Lin Ming. Both of his hands were formed into claws, and waves of blood boiled around him. "Be careful," Mu Qingyi cried out in alarm. However, she wasn't able to get away from her current battle. As for Mu Qingshu, he was wild with a savage joy. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His heart cried out, "Kill him. Let him die. Ruin him. In that instant, all of the bloody sand around Lin Ming was stirred up by true essence, forming a red storm around him. Lin Ming felt his body go light as a huge attracting force acted on him, wanting to tear his body apart. In this storm, Lin Ming's expression was calm. His gaze was like the stars shining in the deep depths of the 9-layered abyss. His stare breathtaking. Primeval halberd strike. His body was light and his hands gripped the halberd, thrusting out. At this time, the great desolate blood halberd seemed to have turned into an archaic and brutal blood python as it shot forwards. 14 blood-drinking seals roared atop the halberd blade, forming a violet vortex of chaotic energy. Among these 14 blood-drinking seals, one of these shined like flames, sending out a savage and beautiful red light. This blood-drinking seal was the one that had been formed from the blood essence of the black-clothed old man. And in this broken world, the power of the blood-drinking seals was completely unfettered by the suppressive laws that ruled this land. The massive primal vortex brought along a swallowing force. It collided with the bloody storm. Pong! There was a loud explosion as the land was torn apart, bloody sand blasting into the air like volcanoes exploding, rising thousands of feet high. The bloody storm of sand that the South Sea Demon Region Elder had sent out was completely swallowed by Lin Ming's terrifying vortex. What? The South Sea Demon Region Elder had thought that his casual strike would be able to easily destroy Lin Ming. But he never thought that this stroke of his would be deflected like this instead. For a time, his mind went blank. Die! Lin Ming continued without pause. The great desolate blood halberd carried the 14 blood-drinking seals as the blood-extinguishing demon thunder crawled over it. This attack cut across space. In that moment, Lin Ming's hair flew out recklessly. As black silk fluttered around him, he was like a world-destroying god of war. You bastard! The South Sea Demon Region Elder recovered from his moment of surprise. In a panic, he slashed out with his sword. Bang! The land collapsed and a storm of true essence shot up into the sky. Crimson thunder shot out in all directions. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. The South Sea Demon Region Elder's protective true essence was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent soaring backwards. Bang! The Elder fell hard onto the ground. A wave of dust swirling in the air. In the fierce melee, this scene was especially dazzling. All of the other sex martial artists were stunned. What had just happened was like a dream. A South Sea Demon Region Elder had been struck and sent flying away by a little Hotian kid? Since ancient times, there had been countless examples of Hotian defeating Xiantian or Xiantian defeating Revolving Core. But none of them had ever heard of a Hotian martial artist being able to defeat a Revolving Core martial artist. That was something as unbelievable as a little dog trying to bite a massive tiger to death. Mu Qingshu's eyes widened, his expression petrified. He had been anticipating and fantasizing about Lin Ming's miserable appearance and suffering, but he never imagined that this would be the result. How was this possible? He knew that although Lin Ming was only at the late Hotian realm, he had the combat strength of an extreme Xiantian master. But the extreme Xiantian realm was still only the extreme Xiantian realm. It was far from being able to match someone at the Revolving Core realm. For a late Hotian boy to fight someone at the extreme Xiantian realm was abnormal, but it was still within the bounds of logic. This was also a feat that the legendary Emperor Xianxia would have been able to achieve. However, in these short 3 to 4 months, it was difficult to imagine that Lin Ming's strength had risen to this degree. Could he actually defeat a Revolving Core master? Mu Qingshu bit his lips and dug his nails into his palms until they bled. He was unwilling to believe this. You! The South Sea Demon Region Elder crawled up from the crater in the ground, wiping the blood from the corners of his lips. He couldn't believe he had been injured by a mere Hotian boy. Those terrifying bloody runes were like knives that tore through his protective true essence like paper. As Lin Ming saw the South Sea Demon Region Elder crawl up from the ground, his heart went dark with regret. If he had opened the heretical god force a moment ago, or even burned the blood of the ancient phoenix, then he would have been able to ruthlessly kill him instead of just severely wounding him. But whether it was the heretical god force or the blood of the ancient phoenix, he could only maintain it for a few dozen breaths of time once it was activated. Thus, Lin Ming didn't dare to use it so rashly. Is that a great desolate blood halberd? Within the South Sea Demon region forces, an elder recognized that the weapon in Lin Ming's hand was a great desolate blood halberd replica. For these past tens of thousands of years, there were countless great desolate blood halberd replicas that had been forged. But that elder was able to recognize one that came from his South Sea Demon region, and also that the one Lin Ming held had once belonged to Lei Mubai. That is Xianji's weapon. You are the one that killed Xianji? You are Lin Ming. The South Sea Demon region elder's heart stirred, and he immediately called out Lin Ming's name. In that moment, the entire crowd exploded. The deeds and name of the boy called Lin Ming had already spread through the South Horizon region. His name was renowned, and everyone had heard of him. There were too many rumors of Lin Ming, and a great number of them were unbelievable. Many young heroic elites thought that one day they would be able to exchange blows with Lin Ming, but now that legendary Lin Ming was standing in front of them. He is Lin Ming? A dire space sect disciple asked with astonishment. The rumors said that Lin Ming's strength far outstripped his cultivation. But this is too strange. A Hotian realm being able to fight a revolving core realm. Another supreme mystery temple disciple gulped. He was also an outstanding heroic elite of his generation, and originally had thoughts that he might one day compete with Lin Ming. But in this current situation, he could only ruefully smile. As the waves of wonder passed through the crowd and many eyes filled with disbelief, Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd, silent. He had already expected that his status would be revealed in this battle. If he didn't use the great desolate blood halberd, then he would have had to use the purple comet spear. Many people present had already seen the purple comet spear. If he had revealed that, it was no different than directly telling others that he was Lin Ming. At the South Sea Demon region's side, two Xian bloodline elders slowly stood up, their expressions dark and ominous. When Xianxia had died, that had been a matter concerning the Lian bloodline clan. It had nothing to do with the Xian bloodline clan. The Xian bloodline clan were the direct descendants of the Netherworld Great Emperor, and the Lian bloodline were the descendants of one of the top devil generals underneath the Netherworld Great Emperor. Between the two great clans, there were many disputes. Not just that, but the South Sea Demon region and Divine Phoenix Island had been at war for over a year with countless casualties on both sides. It was natural for someone to die, and if anyone wanted revenge, then that would all depend on their own strength to attain it. Thus, the Xian bloodline did not help the Lian bloodline. But Lin Ming was the one who had killed Xianji. Xianji was the most outstanding youth of their Xian bloodline and also the cherished great-grandson of the top person within the South Sea Demon region, Xian Wuji. They absolutely had to take revenge for this grudge. Otherwise, they would be criticized and looked down upon. Not to mention the loss of face that would occur. But once they returned, Xian Wuji would absolutely not forgive them. Although the Xian bloodline had only sent out two elders, one of them was at the middle revolving core realm, his strength was no worse than Lian Xingji's. Suddenly, the pressure on everyone increased by many times. You are Lin Ming? The middle revolving core elder known as Xian Zhan asked. Yes. At this time, there was no need to play games. Lin Ming directly admitted it. You once killed a man called Lei Mubai. That man was this old man's great-nephew. Since you took Xianji's life, then you will pay for it with your own. All of this is perfectly justified. Lin Ming sneered, not bothering to respond. My grandson Xianxia was also killed by you. Lian Xingji's eyes were blazing as he glared at Lin Ming. If he used his full strength here, killing Lin Ming would be as simply as turning his hand. Lin Ming smiled. Oh? I killed him? And so what? Not to mention the South Sea War, but just in this bloody wilderness, how many disciples of other sects have you South Sea Demon region martial artists killed? Killing someone and robbing them here is common practice. Since your grandson attacked me, did you want me to stretch out my neck so he could finish me faster? Lian Qingji's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he heard this. You killed my grandson, and you even dare to admit this in front of me. Good. This old man will use strength to teach you a lesson. Those that are weak can only stretch out their necks to die, and any resistance will be met with immediate death. As Lian Qingji spoke, he reached out a claw towards Lin Ming. True essence formed into a bloody claw, and the faint rumble of wind and thunder rolled in the air. Wherever the claw went, countless particles of bloody sand formed, turning into a swirling crimson tornado. The ground was suddenly shattered apart by a terrifying gale force. Lian Qingji was going to personally deal with Lin Ming. Lin Ming, be careful. Mu Qinyu wanted to help him, but at this time she was blocked by another elder. This was the first time that Lin Ming had faced a middle revolving core realm master. As one reached the revolving core realm, there existed a massive gap between every level. It was common for Hotion or pulse condensation juniors to jump levels and fight those with higher cultivation, but in the revolving core realm, those that could leap over levels to fight were few. Even crossing over a small boundary to do so was insanely difficult. Lin Ming's expression was somber. He linked his true essence to the heretical god seed. Heretical god force, open, bang. Highly compressed true essence erupted like a violent volcano. Lin Ming's body howled as his muscles began to make reverberating popping noises. The power of tempering marrow was pushed to the extreme. Blood seal twisting murder. 14 blood-drinking seals floated recklessly atop the great desolate blood halberd. These blood-drinking seals that completely ignored the suppressive laws of this world was the greatest advantage that Lin Ming was depending on. A blood vortex that formed around the great desolate blood halberd cut down onto Lian Qingji's bloody claw. A crimson power of thunder twisted around Lin Ming, fusing with him as if he were wrapped by a thick red python. Ka. True essence fiercely collided. Lian Qingji's bloody claw was twisted apart by Lin Ming's blood seal twisting murder, and then smashed into pieces. What? Lian Qingji couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Ming's strength had already completely surpassed his comprehension. He was just like an infallible general. This child could not be allowed to live. This was the first time that Lian Qingji had ever felt fear facing a Hotion Jr. He didn't know what sort of secret skill Lin Ming had used to achieve this ridiculous power, but without a doubt, he was certain that even if Lin Ming didn't use such a secret skill, he would still be powerful to the point of making others tremble. Bang! The bloody claw exploded into pieces, but Lin Ming's blood seal twisting murder that he had used with his full force had also collapsed. A massive pit was blasted into the ground, and bloody grains of sand shot into the skies. The true essence shockwaves caused all of the surrounding martial artists to step back again and again. For a fight of this caliber to happen in this broken world where their true essence was suppressed to 20% was unimaginable. Heavens! He was even able to resist a middle revolving core master's attack. He's really only at the Hotion realm. All of the surrounding martial artists were shocked dull with surprise. But at this time, Lin Ming's expression was grim. In that collision a moment ago, his 14 blood-drinking seals had instantly disintegrated. Although he could reform them, their light was much dimmer than before. A middle revolving core master was just too strong. Even though his strength was suppressed by the laws of this world, he was still so terrifying. Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force a moment ago in order to strike out with his full strength. Although it looked as though they were evenly matched, the truth was that he was the one with a disadvantage. And the most important factor was that Lin Ming could not keep this state up forever. He couldn't use Thunderfire Annihilation. His Thunder Soul and Flame Essence would have a supportive effect at Beast. In this situation where his true essence was suppressed to 20%, even if he did use the complete Thunderfire Annihilation, it would just be like using a large firecracker in front of Lian Qingji, not even enough to hurt him. If Lin Ming had an advantage, then that would only be one. That was the great desolate halberd art. Fight me! Lin Ming grit his teeth, and the flame marks between his eyebrows began to shine with a radiant light, emitting an overwhelming mysterious and ancient aura along with it. At this moment, Lin Ming was burning the vermilion bird blood essence. Lin Ming's momentum suddenly and dramatically shot up. What? Lian Qingji felt as if the world was going crazy. Lin Ming's aura was rising even further? In that instant, Lian Qingji no longer had time to think. Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd was already thrusting towards him. The blood-drinking seals spun around the blade, turning into a crimson vortex that seemed to swallow the void. Humph! Break for me! Lian Qingji clawed out with his hands, and true essence formed into a bloody eagle. The bloody eagle let out a clarion cry that rang through the skies, emitting a thick killing intent. The Lian bloodline was most adept at claw techniques. However, when the true essence blood claws were about to grab the great desolate blood halberd, an incredible scene happened. The great desolate blood halberd seemed to penetrate space, instantly arriving in front of Lian Qingji. Lian Qingji was shocked. At this critical moment, he drew backwards while slashing out with his hands and releasing dozens of crimson palm shadows, taking on this strike from Lin Ming. But at this moment, Lin Ming's direction of attack suddenly changed. The great desolate blood halberd penetrated through space again, instantly disappearing. In the next instant, it appeared in front of a black-clothed old man. This black-clothed old man was the elder that had been injured by Lin Ming and was now recovering. As the black-clothed old man saw Lin Ming's halberd piercing towards him, his expression completely changed. He quickly wanted to lift his sword and meet this oncoming strike. But how could he keep off the likes of Lin Ming in his wounded state? Pooh! The great desolate blood halberd pierced through the old man's dantian, twisting and shattering it. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder shot through, carrying a fine mist of blood essence along with it. In that next moment, this blood essence condensed in the air, forming into a new blood-drinking seal. As for that old man, his body twitched, his fading expression one of fearful incredulity. An elder died. All of the surrounding martial artists' hearts went cold. The two sides hadn't even been fighting for 10 breaths of time, but a revolving core elder had already died here and at the hands of Lin Ming. Defeating someone and killing someone were two entirely different concepts. No matter what sort of secret skill Lin Ming had used, the truth was that in this broken world, Lin Ming had strength equal to a middle revolving core master's combat strength. In this situation, all of the martial artists were in increasing awe and fear of Lin Ming. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but also Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun. It was difficult to imagine just what sort of incredible combat strength they had. If the two sisters united in their attacks and with Mu Qingyi's support, then they were able to keep on par with the middle revolving core realm elder Xianxia. The combat strength of Divine Phoenix Island had already surpassed the imagination of many disciples. Not just that, but two elders of Divine Phoenix Island hadn't even joined in. Of course, the elders of the South Sea Demon region also hadn't acted yet. It wasn't just the Lian bloodline and Xian bloodline that were present. After the revolving core elder died, his blood essence twisted and turned into a mysterious crimson seal. The number of blood-drinking seals that twirled along the great desolate blood halberd suddenly turned into 15. After the great desolate halberd art was cultivated to the highest level, blood-drinking seals could be condensed nearly infinitely. One could create and use millions or even billions of blood-drinking seals to attack or defend. It was a top combined offensive and defensive combat technique. Of course, the great desolate halberd art had an enormous weakness, and that was that its cultivating method was mediocre. Lian Qingji's expression darkened with horror. Lin Ming had fought with him, but in his presence, not only had Lin Ming successfully defended, but he had also killed a South Sea Demon region elder. He had lost all of his face. Good. Very good. Lian Qingji stared at the blood-drinking seal that was slowly condensing. From beginning to end, Lin Ming had been using martial arts from the demonic path. Lian Qingji had already noticed this. But a moment ago, Lin Ming's strange moves had caused his heart to be shocked. What Lin Ming used was an extremely strange and peculiar cultivation method. It even had many similarities with the ancient Devil Tome. It was only that those crimson seals were not mentioned within the ancient Devil Tome. What's going on? Lian Qingji was alarmed. He certainly didn't believe that Lin Ming had modeled this technique by using the ancient Devil Tome as a main source of inspiration. This sort of cultivation method might not even be able to be created by an emperor-level powerhouse, so where did Lin Ming's devil arts come from? Lian Qingji clenched his teeth. There were too many mysteries swirling around Lin Ming. But at this moment, Lian Qingji no longer had time to think about this. He saw the faintest and weakest of the 15 blood-drinking seals suddenly explode, and then divide and fuse into the other 14 blood-drinking seals. The dim blood-drinking seals instantly became much more radiant and dazzling. Lian Qingji's heart sank. Without doubt, Lin Ming had attracted the blood essence of the dead revolving core master in order to increase the power of his own technique. This boy! Lian Qingji's heart raged with a brutal anger. His grasping claws swooped straight down, and waves of blood rolled down with them. He vowed to killing Lin Ming in a single stroke. Come on! Lin Ming shouted. His current combat strength couldn't last forever. He had killed the black-clothed elder in order to take his blood essence and strengthen the power of the blood-drinking seals. If he was going to engage in direct battle with Lian Qingji, then the great desolate halberd art was all he could rely on. His thunder soul and flame essence had already lost all effect underneath the enveloping suppression of this world's laws. If he couldn't severely wound Lian Qingji, Divine Phoenix Island would eventually lose this battle. As true essence gushed out, the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Lin Ming held the blood halberd in his hands. The great desolate blood halberd swept out. Carnage! Lin Ming's body began to explode with crackling sounds. He galvanized the potential of his body to the extreme, and even his complete willpower was all poured into the great desolate blood halberd, merging with it into one being. Not only would this strike wound his enemy, but it would also injure himself. This was a cultivation method from the demonic path that had used the tenacious body of the giant demon race as the model for the great desolate halberd art. Although Lin Ming had reached the point where his marrow was like golden soup and his body was abnormally strong, using this move still resulted in a giant burden on his body. As Lin Ming rushed in at high speed, he felt as if his own body was caught in the storm of energy formed by the blood-drinking seal. His body was in pain everywhere, especially his spine that hadn't undergone tempering marrow yet. It was barely able to withstand this powerful distortion. Die! Lian Qingji's face twisted in a horrible expression. Behind him, the phantom of a crimson eagle appeared. It spread its wings to fly, its keening screech piercing the heavens. The bloody claws and the great desolate blood halberd collided. The swirling blood-drinking seals were like a sharp needle as they pierced through the air, created rippling waves. Bang! A bloody light radiated outwards and the sky itself seemed to change color. A crimson vortex of energy twisted apart a blood claw, shattering it to pieces. However, there was still another that sailed through the energy vortex, grabbing towards Lin Ming. Meanwhile, the crimson halberd light had enveloped Lian Qingji. This was a battle of attrition. Lin Ming was aware that in fighting Lian Qingji, whether it was combusting the blood of the ancient phoenix or opening the heretical god force, in several dozen breaths of time all that he would accomplish was wounding each other. Lin Ming's protective true essence wasn't too noticeable, but his bodily defensive power was absolutely terrifying. After reaching this stage in tempering marrow, Lin Ming could use his unarmed flesh to twist apart a high-grade human step treasure. As for Lian Qingji, his bodily true essence was formidable, but unfortunately in this broken world where the laws that governed it suppressed true essence, just how strong could it be? As for his bodily defensive strength, he was a martial artist that had only cultivated to creating a dantian. His bodily defensive strength was equal to nothing at all. Lian Qingji's expression changed. He didn't think that Lin Ming could be so ruthless. Humph! This old man does not believe that you can withstand this claw. As they fought to here, they had already exchanged moves several times and every single move was filled with utter desperation and their complete strength. Lian Qingji was fuming with anger. But if he could kill Lin Ming with this claw in exchange for some superficial injuries, then that was a bargain he was willing to make. No matter what sort of secret skill Lin Ming was using, his true essence had been weak throughout. This was an immutable fact. Break for me! Lian Qingji shouted, and Lin Ming's bodily true essence protection was ripped apart by that blood claw like a thin piece of paper. The crimson claw smashed into Lin Ming's chest. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had been struck by a mountain and that his body was going to turn into paste. But as that strength transmitted to his ribs, it was actually abruptly withstood by them. When Lin Ming had completed tempering marrow to 30 to 40%, he had already repeatedly tempered his ribs. The cavity that housed his heart and lungs was a key point, so he naturally had to temper his ribs first. Lin Ming's ribs were like an impregnable fortress. Under this great impact, most of the force struck this barrier and twisted, most of it melting away into nothing. However, a great deal of that energy still sank into Lin Ming's organs. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and soared backwards. As for Lian Qingji, his situation wasn't much better. With his true essence suppressed to 20%, that violent halberd light had cut apart his protective true essence. Although over half of it dissipated in order to break through his defenses, the rest still slashed onto Lian Qingji's body. A long cut extended from his shoulder to his stomach, his collarbones were broken, and he had suffered intense damage to his organs. The brutal bloody force had even penetrated into his meridians, recklessly destroying anything in its path. As the fight had arrived at this stage, tragic was no longer enough to describe it. Damn! Lian Qingji cursed in anger. He revolved his true essence and suppressed the strange bloody force that rampaged in his body. This boy is hard to deal with, but he's done for. Lian Qingji propped himself up from the ground, his other arm hanging limp. With his collarbone broken, it was hard for him to summon any strength. As Lian Qingji remembered the scene where his blood claw had torn apart Lin Ming's protective true essence like scrap paper, he had felt much more relieved. Obviously, Lin Ming had spent a great deal of strength and placed everything into this attack. With such a strong attack, there was no way he could have summoned any true essence to protect his own body, and that was why it was so weak. He took out a precious miracle medicine, and even as his heart ached a bit, he popped it into his mouth. This sort of pill was able to slowly recover true essence in combat, and also had a healing effect on wounds. For most restorative medicines, one had to sit down and meditate in order to allow it to work. Every pill that could be used in combat like this was extremely precious and rare. Even Lian Qingji only had several of them, and they were all for him to save his life at critical points. However, the current situation was just too complex. Divine Phoenix Island was already so difficult to deal with, and there was also the great Zen temple watching from the side. In comparison to his life, a minor sacrifice like this wasn't worth mentioning. He's alive. Lian Qingji felt true essence fluctuations coming from Lin Ming's body. The boy actually hadn't died yet. Lian Qingji wanted to curse. He was about to head over and finish the deed, but at this time, his face froze in stunned disbelief, and mind went grim and dark. He watched helplessly as Lin Ming stood back up and casually wiped the blood off the corners of his lips. He seemed entirely unmoved by the situation, even letting the blood on his chest flow freely. How is this possible? It wasn't just Lian Qingji, but all of the surrounding martial artists widened their eyes. Lin Ming had clearly been struck by Lian Qingji's attack a moment ago. His chest should have been reduced to pulp. So how come he was still moving? As they looked at the injury on Lin Ming's chest where the bones were nearly exposed, they all felt a chill crawl up their spines. Lin Ming was like an unstoppable and invincible general. No matter how strong the enemy, he would not back down. And what was more terrifying was that he refused to die. He refused to be killed. Are you really human? Lian Qingji clenched his teeth. This question seemed absurd, but the truth was that at this moment, Lian Qingji had real suspicions of whether Lin Ming was a human or whether he was a true descendant of the ancient giant demon race. This terrifying devil art that Lin Ming practiced might very well be a legacy of the giant demon race. Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with this stupid talk. His right hand touched his spatial ring, and he took out a crystal-clear green pill and ate it. This was the Yang reversion pill that Mu Fengxian had given to him to save his own life. As Lian Qingji saw this pill, he almost bit his own tongue. It was actually the Yang reversion pill. The Yang reversion pill was similar to the miracle medicine that he had used, but the effects were nearly 3 times better. And the cost of the Yang reversion pill was at least 20 times more. Let alone him, but even a late revolving core realm elder might not have such a life-saving medicine. And now, Lin Ming had taken out this Yang reversion pill and eaten it without batting an eye. This caused Lian Qingji to feel a sort of deep despair in his heart. Lian Qingji's cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, and his true essence capacity was naturally much larger. If Lin Ming ate a similar miracle medicine, his true essence would be restored much quicker. But now Lin Ming had eaten the Yang reversion pill with 3 times the effects. After eating the Yang reversion pill, Lin Ming felt a warm energy melt within his dantian, turning into pure true essence and fusing within all the meridians of his body. Even the duration of the heretical god force was lengthened. In the midst of battle, if he could still his heart and meditate for half an hour, he would be able to restore his peak combat condition. This was how powerful the Yang reversion pill was. The power of Lin Ming's vitality was originally vivid and exuberant. After tempering his marrow, the resilience of his body had reached a terrifyingly formidable degree. In addition to the Yang reversion pill's heaven-defying effects, Lin Ming felt the stream of blood trickling down his chest instantly stop. The wound was repairing itself at a visible speed. Seeing this, Lien Chengji's eyes went wide like two moons. Was this really the restorative speed of a human? Even if he himself ate up the yang reversion pill, there was no way that he would recover at such an extreme pace. How could he have encountered such a dark star? His cultivation was higher and he was obviously stronger, and he believed he had the absolute advantage in this battle, but as the fight wore on, his situation was becoming increasingly desperate. Who are you? Are you a human or a demon? Lien Qingji whispered. Lin Ming didn't reply. He only held the great desolate blood halberd slanted in his hands, and drew a crescent moon on the ground. At this time on the battlefield, a divine Phoenix Island Vermilion Bird faction elder gave a pitiful scream as he was sent flying backwards, his head wet with blood. With his severe wounds, he wouldn't be able to fight any further. On the divine Phoenix Island side, besides Lin Ming and the Mu sisters, the other elders were all surrounded by several other elders of the South Sea Demon region. They were stretched to their limits and were surrounded by dangers on all sides. Ninth Elder, Mu Qingyi cried out. This elder that had been grievously wounded was only a side elder of the Vermilion Bird faction. He wasn't involved in the conflict of interests between the different factions, and was usually honest. Although he was hesitant to participate in the conflict between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region, he had still helped in the end. Although the situation wouldn't have been worse if he hadn't joined. At present, he had been severely wounded and he was in a life-threatening situation. When Mu Qingyi saw that the ninth elder had been injured to this extent, the raging anger in her heart soared to the heavens. Mu Qihua, since you won't help, then after I return to the sect, I shall have you impeached in front of the council of elders and have you suffer the punishment of the sect and have your bloodline extinguished. You have brought ruin and disaster upon yourself. As Mu Qihua heard this screaming voice, his eyebrows trembled, but he didn't move in the end. However, Mu Yanjue wasn't able to resist these words. The pressure was simply too great. Since the battle had already reached this point and he still had not helped, he really would be severely punished by the sect once he returned. Brother Qihua, this old man really wants to go and help. If we wait any longer, even if Lin Ming dies in battle, in the future US two old men won't have any place to stand. Mu Fengxian will absolutely not forgive us. Not just that, but there is no way that we will be able to prevent news of this matter from spreading to the sect. We have already been witnessed by many people. Mu Qihua was quiet. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Mu Yanjue. Mu Yanjue's complexion changed. What did you say? Are you speaking seriously right now? I have an 80 to 90% assurance. Mu Qihua's words were like the whispers of a siren to Mu Yanjue. Mu Yanjue's complexion continuously changed, and finally he clenched his teeth and his words died in his throat. Mu Qihua. You. Mu Qingyi's rage had risen to the extreme. However, Mu Qihua was still unmoved. But Mu Yanjue, who was standing near Mu Qihua, seemed to be suffering a great deal of agony, and his expression was pained as if he were undergoing an intense psychological struggle. The situation was becoming increasingly bad. After the ninth elder had been injured, the pressure increased on Divine Phoenix Island. Even Mu Qingyi was in immediate danger. As for Lin Ming, although he had managed to gain an advantage by using the rules of this world and pills, he could only maintain the heretical god force for around 30 more breaths of time. If this continued, they would all be forced into a dead end. Lien Chengji's eyes flashed with a hideously savage color. Lin Ming, no matter how strong you are, you cannot change anything. How long can you last for? Give this old man the devil arts jade slip you have like a good little boy, and this old man will let off the other people and let you die a painless death. Otherwise, this old man will torture your soul and have you suffer endlessly for over 100 years. Lin Ming grinned, revealing a shining row of sharp teeth. He took out a crimson pill from his spatial ring and popped it into his mouth. Before he came to the South Sea battlefield, Mu Fengxian had called Lin Ming to the back mountains to give him 3 pills and also a silk sack. Of these 3 pills, 2 were yang reversion pills and 1 was a scarlet blood pill. The pill that Lin Ming had just eaten was a scarlet blood pill. This was a special pill that was used by the inner leaders of Divine Phoenix Island. There were all sorts of precious materials that were used to refine one, and it even required a massive amount of vermilion bird blood. Although ordinary vermilion bird blood was much less valuable than vermilion bird blood essence, It couldn't be produced in massive amounts. This meant that the value of the scarlet blood pill wasn't much lower than the yang reversion pill. The scarlet blood pill could only be used by disciples with the vermilion bird bloodline. After using one's strength would skyrocket for a brief period of time, but they would be greatly weakened for a long period of time afterwards. Because of this side effect, Lin Ming hadn't yet used it, nor had he been in a situation where he needed to. As Liang Qingji saw Lin Ming take the scarlet blood pill, he didn't know what it was. He only thought that it was some sort of recovery pill. This caused him to be nervous. This boy simply had too many top-quality pills on his body. He couldn't let Lin Ming continue to recover. At least, he had to delay him until the other elders were victorious in their battles. Die, boy! Lian Qingji gave a loud shout and slammed a claw down on Lin Ming. The surging true essence behind him formed into a massive bloody eagle dozens of feet long. Lian Qingji's skinny face twisted into a devilish visage. This was an attack with 120% of his strength. Lin Ming had just swallowed the scarlet blood pill. He felt as if a fire had ignited in his stomach, and a burst of energy erupted within him, recklessly riding through his meridians. This feeling is... The scarlet blood pill was able to strengthen a divine Phoenix Island disciple by galvanizing their vermilion bird bloodline. But now, to Lin Ming's amazement, he discovered that the scarlet blood pill was causing the burning ancient phoenix blood within his body to become increasingly vibrant. The scarlet blood pill had caused a chain reaction with the blood of the ancient phoenix. Lin Ming was surprised, but then understood. The vermilion bird shared a homologous bloodline with the ancient phoenix. If the scarlet blood pill was able to energize the bloodline of the vermilion bird, then it would also be able to energize the bloodline of the ancient phoenix. At that moment, Lin Ming felt the blood within his entire body burning, as if his body was about to explode with energy. Ha! Lin Ming shouted, and his body emitted loud popping sounds. As he stretched out, his bones seemed to snap together, emitting a resonant dragon roar that pierced the heavens. Behind Lin Ming, the dual phantoms of an azure dragon and ancient phoenix appeared. The ancient phoenix that could be reborn through a sea of flames. The azure dragon that soared in the skies. Dragon and phoenix rejoiced together. At that moment, Lin Ming's momentum climbed to the utter extreme. His full energy, his full strength, all of his will was poured into the great desolate blood halberd. The wind howled and 14 blood-drinking seals madly spun around, lifting red sand into the air and forming a bloody tornado. Slaughter! A halberd cut forth. Time seemed to come to a standstill, and the blood-stained sand filled the air through the battlefield. Throughout heaven and earth, it was as if the only image left over was the exquisite, great, desolate blood halberd. It split apart space. The world seemed to lose its color, and all sounds faded away. As the fluctuations of energy ravaged forth, there was strangely not a single noise. A wave of blood shot into the sky, blooming like a fiery lotus at night, beautiful and deadly. Even the sound of Lian Qingji gasping was torn apart by that bloody storm. He helplessly looked on as the great desolate blood halberd shattered his blood claw and minced the bloody eagle to pieces. And then, it became a twisting wind that pierced his dantian. Ah! Lian Qingji's expression was crazy with unwilling disbelief. He grabbed the great desolate blood halberd with one hand and clawed down at Lin Ming with the other. This old man will have you follow me in death. Lian Qingji vomited blood, and his teeth were stained red. At that moment, it was as if he had gone mad. The burning hot fire of the scarlet blood pill was still flooding Lin Ming's body like before. As Lin Ming saw the claw reaching towards him, he shouted out like a savage beast and punched with his fist. Kacha! That skinny claw was directly broken apart by Lin Ming's fist. After Lian Qingji's dantian had been twisted apart, he had lost most of his true essence. At this time, his claw was only supported by his fragile mortal body. How could he possibly resist Lin Ming's tempering marrow and his impenetrable fist? After Lin Ming's fist shattered Lian Qingji's claw, it continued through and smashed into Lian Qingji. As Lian Qingji's bodily true essence protection had mostly dissipated, Lin Ming's fist penetrated right through and crashed into him. After losing their bodily true essence protection, a martial artist's body was exceedingly frail. In that instant, blood shot everywhere as Lian Qingji's internal organs were demolished by Lin Ming's fist. "Come out! Blood-drinking seal!" Lin Ming gave a deep roar. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder howled. Lian Qingji's entire body became enveloped by the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. His body trembled and blood gushed down his head. I am unwilling. I refuse." Lian Qingji gave one final scream. However, in the end, it was futile. There was a muffled explosion as a cloud of bloody fog broke free of Lian Qingji's body, arriving in front of Lin Ming and quickly turning into a mysterious, ancient-looking seal. Lian Qingji's bloodshot eyes rapidly lost their color. The blood seal constantly twisted. Compared to the ones before, this one was much deeper and much more ominous. This was the first blood-drinking seal that Lin Ming had formed from a middle revolving core master. As all of the surrounding martial artists saw this, they were stunned to the point that their courage broke down in Lin Ming's presence. They couldn't believe that someone like Lian Qingji had been killed by Lin Ming. A middle revolving core master had his dantian pierced by Lin Ming's halberd, and then his organs were crushed by a punch and his blood essence was taken. This was absolute overkill, especially the scene where Lin Ming's fist had broken through Lian Qingji's bloody claw. This caused quakes to go through everyone's minds. Lin Ming was like an ancient vicious beast in human form. As Mu Qingshu witnessed this battle from afar, after seeing so many unimaginable scenes, he was already scared witless. Lin Ming stood on the battlefield, grasping the 10-foot-long great desolate blood halberd in one hand, while carrying the dead and twisted corpse of Lian Qingji in the other. The aura that he was emitting at this moment was that of a world-destroying god of war. Mu Qingshu's face whitened and his lips shivered. He couldn't believe that this was real. That corpse in Lin Ming's hand wasn't some nobody. That was a middle revolving core supreme elder. It was a character who was equal to his own faction's great elder. That man had been so arrogant and dominant a moment ago, but now he was nothing more than a piece of dead meat in Lin Ming's hands. The entire crowd quieted down as a hushed silence swept across the battlefield. The battle that had been raging like a wildfire had slowed by several points. A middle revolving core master had actually died here. As Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming, her breathing quickened. She had already been incomparably surprised that Lin Ming had been able to block the attacks of Lian Qingji. But now, he had actually been able to counterattack and kill Lian Qingji. In this broken world, besides those old monsters at the late revolving core realm and above that had gone to the demon god Imperial Palace, a middle revolving core martial artist was a top master. If two middle revolving core masters fought, then usually one party would be defeated. But to kill them before they could run away was extremely difficult. And now Lin Ming had killed Lian Qingji. This was absolutely incredible. Even if Lin Ming had eaten the scarlet blood pill, he shouldn't have been so terrifying. Even the usually calm and expressionless Mu Bingyun's eyes flashed with wonder as she looked at Lin Ming, her expression filled with shock. As Xianxia looked at Lin Ming, his gaze became grim. He wasn't any stronger than Lian Qingji. If the one that Lin Ming had attacked was him and not Lian Qingji a moment ago, there was a very high possibility that he wouldn't be anything but a cold corpse right now. Xianxia began to feel deep regret. He shouldn't have joined this fight, otherwise how could he have provoked this demonic star? As for the other 4 elders from the South Sea Demon region that hadn't joined in, they all stood up at once, and their faces became ugly with fear. Before, it had been the Divine Phoenix Island elders that didn't have the courage to join the battle. But now, facing Lin Ming, who was like a world-destroying war god, the South Sea Demon region elders were the ones that didn't dare to fight. What a joke! A middle revolving core master had been killed. How could an early revolving core martial artist still survive? These 4 elders were all at the early revolving core realm. They weren't individuals from the Lian or Xian bloodline. In a sense, this conflict could be considered a personal grudge and not part of the South Sea War. It wasn't related to them much, but now even Lian Qingji had been killed. As they saw that this life and death battle between the South Sea Demon region and Divine Phoenix Island was nearing its climax, they couldn't help but join the fray. What should they do? These 4 elders were now facing the same difficult problem that the Divine Phoenix Island elders had just faced a moment ago. Should they brace themselves and join the battle? Or escape? However, Lin Ming did not plan on giving these people the chance to regret their hesitancy. He now only had several dozen more breaths of time of the heretical god force left. With the scarlet blood pill burning his blood, he still managed to maintain his rationality. But the murderous intent that swept off him was like an erupting volcano. It could not be suppressed. Cultivating the devil arts that led him on the road of slaughter, along with the scarlet blood pill that burned in his veins and mind, Lin Ming only wished to hold his halberd in hand and sweep away the world. Die! As Lin Ming's killing intent reached the peak, he gave a loud shout and joined the battle. The great desolate blood halberd was like a bloodthirsty python that brutally dashed into the fray. Although he could only persist for a few dozen more breaths of time, no one was able to resist the edge of his blade. 15 blood-drinking seals were like the scythe of a death god. In particular, the blood-drinking seal that was formed from Lian Qingji's blood essence was a much more vivid and solemn red than the others. The power of these blood-drinking seals that were unfettered by the suppressive laws of this world was truly terrifying when their strength was unleashed to the limit. An elder that bore the brunt of Lin Ming's attack was alarmed. He waved his weapon to stop Lin Ming's halberd. "Out of the way!" The elder heard a shout in his ear just as Xianxia rushed over to his side. Xianxia raised the spear in his hands, thrusting out. A billowing wave of powerful bloody true essence surged out, rushing forwards. Bang! The halberd light wantonly radiated outwards. With the 15 blood-drinking seals free from the laws of this broken world, they chaotically spun around. Not only were they wonderfully fast, but they approached at a cunning angle and were also incomparably sharp. "Ca!" Xianxia's figure flashed and he retreated dozens of steps back, the blood in his body tumbling. The clothing on his right arm had been torn, and a trail of blood leaked out. In just this single exchange, the one that had been injured was Xianxia. All of the other surrounding sex martial artists were petrified by this scene. They had already lost all ideas of what to say here. Lin Ming's existence had completely surpassed their common sense. Some of them faintly guessed that Lin Ming was using some sort of secret ability to evade the suppressive laws of this world to a certain extent. But even so, Lin Ming was only at the late Hotian realm. No matter what, he shouldn't be able to kill a middle revolving core master. Press on together. Mu Qingyi took this opportunity and issued an order to attack. If Xianxia had to face Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun naturally didn't have a match. In this last year and a half, these sisters had progressed considerably in their overall strength. Their combat prowess already exceeded that of a basic early revolving core powerhouse. In addition, the two of them were attacking together. Vermilion Bird Sword, Heaven Burning Inferno, Blue Wan Sword, Fragmented Ice Cloud. Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun's swords slashed out like the wind, and a brilliant tapestry of fire and ice was woven together. The South Sea Demon Region Elder who took this attack had his true essence protection instantly broken, and he spat blood as he was sent flying backwards. Damn it all! Xianxia's expression sank. Kill them! Slaughter them all! With another South Sea Demon Region Elder severely wounded, the momentum of the Divine Phoenix Island forces shot up like a dazzling rainbow. Even the 9th Elder who had been severely wounded seemed to recover some of his strength, and the flames on his sword grew ever brighter. As for the South Sea Demon Region, because of their abject fear from watching Lin Ming's fight, their strength had sharply dropped. In terms of a large-scale fight, martial artists were much worse and less organizational than the armies of common mortal men. A common army did not fear death in their charge, but a martial artist was different. Which one of these Demon Region elders weren't characters, were overwhelming characters with a harem filled with countless beautiful women? How could these characters who held power in the palms of their hands possibly give their life like an ordinary soldier? The only possibility was if it was a huge temptation that could further their cultivation and life. Otherwise, it was fundamentally impossible. The situation had escalated out of control. The original one-sided balance of power had been completely reversed because of the existence of Lin Ming. Retreat! As Xianxia saw another elder injured by Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun, he couldn't help but issue this order. In truth, he was able to feel that Lin Ming had used some sort of arcane ability in order to stimulate the potential of his body, and this was the reason that his strength had risen so suddenly and so sharply. But this sort of ability should not be able to last much longer. However, Xianxia wasn't willing to gamble on how much longer it could last, and he didn't know whether or not Lin Ming would be able to use it again. Xianxia was not willing to use his own life as a gambling stake. Facing Lin Ming, he was thoroughly terrified. Lin Ming didn't even use bodily true essence to block Lian Xingji's claw and had come out almost unscathed. In his counterattack, he had even killed Lian Xingji. Lin Ming was simply a freakish beast that he couldn't muster the courage to face. As for the 4 demon region elders that hadn't moved at the start, as they heard Xianxia's order to retreat, they all let out sighs of relief. They had been saved. As long as they were ordered to leave, they would not need to join the battle. As for how many people would die in such a large-scale retreat, none of them cared about this. In any case, they were much faster at running away than the lower-level disciples. If anyone died, it wouldn't be them. The South Sea Demon Region martial artists began to withdraw as they fought, with several revolving core elders bringing up their rear. But at this time, Lin Ming's offensive became increasingly rabid and fierce. The blood in his body boiled as it burned up, bursting with a final brilliant radiance. Primeval halberd strike. Blood seal twisting murder. With the swirling attractive force of the blood-drinking seals in addition to the sense of spatial disorientation that it caused, Lin Ming's halberd stabbed through the South Sea Demon Region elder that had been injured by Mu Chenyu, ending his life. The South Sea Demon Region had lost another elder. You bastard! Xianxia's eyes were red with rage. In truth, this battle had lasted a mere 30 breaths of time. But the South Sea Demon Region had lost 3 elders, and all 3 of them had died at Lin Ming's hands. Retreat! Xianxia finally suppressed the anger in his heart. He swept his spear across the ground, creating a series of explosions. As Xianxia withdrew his spear, he launched his movement technique and quickly escaped. At this time, Divine Phoenix Island no longer had the ability to pursue the South Sea Demon Region elders that escaped. Not to mention that Lin Ming had reached his limit, but the situation of the other Divine Phoenix Island elders wasn't much better. As the surrounding martial artists saw the dozens of South Sea Demon Region revolving core and Xiantian martial artists fleeing, they were left stunned and speechless. They had never imagined that the South Sea Demon Region, which had supposedly been stronger, would be completely clobbered by Divine Phoenix Island and had to finally flee in a frenzied panic. Not just that, but 3 of their elders had died, and one of them had even been a middle revolving core master. It had to be known that since the start of the South Sea War, the South Sea Demon Region had only lost around 7 or 8 revolving core masters. But in this one battle, Lin Ming had killed 3 of them himself. No one knew just how to react at this moment. On the Divine Phoenix Island side, Mu Qingshu had lapsed into a sluggish state. His lips were trembling and his face was white like paper. In his fantasies, he had imagined that Lin Ming would turn into an idiot. But this fantasy had become nothing but a joke. Lin Ming was like an insurmountable mountain peak in front of him. Just looking at him made a deep and abiding sense of despair well up within his soul. Qingshu were leaving. At this time, Mu Qingshu heard the true essence sound transmission of Mu Yanjue. Grandfather, As Mu Qingshu heard Mu Yanjue's voice, he nearly burst into tears. His confidence had shattered into pieces, and he no longer had the courage to confront Lin Ming. Do not speak, walk away with me. I have something to tell you. As everyone's vision was focused on Lin Ming at this time, Mu Yanjue and Mu Qihua slowly retreated. They decided to no longer stay there. Mu Qingyi noticed this, but she only coldly snorted. Wherever they went or whatever they did, she had already decided that when she returned to the sect, she would impeach Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjue in front of the Council of Elders and have them suffer the deepest and most grievous punishments allowed within the sect rules. Lin Ming's heretical god force had ended, and the blood of the ancient phoenix had finally stopped burning. At this time, an endless feeling of exhaustion welled up within him, and he became unsteady on his feet. Because he took the scarlet blood pill, this condition would only become more and more serious. Lin Ming grit his teeth and placed the South Sea Demon Region's revolving core elder's corpse in his spatial ring. Then, He barely propped himself up from the ground with the great desolate blood halberd. "We're also leaving," Mu Qingyi ordered. It was no longer a good idea to stay here. They had all been left in an extremely poor state, and those from the great Zen temple were still here. If they had any dark or evil thoughts, the consequences would be disastrous. After this danger had passed, Divine Phoenix Island only had around 27 or 28 people left. Around 10 of them had died here. And what pleasantly surprised Lin Ming the most was that Xianxia, whose strength was a complete mess and on a much lower level than everyone present, was still alive. "Big brother Lin. Oh, you are my greatest idol. I'll carry you." Xianxia was inexplicably excited when he saw Lin Ming. Without saying anything further, he stepped in front of Lin Ming, facing his back to him, and squatted down. "What rubbish!" Mu Qingyi snapped at Xianxia. "You're not even fast yourself and yet think you can carry others. Chenyu, take Lin Ming with you. We're leaving this place." At this time, within the Divine Phoenix Island forces, the ones with the highest combat efficiency remaining were Mu Chenyu and Mu Bingyun. If the two of them joined their attacks, they would be able to defend against a middle revolving core master. For such a large troop to have such a small fighting force was really dangerous. First, they had to find a safe place to recover from their wounds. Mu Qingyi had Xianxia shoulder the 7th elder, and carried the 9th elder herself. Lin Ming was held by Mu Chenyu, and together, they all launched their movement techniques and quickly left. The long-bearded monk from the great Zen temple saw this and lowered his head, reciting Buddhist mantras. It was unknown just what he was thinking. "Senior apprentice brother, should we let them go like that?" A middle-aged man who wore a long white robe asked. "That young boy called Lin Ming, he seems to possess some sort of secret skill that can allow one to avoid the suppressive laws of this world. If we can obtain this secret skill, then we might be able to restore our revolving core realm strength. Junior apprentice brother Yuan Kong, do not try to further any disputes. Greed is simply the demon of the heart. It will corrupt your soul. Not just that, but that boy is a hidden dragon in a pool. If we offend him, then there is no choice left but to absolutely exterminate him. Otherwise, our great Zen temple will never have another peaceful day again. Junior apprentice brother, do you want our great Zen temple to be just like the South Sea Demon region in the future and also go to all-out war with Divine Phoenix Island?" Yuan Kong was stunned. He immediately said, "Senior apprentice brother's teachings are the true path. As for that sort of secret skill, even if it exists, it's not something that we can practice in a day or even a week. It won't help us in any way. In this broken world, we must tread carefully with peace in our hearts. Otherwise, we will come across calamity." "Yes, senior apprentice brother." The wind whistled past Lin Ming. His body was just too weak at this moment. From the very start, nearly his entire weight was being held by Mu Chenyu. Finally, he simply lay flat on Mu Chenyu and she carried him on her back. As the scenery passed by him, a fragrant, delicate smell wafted into the air and filled Lin Ming's senses. As Lin Ming was laying on Mu Chenyu's soft and heavenly shoulders, at this moment, he very incomparably peaceful. He couldn't help but greedily breathe this fragrance into his nose and mouth. As a blurry wave of love filled his heart, Lin Ming's consciousness began to become gradually faint. As a faint but pleasant voice entered Lin Ming's ear, he wanted to respond, but at this moment it seemed as if the world itself had faded away from him. "Lin Mingyu?" As Mu Chenyu felt Lin Ming lying on her back, she felt his hot breath scorch her collar, and a curious but exciting itching feeling spread down her back. She called out to Lin Ming, but he seemed to have fainted, and her voice couldn't wake him. "There's an open area in the front, we'll rest there. Everyone stay on high alert," Mu Chenyu said. As the 20-some disciples gathered in the open glade, Mu Chenyu placed Lin Ming down. At this time, Lin Ming's forehead was covered in sweat, and his lips were a pale white. In his extremely weak condition, he looked like a chicken that had been slapped around. As for all of the surrounding disciples, their eyes were full of admiration and awe as they looked at Lin Ming. Whether or not Lin Ming had used the special laws of this world to his advantage, the indisputable truth was that he had killed the middle revolving core master Lian Qingji without much difficulty. For a late Hotian realm martial artist to kill one at the middle revolving core realm was simply unbelievable. If it wasn't for Lin Ming turning the tide of the battle in that moment and forcing away the South Sea Demon region, the consequences of that battle would have been incalculable. It was even possible that all of those younger disciples would have been put to death. Mu Qingyi said, "Help Lin Ming recover. He ate a scarlet blood pill, he'll be weak for a very long time." Without hesitation, Mu Qingyu took out a yang reversion pill from her spatial ring and fed it to Lin Ming. As a saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qingyu naturally had a yang reversion pill with her. After eating 2 yang reversion pills in a row, the effect would be weakened a bit. But at this time, the best pill was still a yang reversion pill. As the yang reversion pill entered Lin Ming's mouth, it melted into a warm current of energy that flowed into Lin Ming's body. Because Lin Ming was still unconscious, Mu Qingyu stayed near him, revolving her energy to help him heal. After being out of battle, the effect of the yang reversion pill was significantly better. Lin Ming's condition was truly miserable at the moment. The scarlet blood pill was a pill that overdrew one's bloodline potential. Even Lin Ming, whose life force was incomparably formidable, was now hot and dry. His lips trembled like he had a dangerous illness. As Mu Qingyu saw Lin Ming like this, she felt very depressed. Mu Bingyun quietly walked over and handed Mu Qingyu a small bottle, "Senior apprentice sister." Verdant ice shard. Mu Bingyun didn't call Mu Qingyu her big sister, but rather senior apprentice sister. After the 2 sisters were born, they were sent to the Blue Luan faction and Vermilion Bird faction where they grew up. In addition to that, they spent most of their time cultivating. The 2 of them had very few chances to meet. Also, because of Mu Bingyun's cultivation method, she had an extremely indifferent character. There was very little of the usual intimacy between her and Mu Qianyu that sisters usually had. "Thank you." Mu Qianyu took the bottle of verdant ice shards. This was a valuable medicine that was unique to the Blue Luan faction. It was used to nourish one's spiritual sea and was also a top-quality medicine in treating soul injuries. Pills such as the scarlet blood pill and others that stimulated one's potential to the limit often had the effect of driving one into a rage or trance via self-hypnosis. This would cause a martial artist's spirit to be extremely energized, but it also might damage the soul a little. Of course, because the scarlet blood pill itself was a top-quality medicine, and Lin Ming's spiritual sea was formidable to begin with, the truth was that this damage wasn't considered much. However, Lin Ming was very important to Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, Mu Bingyun had readily taken out this bottle of verdant ice shards to cure any possible wounds. Mu Qingyi had already placed the grievously wounded 9th elder down and fed him some recovery pills. This time, a reason that the situation had turned out well was because the 9th elder and 7th elder had helped. And what was peculiar was that the 7th elder wasn't even part of the Mu bloodline. This caused Mu Qingyi to sigh. Within Divine Phoenix Island, those elders that didn't share the surname Mu had influence and power much lower than those that did. However, when it truly mattered in a life or death moment, Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjua had both betrayed Divine Phoenix Island together. Under the tremendous pressure from the South Sea Demon region, the one that had steeled their hearts and joined the fray was an elder that didn't have the surname Mu. If it wasn't for Lin Ming erupting with a surprising battle strength and turning the tables, then in that battle it was possible that the elders would have died. They might have even been completely annihilated. It could be said that the 7th elder risking his life to help was especially rare. "Elder Zhang, I am truly ashamed. Those traitors Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjua actually betrayed us. For Elder Zhang to help this time, I am truly overwhelmed by your graciousness. I will never forget this. If I still have a single breath when I make it out of this world, I will speak of Elder Zhang's deeds in front of the High Ancestor." Elder Zhang shook his head and said, "Elder Mu is too polite. This old man is still someone from Divine Phoenix Island. Although this old man doesn't have many relations with Lin Ming, my grandson is actually friends with him. All this way, I have been told of many good things that I hadn't known." As Elder Zhang spoke, he pointed to Xianxia. Xianxia scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. As Elder Zhang pointed at Xianxia, Mu Qingyu also glanced at Xianxia. She hadn't known that Xianxia was Elder Zhang's grandson. No wonder that Xianxia had managed to enter this broken world with his early Hotian realm cultivation and still live up until now. This Xianxia was probably one of the most outstanding juniors of the Zhang family. This time, Elder Zhang had probably brought his grandson to experience this world. Within Divine Phoenix Island, elders that weren't of the Mu bloodline often didn't have high ambitions. Rather, they only wished that their descendants would be able to peacefully live on. As for those elders of the Mu bloodline, they would often struggle because of power and authority, and battles would arise from all around. In summary, those elders that weren't of the Mu bloodline didn't struggle for much because they knew that there wasn't any meaning to it, as Divine Phoenix Island wasn't truly part of their world. But those elders of the Mu bloodline were different. Power and authority were truly the roots of all evils and wars. Hi, Master Qingyi. Since the Great Elder and Third Elder left, I'm worried about what they might. Mu Qinyu hesitated as she spoke. Don't worry. As long as they aren't mad, they won't dare to commit a rebellious crime against the sect. They still have a bloodstained contract on their bodies. The only way they would be able to break it is if they reach the extreme revolving core realm, and others cannot release it. Once they betray the sect, their bloodlines will melt and their cultivation will all vanish within half a year. Mu Qihua and Mu Yanzhua have already lived for 200 to 300 years. It is impossible for them to cultivate from the start again. Once their cultivation vanishes, their vitality will also dry up and their lives will come to an end. Mu Qingyi was completely unworried that Mu Qihua would betray them. In fact, in these past 3,000 years there hadn't a single Mu bloodline elder that had betrayed the sect. To completely lose their cultivation, they had spent several hundreds of years developing and even compensate with their life. There just wasn't anyone that could withstand paying such a steep price. There had been some Mu juniors that had betrayed the sect. But their bloodline was not rich and they were young. There were even some that wanted to purposefully melt their bloodline to cultivate devil arts. But ultimately, they had come to a tragic end. Take this chance to heal your injuries. And remember, everyone stay alert. Mu Qingyi said. With Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun in their forces, as long as didn't have to face two middle revolving core masters together, they would still be able to cope with it. As the Divine Phoenix Island forces were taking this time to recover from their injuries, Mu Yanzhua, Mu Qihua, and Mu Qishu were still in the wilderness, quickly walking. Mu Qihua was walking at the front, his expression blank. But Mu Yanzhua's expression was uncertain, as if he were still grappling with his choices. Brother Qihua, how confident are you in this matter? If we fail, we will no longer have a place in this world. This was the second time that Mu Yanzhua had asked this question. Mu Qihua smiled. Brother Yanzhua, if you are always so scared and indecisive, how will you ever have great accomplishments? If you wish to seek power and riches, then there will also be danger. If you wish to maintain some sort of place in this world, then you will forever be suppressed by others. You will reach the middle revolving core realm, be stuck there, nursing your hatred until your death. Hundreds of years later, even your clan will be wiped out, and you still have plans of soaring into the heavens, reaching life destruction, and becoming the leader of Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Yanzhua was silent. He understood the truth behind Mu Qihua's words. However, thinking about it and laying down his determination to do it were two completely different concepts. Without a doubt, this would be the greatest gamble of his life. If he won, he would flourish. But if he lost, he would lose everything. So how could he not hesitate? As Mu Qihua saw Mu Yanzhua's frightened and unsure appearance, he continued to speak. Brother Yanzhua, you must understand that if Lin Ming leads Divine Phoenix Island into becoming a 5th grade sect or even a holy land in the future, that won't have anything to do with you or me. Instead, our clans will be pushed to the side by others until there isn't anywhere left for us. On the other hand, if someday Divine Phoenix Island is led by you and me, then we will not need to become a holy land. Even if we become the lowest sort of 5th grade sect, just what sort of scene would that be? We will be worshipped and glorified by the future generations and become characters just like the founder. Our descendants will become even more prosperous. Wasn't the scene that Mu Qihua described just what Mu Yanzhua had yearned for? Whether the sect prospered or not, it was key that it was tied to their own fates. The poor people of a powerful nation were often much more pitiful than the wealthy of a poor nation. No true man lacks venom in their hearts. If you cannot endure the pressure now and question your own decisions because of your so-called morality and ideas of honor or righteousness towards your sect, then you will never accomplish anything great. Instead, you will only be killed and become a stone for others to step on. Mu Qihua turned to look at Mu Qishu and said, "What do you think?" Qingshu. Mu Qingshu clenched his teeth, and his eyes flashed with resentment. Great Elder, as long as Lin Ming still lives within Divine Phoenix Island, there will never be a place for me to go. This time, even if there is only a 10 to 20% chance of success, I will still bet everything on it. Haha. Well said, Qing Shu. This is the way of looking at important matters. Brother Yanjua, you should try to be as decisive as Qing Shu. Whether what I say is true or false, I believe that Brother Yanjua has the ability to distinguish between them. It's just that you haven't acknowledged your own resolute thoughts. Not just that, but we will also have a late revolving core master helping us. This matter can already be considered a near certain success. Mu Yanjua grit his teeth and carefully thought of his options. He also believed that most of what Mu Qihua said was true. Ever since ancient times, in gambles of life and death, the winners had been kings and the losers were the villains. History was written by the victor. In the future, as long as he could rise and become the victor among the ashes, he would be able to create his own history and develop his own rules. Mu Yanjua wasn't young, but he wasn't too old either. He was just a bit over 200 years old. He still had a chance of reaching a higher realm. Also, he had to consider not just himself but his own family clan, and especially Mu Qingshu. Thinking this, Mu Yanjua closed his eyes. When his eyes opened once more, they shined with a grim color. In any case, he no longer had a route to retreat. If he had to do this, then he had to go until the end. Brother Qihua, I already know. In any case, there is no other path left for me to take. Haha, good. Mu Qihua laughed. Great Elder, I have a small request to make. Mu Qingshu hesitated as he spoke to hear. Mu Qihua faintly smiled at Mu Qingshu and said, What Qingshu wants is Mu Qianyu, right? Certainly, after this matter is successfully concluded, Mu Qianyu will be yours. At that time, you may do whatever you want with her. As Mu Qihua said this, Mu Qingshu's eyes shined with joy. As he thought about the time when he would be able to savage Mu Qianyu under him, his hands began to tremble. This was his obsession. He wanted to tear down her noble manner and violently violate her body, conquering the maddening desire that he had. This was something that he had long desired. Ever since he had been overshadowed by Lin Ming and his self-esteem was damaged by the proud Mu Qianyu, all of these resentments had accumulated within him and formed into a heart demon. If he could not cripple Lin Ming and plunder Mu Qianyu, completely conquering her heart, then he would never be able to eliminate this demon in his heart and his thoughts would never be smooth. Thinking of this future scene, Mu Qingshu excitedly clenched his fists. Just you wait, Lin Ming. I will cripple your martial arts and have you watch with wide eyes as I take Mu Qianyu's body. I will obtain her bloodline and seal away her cultivation, training her until she becomes my slave. Lin Ming, I will take everything that was yours. As Mu Yanjua saw Mu Qingshu's crazy appearance, he didn't know whether the feeling in his heart was joy or sorrow. Many of those geniuses that were gifted by the heavens were shrouded with all sorts of radiant halos since birth. However, if there was a day when all aspects of their talent was suppressed by another, they had to live in the shadows of others, and their honor, status, and even the women they loved were taken, it would be easy for them to fall astray onto the path of dark compulsions and depravity. Mu Qingshu was obviously in this current situation. The animus in his heart had finally gathered to the point that it had become a dark demon that haunted him. Naturally, it would be good if he could eliminate this heart demon, but Mu Yanjua thought that this would only bring Mu Qingshu further down the demonic path. Only following one's desires and wants, this was the heart of martial arts that those of the demonic path cultivated. Whether this was good or bad, he did not know. Mu Yanjua felt that he could no longer change anything. If he didn't allow Mu Qingshu to reach the end of this obsession, the situation would only become worse. Since ancient times, geniuses had been incomparably proud. There were even historical accounts of wise and intelligent men such as military strategists that would vomit blood and die after being outplayed and done in by others. So Mu Yanjua could only allow this situation to naturally develop. As Mu Yanjua looked at the sky, he found that it was bright throughout, without a single black cloud or spot. He also didn't know what time it was in this broken world. Brother Qihua, has this late revolving core master not come yet? Mu Qihua said, He'll come. The signal has already been sent out. It shouldn't take more than another hour. Be patient. As Mu Qihua said, a bit after another half hour, an old man appeared above the wilderness. He wore purple robes, and his 2 eyebrows were like sharp swords. This old man was actually the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect, Lei Jingtian. Thunder Sovereign? After Mu Yanjue saw Lei Jingtian arrive, he was startled. He didn't think that the late revolving core realm master that Mu Qihua had spoken about would be Lei Jingtian. But as he thought about it some more, Lei Jingtian had been stranded at the peak of the middle revolving core realm for a long time. For his past year, he had disappeared into seclusion somewhere. One reason was to avoid the spotlight, and the second reason was likely to try and attempt to break through his bottleneck. Thunder Sovereign, it's been a long time. Mu Qihua cupped his hands together. After a year and a half passed, Lei Jingtian's aura had become increasingly aggressive. As he stood there, faint sparks of lightning formed around him. Even though he was in this broken world and his true essence had been suppressed to a mere 20%, his every action was still able to stir up the heavens and earth origin energy around him. Lei Jingtian's eyes swept over Mu Yanjue and Mu Qishu. He frowned. These two are. Rest assured, they are elders from Divine Phoenix Island and are firmly on our side. Lei Jingtian knew that the reason these 2 extra people were there was because Mu Qihua had found the pressure too great to bear and was looking for allies to share this pressure. But none of this had anything to do with him. He flung his sleeves and coldly said, "Humph. This old man doesn't care. We shall go with the agreement as stated before." Of course. Mu Qihua smiled. He subconsciously scratched his palms together as if everything was perfectly under his control. At this time, outside of the demon god Imperial Palace, Xianxia, stop keeping us guessing. You must know a way to break through this array, the Black Flood Dragon Patriarch angrily said. He had brought a clansman here who was familiar with array formations, but even after he had studied the array outside of the demon god Imperial Palace for an entire 2 hours, he still hadn't made any progress at all. Throughout this entire process, Xianxia had a faint taunting smile playing on his lips, as if he was laughing at everything that happened. This old man doesn't have any means to break through this array. Xianxia held his hands behind his back, straightening his back as if he were a bystander. You don't have any means to break through. Humph. Then let's just idle here together. The Black Flood Dragon Patriarch didn't believe Xianxuji's words. He had made up his mind to follow Xianxia. If he couldn't obtain anything here, he wouldn't let Xianxia obtain anything either. Xianxia said, "This array formation is called a universal array. The entire array formation is a self-contained system, and the only way in which it would consume energy is if it were attacked. Normally, it can sustain itself, and it consumes a very minimal amount of energy." No one spoke, waiting for Xianxia to continue his explanation. Obviously, he knew just what this universal array was. If he didn't have the assurance that he would be able to break through, then he wouldn't have paid such a high price to open the path to this ancient battlefield. However, Xianxia spoke to that point and then stopped. He casually glanced over everyone present and slowly said, "Everyone, concerning the treasures of the demon god Imperial Palace, shall we discuss how we will be dividing them?" This old man personally found the demon emperor's letter within an ancient ruin, and also spent a great price to open the way to this ancient battlefield. Since I have arrived here today at this step, I do not wish to give away the fruits of my labor to others. Xianxuji's final words came out with a sharp and intimidating burst. Suddenly, the dominating aura that belonged to a third-stage life destruction powerhouse surged out. The reason that he had waited for such a long time and had allowed the Black Flood Dragon clan to mess around as they pleased was all in order to tell these people this. Without Xianxia, none of them would have had the chance to even think about obtaining the treasures within the demon god Imperial Palace. Sir Xian, if it wasn't for our help, do you think you would have been able to open the space channel by yourself? The great Zen temple's white-browed monk slowly said as he clasped his hands together. Bame, I have no interest in negotiating with you. What my South Sea Demon region wants is half of the treasures within the demon god Imperial Palace. As for the rest, you can divide them as you wish, Xianxia calmly said. Half. As everyone heard Xianxuji's greedily rapacious offer, the other sect's elders had very poor expressions. Out of so many sects, the truth was that the Great Zen Temple was even stronger than the South Sea Demon region. In addition, There was also Nanyun Wang, who was representing all those other free martial artists. With Divine Phoenix Island representing the union of all the smaller sects, how could they split anything if Xian Wuji decided to take half? Hee. Nanyun Wang coldly sneered, "Let me see if I can wake you up from your dream." Nanyun Wang, don't think that I fear you. Xian Wuji glowered, his killing intent spilling out. What about it? You want to give it a go? Nanyun Wang casually stepped forwards, his voice dark. The aura that he emitted was slightly stronger than Xian Wuji's. In terms of strength, Nanyun Wang, who was a top talent whose name once thundered throughout the South Sea, was stronger than Xian Wuji. All of the surrounding elders unconsciously took a step back from the pressure. If these two old monsters decided to fight here, then even if their true essence was suppressed to a mere 20% of what it usually was, they were still existences that could move mountains. None of the elders wanted to get involved in the struggle and end up as collateral damage. Mu Yuhuang and Mu Fengxian also stepped back with the other elders. As they saw this scene, they could only force a smile. They had already expected that coming to this demon god imperial palace would be filled with layers upon layers of troubles and difficulties. But they didn't think that before they had even passed the first protective measures of the demon god imperial palace, that many of the greater forces here would decide to take advantage of the situation and act. If they truly saw the treasures within the demon god imperial palace, then wouldn't the following frenzy be earth-shattering? In front of one's own absolute interests, this sort of vulnerable and fragile union would immediately fall apart. Oh! As all of the forces were fighting for their interests and opportunities, time passed slowly. In this broken world, there was no way to differentiate day and night, and it was unknown just how many days passed. Lin Ming's strength slowly restored itself. Although he had used the top-quality Yang Reversion Pill and Verdant Ice Shard, he was still in an extremely weak condition. Ever since they had found a safe place to settle in for a bit, he simply hadn't been able to walk. It wasn't known where Zhang Zhen had went or what he searched for, but he had come back with some pieces of wood and silk and fashioned a sedan chair out of it that could be carried by others. As Lin Ming sat inside, he felt a bit delicate. With the shattered demon heart crystal that Lin Ming had eaten and all the marrow washing he had done, his skin appeared delicate and smooth. If a person didn't know the situation, they would only see a fair and handsome youth riding a sedan chair, surrounded by a group of extremely attractive men and women. In the mortal world, it would really seem as if he was the weak and fragile, scholarly son of a rich family that went out to travel. Roughly around 3 days later, Lin Ming's condition had improved. In these 3 days, he had recovered enough of his strength. One reason for his quick recovery was that he had eaten such top-quality medicines, and the other reason was that Lin Ming's vitality was so formidable to begin with. Otherwise, if someone were to eat the scarlet blood pill, it would be normal for them to be bedridden for 1 or 2 months. As several more days passed, they had left the wilderness and arrived at the shattered ruins of temples and palaces. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, these buildings were mostly preserved. With such a grand scale of construction, it was easy to imagine that this was once a 6th-grade sect, and what sort of unimaginably prosperous times they must have passed through. From the start, as the disciples saw these palaces, they were filled hope and anticipation. But after they went in, they were disappointed. The insides were a mess. It seemed that they had all been ransacked and there was nothing left. As for some other buildings, they were actually protected by array formations. If anyone tried to enter, they would be directly bounced back by the array formation, and some were even injured. This caused the Divine Phoenix Island disciples to sigh in praise. These array formations actually persisted even though tens of thousands of years had passed, and were not damaged. This was simply an inconceivable concept. The array formations of ancient times are incredible, Mu Chenyu said with heartfelt feeling near Lin Ming. As Mu Chenyu didn't hear a response, she turned to glance at Lin Ming, but she found that Lin Ming had lowered his head as if he were deep in thought. In fact, ever since Lin Ming entered these ruins, he had increasingly felt that they were familiar. When Lin Ming had been rummaging through the memories of the Demon Emperor, he had quickly sealed off these sorts of memories. He had originally thought that these memories were useless, but now he had actually found something similar here. It was just that too long a time had passed and this palace had been abandoned. It didn't quite match up to his memories. This place, if he was correct, should be the ruins of the pavilion that the inner court disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace once lived at. 100 miles from here should be the main temple of the demon god Imperial Palace, and also the inner chambers of the demon emperor. The medicine garden that the Nirvana dragon root was planted in was also located within the demon emperor's inner chambers. Thinking of this, Lin Ming found it hard to calm his mood. Should he leave by himself and try to find the Nirvana dragon root? But as Lin Ming also remembered just how many old life destruction masters there were, he was well aware that his chances of obtaining a Nirvana dragon root were close to zero. It didn't matter if those life destruction masters had their true essence suppressed to a mere 20%, they would still be able to instantly kill him. There was no way that he could confront those life destruction fogies. The only chance he had was if their true essence was suppressed to 1 or 2%. Only then would he have the slimmest amount of hope. However, this was also impossible. Lin Ming, just what are you thinking about? Mu Qianyu asked. Lin Ming shook his head. Nothing really, just thinking about the demon god Imperial Palace. I wonder how Honorable Master is doing inside. Mu Qianyu smiled. Don't worry, Master and Master Ancestor won't try to fight for the Nirvana dragon root within the demon god Imperial Palace. At most just some small lucky chances would be enough for them. More than that, they also have some agreement with High Monk Baimei, so they shouldn't have any problems. Lin Ming nodded. In that group of powerhouses, Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang were on the weaker end. Naturally, it was uncertain that they would be able to obtain the Nirvana dragon root. As they explored the pavilion ruins, Lin Ming passed through the central court that disciples used. Sure enough, he found that there was an illusionary killing array there that the inner court disciples once used to practice with. It was almost the exact same as in the memories of the demon emperor. This ancient altar had passed through the long passage of time, but still stood there complete and well. The mysterious array patterns and symbols of the altar were buried in a deep layer of dust, but were still intact. Besides the illusionary killing array, there was also a transmission array. If he remembered correctly, this transmission array could go to the central square of this broken world. And once there, one could directly transmit themselves to the demon god Imperial Palace. As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart ached a bit. Could he use this transmission array to go to the demon god Imperial Palace to take a look? Unfortunately, he had only absorbed some of the demon emperor's fragmented remnant memories, and what he knew was very fuzzy on the internal layout of the demon god Imperial Palace. He also didn't know what sort of traps or secret passages might be found inside. It could be said that if he entered into the demon god Imperial Palace, he would have no advantage at all. He could easily be killed by any of those supreme elders within. Even if he stumbled onto some great luck and was able to pick the Nirvana dragon root, it would still be taken away by others. It was impossible to expect Mu Fengxian to be able to cover for him. Thinking this, Lin Ming hesitated. He was not someone who was timid in the face of opportunity. Otherwise, there was no way that he would have snuck into the Flood Dragon's cave by himself. But this time, the chances of success after going into the demon god Imperial Palace were slim to the point of being desperate. If he decided to compete for the Nirvana dragon root in this sort of situation, then that wouldn't be decisiveness or wiseness. That would only be a foolishly stupid act that would bring about his own death. Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you interested in this array formation? Mu Qianyu asked after she saw Lin Ming stand there for a long time. Although Mu Qianyu didn't know anything about ancient array formations, she only had to glance at the faint runes on the illusionary killing array to feel the faintly complex and subtle principles and exquisite work within. Every symbol gave off an extremely delicate and ancient sense of art. Mu Qianyu then remembered that Lin Ming really did have some interest and knowledge about ancient array formations. She casually asked, "What sort of array is this?" "This is an illusionary killing array used by inner court disciples to practice. It has no true killing potential," Lin Ming replied. "Oh, haha, junior apprentice brother really understands much." Mu Qianyu had given up trying to understand Lin Ming's perception. He only needed a glance to understand just what sort of effect this array formation had. The techniques of the Tao of array formations could not be understood quickly even if one had the best of legacies. It took a great deal of time and also an excellent perception. As the Divine Phoenix Island forces didn't find anything valuable in this pavilion, they turned to slowly leave. As for Lin Ming, he didn't step onto the transmission array. He only watched as it slowly disappeared from his range of sight. Mu Qingyi said, "There are some more palace ruins in front. Let's go and have a look. We might be able to find something valuable there." Mu Qingyi hadn't finished speaking when a bawdy laugh came from the sky. "Hey, there is no need to go. This old man has already searched through those ruins, and there is nothing for you to find." With this voice, Mu Qingyi, Mu Qianyu, and Lin Ming's expressions completely changed. For someone to arrive near them without them discovering him, that could only mean that this person's cultivation was at least at the late revolving core realm. Lin Ming looked up and his pupils immediately shrank. It was actually that old man. Floating above them, this old man had sword-like eyebrows that slanted outward, and he wore a purple robe embroidered with 7 stars. Around his body, countless arcs of electricity flashed, sending out faint chi-chi-chi sounds. This was the intense shaking of thunder origin energy. This person was the sovereign of the Thundercrest sect, Lei Jingtian. "He's flying in the air." Mu Qingyi's complexion changed. After they had entered this broken world, they hadn't gone far before they had lost the ability to fly and were forced to descend to the ground. But this Lei Jingtian in front of them had actually maintained the ability to fly. This was just how formidable a late revolving core realm master was. Beginning from revolving core, the gap between every small jump in boundaries was enormous. Passing ranks to fight someone at a higher cultivation was extremely difficult. Even saint-level talents like Mu Bingyun and Mu Qianyu would only be able to jump 2 small boundaries to fight after they reached the revolving core realm. To them, a late revolving core martial artist was an invincible existence. "When did you come in?" Mu Qingyi clearly remembered that Lei Jingtian hadn't been among those present when they had entered into the broken world. This old man's status is now a bit sensitive. That old fool Xian Wuji has already blamed Lei Mubai's death on me. Naturally, I wasn't able to openly appear. After every large sect entered into the ancient battlefield, there were still several hundred disciples left over and they were all over the place. It wasn't too hard for me to hide among them. Lei Jingtian proudly said with a smirk. "What do you want?" Mu Qingyi asked as she went on alert. She wasn't naive enough to think that someone like Lei Jingtian just came over to greet them. What do you think?" Lei Jingtian's lips curved in a smile, and suddenly the power of thunder in his body erupted. A vast purple net of lightning fell over everyone. The purple lightning grid was several hundred feet wide and was extremely fast. It was like a dream. Mu Qingyi hadn't thought that Lei Jingtian would suddenly attack. "Break for me." Mu Qingyi drew her longsword and slashed out at that purple electric net. Lin Ming's pupils shrank and he instantly took out the purple comet spear from his spatial ring, thrusting towards that flashing purple net. At that same time, the Mu sisters, the 7th elder, and newly recovered 9th elder also attacked. Chi. 6 different true essences slashed open the purple net of electricity. However, after this electric net was cut apart, it didn't fade away. Instead, it turned into countless small arcs of lightning that rained down on everyone. Electric light flashed, falling onto the bodies of over 20 lower-order disciples. After they were struck by this power of thunder, their eyes instantly glazed over with countless scenes. Some early Xiantian martial artists weren't able to bear this sort of crazy imagery and softly plopped onto the ground. This was followed by the middle Xiantian martial artists, late Xiantian martial artists. In just several breaths of time, besides the 6 martial artists that had strength equal to a revolving core master, the remaining 20-some disciples had all fallen unconscious on the ground. Mu Qingyi's complexion was completely dark. What Lei Jingtian had just used was a soul attack. She had already heard that Lei Jingtian had a very unique sort of thunder soul, named the Disenchanting Dream Light. In legends, the Disenchanting Dream Light was a thunder soul that was bred within the body of an ancient thunder attribute sea beast. Its natural ability was to destroy the soul. With Lei Jingtian's late revolving core cultivation, it was simple for him to cause 20-some Xiantian martial artists to lose consciousness. Mu Qingyi tightly gripped her sword, her forehead becoming damp with sweat. If they really battled here, their situation would be extremely bad. Lin Ming had already eaten a scarlet blood pill, and it was impossible for him to take another in such a short period of time. If someone had to use a scarlet blood pill, it would have to be herself, Mu Qianyu or Mu Bingyun. The younger one was, the stronger their life force was. If they ate a scarlet blood pill, the side effects they would experience afterwards would be smaller. If someone several hundreds of years old like Mu Qingyi ate a scarlet blood pill, her situation would be perilous afterwards. Her cultivation would drop and there was the chance she might even lose her life. Not just that, but the scarlet blood pill's effects weren't heaven-defying. Lin Ming was a singular exception. If Mu Qingyi ate the scarlet blood pill, her strength would only barely touch the middle revolving core realm. It was difficult to say whether or not she could deal with Lei Jingtian at that point. Just what do you want? Hee. I was asked by others to eliminate their troubles. As Lei Jingtian spoke, his eyes moved until they came to Lin Ming, shining with interest. Seeing Lei Jingtian's vision on him, Lin Ming sneered inwardly. This old man had really come for him? Mu Qianyu's heart went cold, and she subconsciously kept Lin Ming behind her. In this critical moment, Lin Ming wasn't in his top condition. If they really fought with Lei Jingtian, then their side would be at a great disadvantage. As Mu Qingyi looked at Lei Jingtian, she seemed unsure. Asked by others? The first ones she thought of were Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjue. Were they insane? Their hate had reached the point that they no longer cared about their cultivation or bloodline. Not to mention that they weren't sworn enemies or anything like that. Even if they killed Lin Ming, just what would they be able to do? If they openly betrayed the sect, they would suffer the fatal criminal punishments of Divine Phoenix Island. Was this worth it? No matter how she thought about it, Mu Qingyi couldn't figure how any way that they could evade the punishment of the bloodstain contract. So that's how it is. Lin Ming's face held a touch of irony. His hands turned, swapping out the purple comet spear for the great desolate blood halberd. I really am your common enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Mu Qihua had already plotted with you long ago. You made the weaker disciples faint but didn't harm them. This was probably at the behest of Mu Qihua. It seems like he does have some scruples after all. He doesn't dare to openly slaughter so many others. Our current position was also given to you by Mu Qihua, right, Thunder Sovereign? Mu Qihua was originally the leader of the Divine Phoenix Island forces. It wasn't strange for him to have some sort of location method. Lin Ming didn't have the mindset of Mu Qingyi that no one would be able to defy the bloodstain contract, and thus no elder would be able to rebel. Lin Ming had never placed any faith in this bloodstain contract. Thus, he was able to simply and clearly see things for what they were. At this moment, bawdy laughter came from afar. In the distant ruins, 2 old men and 1 young man strolled out. The one in front was Mu Qihua. At this time, Mu Qihua had a victorious expression. Behind him, Mu Yanjue appeared a bit grim and restless. As for Mu Qingshu, he looked extremely pleased with himself, as if he were already imagining the way that Lin Ming would die. "Haha, boy, well said. It is exactly this old man that wants to take your life. As long as I live, all the other disciples and future disciples will submit to me. Naturally, I will not harm them." "Oh? So you seem to have some way to break the bloodstain contract?" As Lin Ming watched Mu Qihua's confident expression, he didn't know just what his plan was in the end. Even if he could break the bloodstain contract and smoothly kill him without problems, what would he be able to do? Mu Fengxian would never forgive them for this. The only method was if he killed everyone here, silencing every witness to this crime. However, if Mu Qihua would kill so many outstanding talents of Divine Phoenix Island just because of some hatred, then it could only be said that he had lost all rationale and had descended into madness. "Mu Qihua, are you crazy? You want to rebel against the sect?" Mu Qingyi's heart burned with anger. Her eyes blazed as she glared at Mu Qihua, wishing she could cut him to bits and pieces. "Rebel against the sect? No, of course not." Mu Qihua shook his head. "This old man's bloodline lies within Divine Phoenix Island, so why would this old man rebel against the sect? No, I only wish to take back those things that belong to me." "What belongs to you?" "Power, status, authority, cultivation methods." As Mu Qihua spoke to hear, his eyes flashed with thick hatred. He had been excluded from the 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. How could he not hate? "Mu Qingyi, I only wish for Lin Ming to die and do not want to harm you. If you step back, I will let you leave here." "Dream on." Mu Qingyi flourished her longsword, her eyes decisive. "Humph. It looks as if you no longer care about your life. Mu Qihua's eyes turned to the others. And you? Do you wish to die too? There was no need to mention the Mu sisters' decision. As for the 7th elder and the 9th elder, they did not respond. They only took out long swords from their spatial rings and quietly stood in front of Lin Ming. Their intent was already obvious. If this was the battle from before against the South Sea Demon region, then perhaps they would waver in their decision. However, during that battle, Lin Ming had eaten a scarlet blood pill and had fought a bloody battle with courage in order to turn the tide. On the other hand, Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjue had run away at a crucial moment. Then, a few days later, they had actually looked for Lei Jingtian to deal with them. If they surrendered to the enemy and betrayed their morals here, they might as well not be human. Hehe. Well then, I have nothing else to say. I don't want to hurt you, but swords are blind. Mu Qihua took out his long sword. If it were possible, he had hoped that Lei Jingtian would have been able to use his disenchanting dream light to force them into unconsciousness. But unfortunately, they were too strong. The only path left now was a battle. Mu Qingshu savagely smiled. Lin Ming, this time you will die. Lei Jingtian, Great Elder, and my grandfather are also here. With the three of them together, I wonder just how your ragtag group of useless trash will be able to stop them. Lin Ming, rest assured that I will not kill you. I will cripple your martial artists and have you suffer a life worse than death. I will take care of senior apprentice Sister Mu for you, and have you watch with wide eyes as I play with her. Mu Qingshu spoke in a true essence sound transmission so only Lin Ming could hear. Although Lin Ming had always thought of Mu Qingshu as an idiot, he was right about one thing. There was no way that his group would be able to stop the combined effort of Lei Jingtian and Mu Qihua. Not to mention that Lin Ming could not eat a scarlet blood pill, but even if he did eat a scarlet blood pill while simultaneously opening the heretical god force and burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, he would still be suppressed by Lei Jingtian. Not just that, but he would only be able to last around 30 breaths of time. No matter what he did, he would lose. That was just Lei Jingtian. With Mu Qihua and Mu Yanjue tacked on, there was absolutely no chance of victory. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. If this was so, there was only one way. His hand moved, and a plain ancient jade talisman appeared in his palm. Lin Ming lightly moved his lips, sending a true essence sound transmission to Mu Qianyu. Has Master Ancestor given you an escape symbol? Escape symbol? What's that? Mu Qianyu was stunned. As Lin Ming heard Mu Qianyu's surprised words, his heart suddenly sank. When Lin Ming had first gone to the South Sea battlefield, Mu Fengxian had given Lin Ming 3 pills and also a silk bag. The 3 pills were 2 yang reversion pills and a single scarlet blood pill. But in the silk bag was an escape symbol. After it was used, it would teleport the user several hundred miles away. This extremely precious talisman was discovered by Mu Fengxian in some ancient ruins. It was no exaggeration to say that this talisman was another life. Lin Ming had thought that Mu Qianyu and Mu Bingyun might have their own. But he didn't think that he would be the only one. This was bad. Lin Ming's palms oozed with sweat as he held the jade talisman in his hands. He did not dare to leave Mu Qianyu here while escaping on his own. Lin Ming knew that Mu Qihua and Lei Jingtian had come specifically for him. If he left Mu Qingyi or the other elders here and ran away, nothing would happen to them. But Mu Qianyu was different. Mu Qingshu desired Mu Qianyu as well as her vermilion bird bloodline, and had been drooling over it for a long time. With Lei Jingtian here, there was nothing that Mu Qianyu could do to resist him. As for Mu Qingshu, he was an extremely depraved individual that was capable of any despicable action imaginable. Lin Ming did not dare to imagine the consequences that would happen if he left Mu Qianyu here and escaped by himself. If that happened, then even if he escaped and reached the revolving core realm in the future, it would be a tragedy that could never be recovered from even if he tore Mu Qingshu into pieces. As Lin Ming felt the escape symbol in his hand, his mind rapidly raced and his forehead was already wet with sweat. He knew that this escape symbol was precious, but he didn't think that it was precious to the point that even Mu Qianyu wouldn't have one. Before this, Mu Fengxian must have thought that Mu Qianyu would never be any fatal danger. She never imagined that Mu Qihua would have ignored the bloodstained contract and rebelled against the sect. As Lei Jingtian held the Thunderlight sword in his hand, A hazy purple electric light spun around the blade, like an ephemeral dream. This unique, disenchanting dream light was like thunder and also light. It was elusive and confounding. They didn't even need Mu Qihua. Just Lei Jingtian was enough to deal with everyone present. Hee hee. Lin Ming, I want to see just what tricks you have up your sleeve this time, Mu Qingshu disdainfully said as he sneered. However, he hadn't started speaking again before the silent Lin Ming suddenly shot out. As the blood of the ancient phoenix shined with a dazzling red glow between his eyebrows, the heretical god force also erupted. Atop the great desolate blood halberd, the crimson blood seals rapidly spiraled around. In that instant, Lin Ming had used every card in his hand. His strength shot to its highest point. Primeval halberd strike. 15 blood-drinking seals twisted, forming a giant vortex. Lin Ming's sudden action caused Mu Qingshu's complexion to instantly change. His original crazy grin had frozen in place. Mu Qingshu immediately felt a formidable pulling force working on him, and he couldn't help but be caught up in the suction force. Mu Qingshu realized that Lin Ming knew he had no hope of escaping, so he would eliminate him before he died. Grandfather, save me. Mu Qingshu was greatly shocked. In front of Lin Ming, he simply didn't have the ability to defend. He did not want to die. He was just about to see Lin Ming die and obtain Mu Qianyu. If he died here, he would have nothing at all. Humph, how naive. Lei Jingtian waved his palm, and a normal-looking purple thunder that seemed like electricity and light instantly launched into the crimson vortex. Bang! As soon as the attacks struck each other, the crimson vortex violently burst apart. The 15 blood-drinking seals were blasted in all directions. Lin Ming coughed and flew backwards, soaring dozens of feet until he smashed into the ground. He had tried to instantly kill Mu Qingshu to save himself from future troubles, but Lin Ming's plan had failed. His strength wasn't at its peak condition. Compared to Lei Jingtian, the strength difference between the two at this moment was just too great. Ha! You idiot! You want to hurt me? Dream on. Mu Qingshu contemptuously laughed. Seeing Lin Ming in this state, his thoughts were smoother and his inner energy felt better. His entire body was incomparably comfortable. Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu's eyes blazed as she rushed towards Lin Ming's side. Lin Ming, are you all right? I'm fine. In fact, Lin Ming hadn't been wounded. He looked deeply into Mu Qianyu's eyes and said with a true essence sound transmission, "Wait for me at the entrance to the bloody wilderness." What? Mu Qianyu paused. She didn't know why Lin Ming would suddenly say this. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with determination. He clenched the escape symbol in his hand, spoke the incantation, and then pressed it into Mu Qianyu's hand. This is... Mu Qianyu felt something cool slip into her hand. Before she could react, a dim light emerged from her palm. Mu Qianyu's heart suddenly surged with a discomforting restlessness. Lin Ming, you... Wait for me there. These simple words were firm, confident, and filled with the air of one unafraid of death. As they fell into Mu Qianyu's ears, every word sunk into her being. In that moment, the sound of countless thunderclaps exploded in Mu Qianyu's ear, and a deep, agonizing, and inexplicable pain filled her heart. As these words echoed in her mind, they began to distort, as if sound itself was being endlessly stretched out. In that moment, Mu Qianyu felt as if she had lost something important. The faint restlessness in her heart became stronger and stronger. Mu Qianyu's eyes widened as her body was suddenly surrounded by a strange energy. Lin Ming's features blurred as they faded into an infinite expanse of space, going farther and farther away. Lin Ming! Mu Qianyu cried out. She reached out to grab Lin Ming, but at this time all sounds and all sights instantly vanished into the horizon. Damn! What trick is this? Mu Qingshu could only watch helplessly as Mu Qianyu was covered by a hazy white light, instantly disappearing. He could not believe this had happened, and he could also not accept that this had happened. Mu Qianyu had been sent off by Lin Ming. If Mu Qianyu disappeared, then how would he give vent to this rage in his heart? Lin Ming, I will kill you. Mu Qingshu cried out, his eyes turning mad. Mu Qiwa's complexion was also ugly. He was able to recognize that what Lin Ming had just used was Mu Funxian's escape symbol. It's a bit troubling for that girl to escape. Brother Lei, let's not delay any further and kill Lin Ming. Then we can look for Mu Qianyu. It wouldn't be good if that girl managed to get a message back to Divine Phoenix Island. Hee. All right. Lei Jingtian smiled with indifference. Whether or not news of this matter returned to Divine Phoenix Island, it would not impact him. In truth, all he wanted to do was kill Lin Ming and obtain the ancient devil art techniques in his spatial ring, as well as his purple comet spear and 2 thunder souls. In addition, what was most important was that Lei Jingtian wanted to know just how Lin Ming had managed to fuse 2 thunder souls into one. If he could also achieve this feat, then it would be of great advantage to him. The reason that Lei Jingtian was willing to come and kill Lin Ming was first because of the old hatred between them, and second because Mu Qihua had promised that as long as he killed Lin Ming, all of the secrets, cultivation method manuals, and other treasures that Lin Ming had would belong to him, just as long as Mu Qihua was able to keep Lin Ming's corpse. This boy is too emotional. He cares about this sort of sentimental love too much. He gave a woman his only chances to escape. What an idiot! Lei Jingtian laughed. In his opinion, this sort of self-sacrificing action was for the stupid. Mu Qingyi had watched from the side and witnessed the entire process. Lin Ming had given his chance to escape to Mu Qianyu. This action caused her heart to ache with pain. Lin Ming, hurry up and run. We will hold him off. As Mu Qingyi spoke, a chilling sword light covered her as she slashed her sword at Lei Jingtian. Fragmented ice cloud. Humph. You think you are qualified? Without waiting for Lei Jingtian, Mu Qihua stepped forwards and shot out his palm. Without even needing his sword, a brilliant inferno of roaring flames suddenly shot out, cracking the ice crystals and then directly pulverizing them. Meanwhile, Mu Yanzhua stopped Mu Bingyun and Lei Jingtian attacked Lin Ming. The sound of rolling thunder filled the air. It mixed with a shining dreamlike light, turning into a thick purple beam that pierced towards Lin Ming. Bang! The beam of light penetrated through the earth, causing rocks to scatter into the air. Lin Ming jumped back, avoiding the frontal attack. However, he was still injured by the shockwaves. As that endless purple light touched Lin Ming's body, it was like countless steel needles had pierced his spiritual sea. Lin Ming's body suddenly trembled. Cha-cha-cha. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, that purple light fell like rain. In that critical moment, the massive black vortex of the samsara martial intent appeared, blocking the attack of the purple rain. That endless purple light was twisted into the swirling black vortex and disappeared without a trace. Heh! Lei Jingtian sneered, but then the smile froze on his face. What? He's fine even after taking the attack of my disenchanting dream light. Lei Jingtian did not believe that a mere Hotian realm martial artist was able to defend against his disenchanting dream light. How could this be possible? You want to run away? Think again. When Lei Jingtian saw that Lin Ming wanted to run away, he coldly snorted and shot forwards. With Lei Jingtian's formidable strength, he was able to overcome the suppressive laws of this world to a certain extent and fly. With a speed 2 or 3 times faster than Lin Ming's, he chased after him. Damn! Lin Ming grit his teeth and galvanized golden rock, shattering the void to the limit, shooting forwards like a bolt of lightning. But no matter how amazing golden rock shattering the void was, Lin Ming's attainments were limited to a general understanding of the concept of wind. He hadn't even yet crossed into the concept of space, so how could his speed compare to the late revolving core master Lei Jingtian? In just a few blinks of the eye, Lin Ming was overtaken by Lei Jingtian. Die! Lei Jingtian pressed down his palm at Lin Ming. The might of the palm strike was followed by billowing thunder. The space around Lin Ming seemed to tense up, as if completely locking him within. This palm strike was one that Lei Jingtian had used with his full and complete strength. Even if Lei Jingtian's true essence were suppressed to 20%, it still wasn't something that Lin Ming would be able to stop. Lei Jingtian wanted to kill Lin Ming with a single palm. He had originally thought of capturing Lin Ming, but after being surprised by Lin Ming's burst of strength again and again, he had changed his mind. This palm strike was unavoidable. It pressed down with overwhelming strength. At that moment, the specter of death was rapidly closing in. Lin Ming gave a loud shot, and his pupils filled with crimson light like they were ponds of blood. Blood-drinking seal explode. Bang! Atop the great desolate blood halberd, A blood-drinking seal formed from an early revolving core master exploded, and a crimson light emanated outwards. The explosion from the blood-drinking seal formed from a revolving core master was able to defend against Lei Jingtian's palm strike. However, Lin Ming was still struck by the wind of the palm, and his body flew back like a leaf caught in a brutal storm. As Lin Ming vomited out a mouthful of blood, his face had whitened to the point of being terrifying. What? Lei Jingtian was shocked. He absolutely didn't think that Lin Ming would be able to defend against a strike that he had placed his full force behind. This boy, just how strong is his soul defense? Every time I attack, it is combined with a soul attack. Not to mention a Houtian martial artist, but even an early revolving core martial artist would fall unconscious if struck by my soul attack. The difference in their cultivation was simply too great, and the soul defense capabilities of the Samsara martial intent were not invincible. At this time, Lin Ming had a splitting headache, and his thoughts were in a disorganized mess. Even the path in front of him seemed to blur. At that moment in his mind, a sense of primal desperation began to wash through him. I cannot die here. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue, spraying out blood essence. Since he could not take another scarlet blood pill, the action that Lin Ming had taken was to combust his own blood essence. As Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix, he also ignited his own blood essence. If the blood of the ancient phoenix was burnt, it would never fade away. However, once he combusted his own blood essence, it would disappear. Blood essence was extremely difficult to recover, but that didn't mean there weren't ways to replenish it. For instance, Divine Phoenix Island had a method of making up blood essence by transplanting the blood essence of the vermilion bird. Once blood essence was burnt, Lin Ming could find some way to restore it. However, if he lost his life, there was no going back. After combusting his blood essence, the flame mark between Lin Ming's eyes began to shine with an ever-brightening incandescence. Even though Lin Ming burnt a bit of his blood essence in exchange of power, the effect of this was much weaker than when he had swallowed the scarlet blood pill. Not to mention that it was weak, but even if he had attained power equal to that of taking a scarlet blood pill, at most he would be able to defeat a middle revolving core master. It was simply impossible for him to defeat Lei Jingtian. And now Lin Ming's heretical god force only had around 20 breaths of time before it vanished. To kill Lei Jingtian in this brief period of time was nothing but a dream. As Lin Ming borrowed the power of his blood essence, his speed rose once again. He shot away like a flash of lightning. This boy! Lei Jingtian's face darkened, becoming increasingly gloomy. He didn't believe that Lin Ming would be able to run away. With Lin Ming's mere late Houtian cultivation, there were an entire 2 great boundaries that separated them. If he could truly escape from the reach of his hand, then that would truly surprise Lei Jingtian. I wonder what sort of special ability he has to avoid the suppressive laws of this world. If I can obtain that, then I might have a chance to go to the demon god Imperial Palace and fight for the treasures there. Lei Jingtian's mind raced, but his steps never paused. He flew high into the sky, and in just a few breaths of time he closed the gap with Lin Ming. During this time he had taken out the Thunderlight Sword. I'll slice off your legs. Lei Jingtian grinned like a madman, cutting his sword towards Lin Ming's legs. Without looking, Lin Ming suddenly swept the great desolate blood halberd backwards. Blood seal twisting murder. Kacha! The great desolate blood halberd and the thunder light sword collided. Blood and thunder splashed out. By relying on the power from combusting his blood essence, Lin Ming was able to withstand this attack. What? Lei Jingtian stared with wide eyes. Lin Ming was just too terrifying in existence. Even though his cultivation was only at the late Houtian realm, he had managed to keep off his attack by only combusting his blood essence. If he was allowed to step into the revolving core realm, what would happen then? However, Lei Jingtian knew that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to last much longer in this state. If he could just delay a bit longer, then everything would be easy. Lightning cage. The thunder light sword shook, and a vast, twinkling electric purple net came falling down. That net seemed to isolate space, enveloping Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw the electric net coming down on him, he clenched his teeth and released the complete potential of his body. All of his will was poured into the great desolate blood halberd. Carnage! Bang! With the sound of deafening thunder, Lei Jingtian's lightning net was torn apart. Lei Jingtian felt a tightness in his chest and was forced several steps back, the blood in his body tumbling. As for Lin Ming, he borrowed the force of the explosion and rushed away. In the last moment, he was able to use this force to momentarily escape from the suppressive laws of this world, flying into the sky. And in front of Lin Ming was the altar of the illusionary killing array that disciples of the demon god Imperial Palace had used to practice. What? He's flying. Lei Jingtian's complexion changed. This proved that at this moment, Lin Ming's strength was approaching that of a late revolving core powerhouse. This boy, he cannot be allowed to leave. Lei Jingtian grit his teeth and raised his sword high, the true essence of his body revolving to the limit. Thunder began to flash between his eyebrows, and his body emitted billowing claps of thunder. A thunderstorm sounded out like tigers and dragons roaring together. The lightning surrounding the thunder light sword grew, becoming increasingly terrifying. The heaven and earth thunder origin energy was completely sucked into this thunderstorm. Even under the suppressive laws, it was still able to change the color of the world. This was Lei Jingtian's strongest move, Heavenly Thunder Suppression. It was the move that contained the strongest energy as well as the strongest spiritual attack. Even if a late revolving core master were to resist it, they would still be wounded. Before now, he had never dreamed that one day he would have to use this move on a Hotian realm martial artist. Die! The thunderstorm shot towards Lin Ming with a terrifying speed. But as Lin Ming stood there on the altar, all of his perception was completely focused on the altar as he distributed the 30 medium-grade True Essence Stones and 6 high-grade True Essence Stones onto the altar array. Illusionary Killing Array, open. Lin Ming had already seen through the principles behind this illusionary killing array. Now, this illusionary killing array was his only resort. Otherwise, even if he combusted his blood essence, he would only be able to attain strength equal to a middle revolving core master. How could he possibly fight the late revolving core Lei Jingtian? If he fought, the one to die first would be him. On the altar, the ancient runes began to glow with a dazzling crimson color. After Lin Ming crazily poured his true essence into them, they began to shine with a bright light all around, hitting Lei Jingtian's thunderstorm. Bang! A terrifying explosion shook the ground and a purple beam of lightning shot into the sky. Even Lei Jingtian was forced to retreat by the shockwaves. When the storm finally subsided, Lei Jingtian was completely shocked. In his eyes, he could see a faint creamy barrier covering the altar, like an incomparably fragile soap bubble. But even that horrifying explosion from a moment ago hadn't been able to move it a single inch. This is... Lei Jingtian didn't dare to believe his own eyes. This was an ancient array formation. Was this array formation started by Lin Ming? Lin Ming had a way to start an ancient array formation? Lei Jingtian was stunned. How could Lin Ming have possibly studied ancient array formations? Even if he did, he wasn't even 20 years old yet. So how could he possibly understand the complex and profound principles behind these ancient array formations? This boy! Lei Jingtian's grip on his sword tightened until his knuckles paled. In this situation, Lin Ming had actually been able to escape? He could not accept this. This was unbelievable. Lei Jingtian coldly snorted and said, "The ancient array formation is indeed formidable, but it also needs to consume energy. This old man won't believe that the ancient array formation can last forever. I will attack until all of its energy is exhausted." Atop the endless bloody wilderness, Mu Qinyu stood there in her red dress, dazed. All around her were endless blood-red plains. As she stood there alone, the desolate feeling that surrounded her was amplified. The hot wind blew against Mu Qinyu's clothes and face, drying her tears. But she still felt cold inside. At this moment, the image that flashed repeatedly in Mu Qinyu's mind was that of Lin Ming's blurry face. At this moment, she finally understood why Lin Ming had asked her about an escape symbol. And as for this escape symbol, there had only been one, and Lin Ming had given it to her. Then what about him? Facing the late revolving core Lei Jingtian, Mu Qinyu couldn't think of any way that Lin Ming could win. There wasn't even a way for him to escape. The difference between a late revolving core master and a middle revolving core master was enormous. And even if Lin Ming had swallowed a scarlet blood pill in his top condition, he would only be able to fight a middle revolving core master. And now Lin Ming didn't even have a second scarlet blood pill to eat. If he did eat one, he would die. Wait for me there. These simple words reverberated in Mu Qianyu's ears. His words had been filled with a decisive resolution that faced death without fear. Every word had been like a thunderclap, and every word had been etched onto her heart with blood. She would never be able to forget these words in her lifetime. You asked me to wait for you here. I'm here. But will you come? Mu Qianyu felt a stabbing pain in her heart. She bit her lips until blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. As the wind blew against the creamy white skin of her face, she was like a snow plum in full bloom. If it had been possible, she would have rather burned all of the blood in her body and died together in battle with Lin Ming. However, that hadn't happened. Her safely standing there might be at the cost of Lin Ming's life. As Mu Qianyu thought of this, her chest tightened with pain, making it hard for her to breathe. It was like someone had torn the heart out of her body and left her chest empty. Before now, when Lin Ming had gone into the divine phoenix mystic realm, Mu Qianyu had also thought that Lin Ming had died and she had grieved for him. But it wasn't like today. She was sad to the point of collapse, to the point where she couldn't shed another tear, to the point where she didn't want to live any longer. Unconsciously, in Mu Qianyu's mind, Lin Ming had already occupied an important position, one that Mu Qianyu herself hadn't noticed. I'll wait for you here. If you do not come, then I will leave this place. In the future, I will kill every person that harmed you. Then, I will return here and spend the rest of my life accompanying you. Within the pavilion ruins, the light of thunder and fire blazed into the sky. Mu Qihua, Mu Yanzhua, Lei Jingtian, and even Mu Qishu were desperately attacking the altar formation's barrier. However, that barrier of light stood motionless, not even shaking, as if it were mocking their incompetence. What do we do? Mu Yanzhua's forehead was dripping sweat. In this gamble, there were two absolute conditions that he had to complete. The first one was to kill Lin Ming, and the second was to return to Divine Phoenix Island before Mu Fengxian did. But now, Lin Ming had entered into this strange array formation, out of reach. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming, then all of the plans they had made, including those of evading the Bloodstain contract, became nothing but a dream. Don't panic, Mu Qihua coldly snorted. An array formation must consume energy. Once we consume its energy, we will find Lin Ming inside. There is nowhere else that he can go. As long as we can kill Lin Ming, it will be our victory. Stepping back, even in the worst-case situation, we just have to give up our cultivation method. When Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang entered this broken world, they had been aware of the dangers and had left the jade slip with the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle at Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Qihua's original plan was to kill Lin Ming, and then after completing his plan, he would head back to Divine Phoenix Island and steal away the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle jade slip. But now, it seemed like he might have to give up his plans on that. But if he could still complete the first task of killing Lin Ming, then it wouldn't be too terrible. I know. Mu Yanzhua forced himself to calm down. There was no point in panicking at this time. There was no longer time to regret. There was no other path he could take out of this. All he could do was fight. At Mu Yanzhua's side, Mu Qinshu clenched his teeth and desperately attacked, as if he wasn't hitting the array formation's barrier but rather Lin Ming himself. He was completely venting the grievances that had accumulated for these past 2 years. This is all because of him. It's because of him again and again. After I break this barrier, I will torture you until you beg for death.